The Zone is the home of boxing, with over 150 live fights a year.
It's over! There's no way back from this, surely!
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
How do you like it? How do you like it?
That is unbelievable.
These guys will be legends in their own country, but also in the international basketball world forever.
That is what sport means. That is what the EuroLeague trophy means.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not supposed to be cheering, but this is X Series. I can do whatever I want.
Everything is difficult in this life, so still you need to be on it.
It all comes down to tonight. Don't miss the biggest night in MMA. PFL is more than a fight.
Catching up on any NFL game is easier than ever before.
Looking to the end zone for the win! Oh my gosh, one of the great games you'll ever see.
The competition is back, and the UEFA Women's Champions League looks set to be bigger and better than ever before.
It's their time, a night to remember.
Recommended for those 16 and over, as it contains sporting violence, possible bad language, and flashing imagery.
They say champions are born, but in this world, they're made. This is the road to greatness. It's long, it's brutal, and only the strong survive. Every day, before the world wakes up, they grind. Every punch thrown, every mile ran. It's all for one purpose. No shortcuts, no excuses, just sacrifice. Because this game is about facing adversity.
It all comes down to this.
About me creeping. The body might beg to quit. The dream keeps them going.
Who's gonna have more in the tank? What a shot! Gaio down in a heap!
This is the proving point. This is the WBC Grand Prix.
Hello and welcome. We're back in World Cup Fight Week. In a few hours, they're going to be right behind us in that ring, and they're going to have their public workout. But before anything starts, WBC Grand Prix is right here, and the action is starting. We're in the final stretch, so get ready because quarterfinal action is starting right now.
We are all set for the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
This tournament thrust you into the limelight.
Big left hook.
gives you the opportunity to learn your trade, and more importantly, get a fan base.
That one deserves a replay. Oh my goodness, what a left hand! There it is. It's over. We are in for a treat here tonight.
We are back in Riyadh for some boxing at breakfast as the WBC Grand Prix comes down to its final 8 in each of the 4 weight divisions. Welcome to the quarterfinals live from Kingdom Arena. And once again, I'm in great company early in the morning with the boxing bully himself, which is not going to be bullying me tonight.
I'm going to try not to.
Barack Best, great to have you back.
My pleasure. It's great to be here.
Well, we're here in the final stretch. We've had great boxing for 2 phases. Now we're like dealing with the best of the best.
Definitely. And you know what? It's only the quarterfinals, but it kind of seems more like semifinals, leaning closer to finals because of the quality is so good, especially in the smaller divisions.
Yeah, we had spoken before, even in the first phase, how many of the fighters that are not here now were just as good. And if they went anywhere else, they could be pretty much cleaning any division.
Definitely. Listen, I said 2 things about this whole tournament. One is that this is the Olympics for pros, you know, and this is going to become very, very popular. I hope we continue to do this. Secondly, it's going to have to change the culture in boxing where guys who have losses, if they lost in something like this, it's respectable. We're still going to be looking for you. Promoters still want you.
Absolutely. This was a great platform for all those fighters that are not here in the quarterfinals, but they could do it anywhere else. And for sure, this is the opportunity for them to get the exposure. So do you have any favorites, any favorite division?
Oh, man, why did you say that?
I had to. I had to put you against the ropes. Come on.
Pomelo, middleweight.
Yeah.
The kid, when he came in this in April in his first fight, he fought a puncher and outboxed him. Then he fought Paul Ryan. He fought a boxer and knocked him out. That's adjustments. That's beautiful. Okay, let's go to 140. Carlos Utria, another guy. He can pressure you, and he can fight on the back foot. I like these guys. And you know Troy Nash, that's the man right there, featherweight. So I don't know.
And Devin Young in the heavyweights, I like him too.
He got a tough fight, though.
Yes,
Keaton Gomez, he came in this tournament off of a loss, but he's knocking everything out that he touches. So it's going to be a tough fight for him.
And we can see that none of the divisions are defined. So anybody that takes a win is really having an uphill battle because every opponent is tough.
Right.
Yes, and of course we have our very own Corey Erdman, who's getting ready to give us all the action of this first fight. But just in case you guys missed the first and second phase, I'm going to lead you on to a quick reminder and an explainer of what this tournament is all about.
The WBC Grand Prix is split into 4 separate weight divisions: featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. In total, 128 athletes will compete, 32 in each division, representing 41 countries. Fighters' age limit is restricted to 26, and they must not have a professional record of more than 15 bouts. The competition is split across 5 events, hosted throughout 2025, culminating in the finals on December 20th. Today is the 3rd phase, the quarterfinals, and we'll see all 4 weight divisions battle it out in reverse order, starting with the heavyweights. There will be 16 fights taking place, 4 in each weight class, with the winners progressing to the semi-finals. There are no draws, ensuring decisive outcomes in every bout. Every fight is set for 6 3-minute rounds. There will be open scoring at the end of round 2, 4, and 6 to enhance transparency. There will also be instant replay for accurate and fair officiating. The winner of each weight class will receive the Jose Sulaiman Trophy and the honour of being an inaugural WBC Grand Prix champion.
That's right, the field of 128 has been whittled down to the best of the best, and we're going to kick things off in the heavyweight division with 4 quarterfinal matchups. Of note, the pre-tournament favorite and Olympic gold medalist Lazizbek Muladjanov no longer a part of the tournament. More on that a little bit later, but we've got plenty of rising contenders in action here today, and we're going to kick things off in just a few moments with Devin Young taking on Keaton Gomes, two hard hitters, two knockout punchers. It's South Carolina versus South Africa, kicking us off here at the Kingdom Arena. And to introduce the fighters, we'll introduce our MC for this morning, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Live worldwide on DAZN, let's first welcome to the ring, Keaton Gomes.
Rich man coming around talking. I don't want to hear people out. I'm with the powder in the pot. Whip it till I'm pulling off the light. Imagine when I pull it off the light. New shit come without the top. Once I'm on, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm on, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. Hey,
And now let's welcome to the ring, Devin the Destroyer Young.
Be well, I told Brody change the ways. I'm praying he don't see jail to live another day. I'm praying I don't see hell. Ain't no telling what I do for my family, just know I mean well. No, you ain't next to me. No, you ain't next to me. But I'm hoping you can see. I'm praying you can see. $1 million curses turn to $1 million dreams. $1 million on me, but girl, it ain't what it seems. I'm having nightmares. I'm having nightmares of my brother clutching on me. Can't see the snakes up in the grass, so what you showed me. You can't trust these, they ain't your friends, what you told me. Young man, just stay about the streets, it could get lonely. You could do whatever you wanna dream of, what you told me. I ain't understand your words back then, but that's the old me. Now look at me now. I'm walking on the stage, they waiting for me like 23,000. Too many voices in my head, just know I'm hearing you loud. I'm walking around, smile on my face, just know I'm hurting inside. Oh yeah, I'm hurting inside. So I buy diamonds on diamonds on diamonds galore. Chain after chain after chain, what's the word? But it seemed to be the only thing that make me happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix, live from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority GIA and Chairman of the Saudi Boxing Federation Turkey Al Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA with the World Boxing Council President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, The Ring, and Box Raw. A big thanks to those great sponsors. All of today's bouts are sanctioned by the Middle East Professional Boxing Commission, President Jose Mohan, and under the supervision of the International Boxing and MMA Consultants President Joel Campuzano. All bouts scheduled for 6 rounds, and we get things started with the big boys of boxing, the heavyweight division. The 3 judges assigned will be Glenn Dawson, Guillermo Moreno, and Marcin Pavlak. Our referee in charge will be Bella Florian. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and red, and weighed in officially at 217.6 pounds. His professional record, 12 wins, 3 defeats. 10 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing South Africa, here is Keaton Gomes. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing red, white, and blue, and weighed in officially at 216.5 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins, 7 of his 9 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Devin the Destroyer Young.
All of them during the fight. Listen to my command. Touch the gloves, start the fight. Thank you.
So we are set to go with our opening contest, and if you heard Barack make some noise during Keaton Gomes' ring walk, it's because he felt Sonny Digital's production in his soul, but I assume it's also because we have 2 of the hardest hitters in the tournament opening things up.
You're just going to throw me under the bus like that. Okay, I like the beat. The beat got me. But this fight I'm really interested in. You know, Young is good, he's long, he's tall, but he likes to mix it up. He likes to get inside, like right now.
Hand from Gomes, and Young is in trouble already.
Wow.
Keaton Gomes said that if he hits his mark, Devin Young is going to be out of there, and he found it in the opening 20 seconds.
We've seen Young hurt before, and we've seen him recover, so let's see how he recovers from this one.
Yeah, we remember that last fight against Jonathan Vergara. That was not the best outing for him, but he recovered.
Yes. And a little birdie told me he was dealing with something. You know, his mouthpiece kept spitting out. You know, he had something.
It wasn't even his mouthpiece.
Wow, there we go.
Well, he was delayed in Egypt. Then he got in, and then he had a little bit of a food poisoning issue.
Right.
And he showed up.
Okay.
That's 90% of the battle.
That explains a lot.
Good left hook there from Gomes a moment ago. And you're right, Claudia. That fight for Devin Young against Jonathan Vergara, that's one of those situations where context and retrospect makes it look a little bit better, but he just felt that right hand, and he's looking to grab a hold. There's nothing to grab a hold of. Keaton Gomes on the attack here.
Pure heart right now with Young right now, fighting
He's
with
got
no
legs. 0 legs.
I'm surprised the ref hasn't stopped it. Oh, no.
Big right hand again.
I'm surprised the ref hasn't stopped that. He was basically out on his feet. Tough kid.
Young trying to find a bounce in his step, but these right hands from Gomes just cannot miss right now. Another one breaks through, and down goes Devin Young. Young is all over the place right now. And this one is wrapped up in the first round. Keaton Gomes stamps his ticket to the semis.
Wow, I told you, Claudia, earlier.
Yes, you did.
Gomes is knocking out everything he touched. He came into this thing off of a loss and turned his whole career around.
3 straight knockouts in this tournament for Keaton Gomes, and that's a very good point, Barack. This is a guy who, yes, came into this tournament off a KO loss to Sean Potgieter, a fight in which he broke his jaw, then entered this tournament, moved up a weight class, and has been an absolute wrecking ball against a guy in Devin Young who was one of the pre-tournament favorites in this bracket, as we take a look back at how he closed the show.
Yeah, that left hand was flush.
Oh, and
he slipped the right hand and just caught him with an overhand right, and that's what started the whole downfall of Young. It was the overhand right. And some of these are missing and not flush, but he just hasn't gained his legs back. A lot of those missed.
Yeah, but you could tell he was completely out of control. His legs were not there.
He was already hurt from that one punch.
I don't think he ever had a chance. There was no protection. There was no count. You know, the smart thing to do would have been take a knee, take the count, and recover, which is what he did in his fight against Vergara.
By the time he hit that canvas, it was almost over. It was over. I mean, good job by the referee. I thought they probably should have stopped it a little bit earlier, but he gained consciousness while he was on the ropes and came back trying to fight. Like I said, Devin Young is a tough kid.
Well, the potential future of the heavyweight division. Moses Itauma challenges fellow Brit Dillian Whyte, the headline act of the Esports World Cup Fight Week, live on DAZN this Saturday. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. All right, let's make this one official as we hand it back to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 58 seconds of round number 1. Our referee, Bella Florian, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Keaton Gomes.
Taking center stage right now, and there will be again on Saturday night as Moses Itauma and Dillian Whyte go head-to-head in an intriguing main event.
In the heavyweight division, legacy is earned, not gifted.
Like I said, it's Moses Itauma's time.
And for Moses Itauma, the road to greatness is being paved one fight at a time. In his last outing, Moses Itauma faced Mike Balaguer, a former American football linebacker turned knockout artist, known for his knockout power and physicality.
And he's in with a hard-hitting Mike Balaguer.
Balaguer brought the pressure early, but Itauma brought poise beyond his years. Winning by a vicious TKO in round 2, he made a statement. Still just 20 years old, the Southpaw female is unbeaten, unbothered, and on course to become Britain's next world heavyweight champion.
I'm called the brightest prospect, or whatever I'm called, it's just noise.
You got more chance of winning the lottery than you beating that Moses Itauma, let's be honest about it.
In my mind, the last thing I'm thinking about is trying to prove someone right or wrong. I've got my self-worth and self-respect for me not to give up.
20 years of age, done everything up to his yet that's been asked him. And obviously going in with somebody like Dillian, who's got a wealth of experience and at the top level and so forth, would be a really big test for him.
When I first turned professional, was obviously breaking Mike Tyson's record and just said world champion. We couldn't do that, so now it's just like step by step, fight by fight. If you're going to ask me like what's my plan in this division, it's to knock Dillian Whyte out, I guess.
A lot of the general public you know, the expectation's almost like it's a 2 or 3 round job for Moses. And my opinion is if there was any other heavyweight in the world boxing Dillian Whyte, they wouldn't say it's a 2 or 3 round job. So I think that just tells you how highly people think of Moses.
Today you're going to say that you're the best, tomorrow might say you're the worst. But like if I wake up in the morning, I'm still going to be Moses Itauma.
Moses has breezed through his opponents up until now, not going past the 6th round in 12 fights. This will be his toughest fight to date.
Moses Itauma versus Dillian Whyte tops the bill on Saturday, and there's a stacked undercard to look forward to as well. We're live from 5 p.m. GMT, that's 1 p.m. Eastern. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. And now it's time for our second fight of the morning, and it's back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. So Keaton Gomes got us started with a bang, and we've got 2 more hard hitters in action here in our second contest. Peter Latch and Kevin Ramirez, 2 undersized yet hard-hitting heavyweights. 2 guys who will be happy to see a man relatively their own size standing across from one another in this one. It should be a good one, and we are ready to welcome the fighters as we hand it back to Thomas Driver.
Let's continue, and first welcome to the ring, Kevin Ramirez. And now let's welcome to the ring, Peter Latch. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Alan Krebs, and John Yona. Our referee in charge will be Lawrence Cole. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, yellow, and white, and weighed in officially at 204.7 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, he has 1 draw with 4 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, here is Kevin Ramirez. And his opponent, across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gray, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 222.7 pounds. Undefeated, he has 14 wins. 10 of his 14 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Poland, here is Peter Latch.
We discussed rules earlier in the dressing room. Obey my commands. Protect yourselves all the time. Windows with thing. Touch them up. Good luck.
So as we referenced, 2 men who were exploring possibilities in divisions beneath heavyweight now find themselves a step away from the semifinals. Peter Latch was ranked in the top 30 by the WBC at bridgerweight prior to entering the tournament. Kevin Ramirez, a career cruiserweight who admits, Claudia, that he doesn't carry this weight particularly comfortably, but he's had plenty of success, particularly that decision win over Regan Apanu last time out.
It was one of those wins that we were all very surprised, happily surprised. And his career, like you mentioned, all in cruiserweight, and even for that size, Argentinians are not really known for being a dominant force in that division.
Peter Latch coming out firing here. Calls himself the Polish Tyson, likes to get on the inside, crank those hooks to the body. And last time out, he scored one of the best knockouts of the tournament thus far, a stunning knockout win over the amateur standout Marco Malone.
These guys are small. We're looking at 2 bridgerweights, basically. You know, but hopefully, maybe like we just saw Gomes is kind of like faster than some heavyweights because he's a smaller guy. Maybe we'll see that here. 2 fast guys.
And I think calling Ramirez bridgerweight, I think we're pushing it because he's literally a light heavyweight that became a cruiserweight.
Yeah, right?
You know, he says he doesn't carry the weight comfortably. I'm sure that's how he feels because physically, Ramirez looks in fantastic shape.
Yes. But I think the standard is, it has 2 ways because it's not only the weight that you carry, but also the punching power that you carry with.
Oof. And he just got rocked by Latch with a right hand.
Right hand there from Latch, and he brings another one behind it.
But I do understand, you know, it can be muscle, but it's heavy. It might feel heavy, especially when you're used to being faster.
Ramirez looking for that left hook over the top. We saw about 30 seconds ago the power of Peter Latch. Power that knocked Marco Malone out of this tournament. Seemed to affect Ramirez, at least momentarily, as we're now inside the final minute of round 1.
But they both have first-round knockouts in this tournament, so it's not like either one of these guys start late, and they're both letting their hands go.
My question is, can they maintain that type of rhythm throughout the fight? First. Second, you can see Lach, every punch he throws goes with everything. So that's going to be extenuating as you go deeper into the fight.
If it even goes deep, because can Ramirez really take those? He's doing well so far.
Hear the horn in the venue indicating the final 30 seconds of the round. It's another one of the initiatives that we have going on here at the WBC Grand Prix. Not something that fighters are used to. Once in a while, you'll see them pause and then start fighting again. But these guys have been in the tournament for a while, have become used to it as Lach digs another left hook to the body of Kevin Ramirez. Back comes Ramirez with a nice left hook of his own. Good action in the opening round.
Ramirez has to work on that. His balance, that right foot just keeps slipping, and it's causing him to, it makes the punch from Lach look worse than what it really is, but it's really just his balance.
Bardzo ładnie. Jak dodajesz podwódek, to lewy hak za ogień i tyle. To ćwiczymy. Nic więcej. Chować się tylko za barkiem i go kontruj. Bardzo ładnie. Jeszcze? Oddychaj. Słuchaj, on nie ma, go trafiłeś. Głęboko, głęboko, ale nic się nie dzieje, nie? Jest wszystko dobrze, tak?
So round two underway. Good moments in the opening round for both Peter Lach and Kevin Ramirez. And we are right back to where we started, right back to the phone booth. As both men digging hooks downstairs in the opening 10 seconds of the round.
Ramirez temporarily tied up Lach. Break the action. That was a smart move. We got to get out of that corner, get off those ropes. He's putting himself in the corner.
Yes, he doesn't seem to be very uncomfortable, even though Lach is being very aggressive there. But it seems like there's a level of comfort in that position.
Definitely. He's not moving from the ropes. I think he wants to catch Lach in between one of those shots.
It's taking some of the work that Peter Lach would normally do to get to the inside. He's taking that away. Lach, typically likes to bob and weave, that Tyson-esque style. Barack, he doesn't have to do any of that to get to the inside. Ramirez is just saying, okay, come on in.
Right, and normally Lach just has the habit of doing that because he's fighting guys taller than him.
Right.
Now he's fighting a guy on the same level. He's like, oh man, this is all day. I'm gonna be inside all day, but you're right. He's letting him in, Ramirez.
I think he took advantage of that because that left uppercut went right into Lach's chin, and it was beautiful.
And as you were saying that, another one broke through at the same time.
Exactly, and it's something Ramirez had to have seen to have him on the ropes like that, and now we know it probably was that left uppercut.
Lach talked about the convenience of this training camp for him. Of course, Poland historically very deep in the cruiserweight division, and size-wise, Lach said he was able to dip into that pool, and he feels that his sparring partners both hit harder and make fewer mistakes than Kevin Ramirez, but he certainly looks like he has his hands full here in the early going.
I love it when fighters say, my sparring partners are better than you.
Yeah, right.
Usually your sparring partners like you. You know, they're not trying to take your head off.
And most of them get admonished if they do.
Right.
We've seen that.
They're getting the paycheck.
Yes.
Ramirez missing over the top of that sweeping left hook. Lach tries to jump in with one of his own.
Bump heads a little bit there.
A little bit of a late shot there from Lach, who had a hold of the rope with his left hand as well.
It's nothing like a little bit of leverage.
Nothing like a little dirty work, and that was a good shot. Clean work there from Kevin Ramirez.
Ramirez is feeling himself right now. I mean, left hook to the body, and then he brought it up with a left uppercut. Beautiful.
And he's doubling up with that left. And I think he's just really playing on that counter punch.
And that's where he works good, in the middle of the ring, on his toes. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that. Great job.
Tak szczelnie musi być, okej?
Round 3 underway. Fun fight here thus far between Peter Latch and Kevin Ramirez. Good end to the second round there for Ramirez. And you know, Barack, that you've scored on a beautiful sequence when you end it with threatening the bolo punch. You know you're not going to throw it, but you landed something nice as we update you on the open scoring. And to this point, Peter Latch ahead on one scorecard, 20-19. The other two judges have this one dead even at 19-19.
That's how it should be. 19-19, you give Latch the first round and Ramirez the second round, in my opinion.
I just had a quick chance to speak to Ramirez's corner, and they're very happy with the way he boxed in that second round. They're asking him to use his mobility, use the angles, use his feet. Do not go on the ropes, even though it's working for him, but his coach is very tentative because of the power that Latch has.
There you see again the scores on your screen. So Latch ahead on one scorecard right now, even on the other two. Kevin Ramirez, another one of these fighters that balances boxing with a day job, as he's admonished for holding there, and not just one day job, but two. He works as a street sweeper and as a garbage collector, and then finds time to train around it. And perhaps Barack, if he could start stacking up these increasing purses, maybe at least one of those jobs can go away for a little bit.
If he wins this...
Well, obviously, if he wins it.
If he wins this, maybe both of those jobs will go away. But yeah, you're right. Man, that's a conditioned man right there to have two jobs.
Talk about discipline. Two jobs and still work, put in the work. Boxing is a very jealous girlfriend, and his trainer is very fond of him. He talked to me about his work ethic.
You know, now that you brought that up, Corey, sometimes fighters, they pace themselves when they know they're not in super tip-top shape. And that's why you'll see a fighter leaning on the ropes, fighting on the ropes sometimes. I'm not saying this is Ramirez's reason, but possibly.
No, the coach said that's a bad habit, that he feels very comfortable there, but it's a bad habit. And he says, I'm hesitant to let him stay there because Latch has so much power.
Right.
And it limits his movement.
Final 15 seconds of round 3.
Oof.
Ramirez looks for that nice counter left hook, flurries to the body. Oh, there's that uppercut again. He continues to find a lane for those uppercuts, and that may be the last eye-catching shot of the round. It is, as we head back to the stools.
And this time it was with the right hand.
Crowd filling in here in the lobby area of the Kingdom Arena here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Of course, open workouts for Atalma White will follow our tournament action here today. So a full day of boxing action as we take a look back at the action from round 3.
Yeah, this one's a pretty tough round to score. I think Ramirez did some work, pretty good work from the outside, but that was a great right hand uppercut.
I felt that one.
While they was holding each other's with the other arm.
I think my pituitary is still shaking.
That was a great shot. And Latch comes in, you know, he keeps his chin really, really tucked, but he was leaning in that time, but they were holding each other, so he was just so susceptible for that right hand.
It's round 4 underway. Of course, should we make it through this round, we'll get another update on the scoring, thanks to the WBC's open scoring system.
Starting to like that now.
A flurry to the body there from Ramirez. He does have to be careful, though, Barack. There have been times where it's felt like he's got a little bit greedy with those body shots, a little bit of shoe shine action, and Latch is just waiting for that counter hook up top.
And he's landed it, too. And what he's doing right now is smart, because he sees that Ramirez wants to hold a lot. Maybe he thinks he's tired, I don't know. But he's showing the referee, I'm not the guy holding. Look, he's putting his arms out. Maybe the ref will take a point, because he's already admonished him Ramirez, for holding.
And on the other side of that, Claudia, I mean, this is maybe a more challenging style matchup for Latch, because as we've mentioned, even though he was ranked at Bridgerweight, he's been fighting much longer at heavyweight. And some of these shots, like that uppercut again, they're coming from angles that he's not quite as used to, other than his sparring with the Polish cruiserweight.
Which, again, we talk about the advantage of being a light heavyweight and just coming into that cruiserweight division. And now he's the smaller guy, the lighter guy, the faster guy. That's what he's actually working on, and that's what the corner is making emphasis.
Latch landed 2 right hands.
Yeah, the second one was a particularly big one. Good shot there from Peter Latch. We saw him land that in the opening round, and it seemed to have an effect on Kevin Ramirez, but of course we see that quite often. Sometimes those shots that land early in fights, guys are cold, and seems to have more of an impact than maybe it does. Ramirez has taken them to this point, but Latch, as we know, does have some serious power. So we're inside the final minute here of round 4.
I just want to bring up the point that this is the typical Argentinian style of boxing. It's a fine tune between brawler and boxer. They can be flat-footed, but then in a hop, skip, and a jump, they can actually be very mobile.
It's funny you bring that up, Claudia, because Ramirez was talking about how he admires the grit of a fighter like Marcos Maidana, but also likes the stylishness of a guy like Brian Castaño, let's say.
Or Sergio
Martinez, of course.
Oh, one of the best.
It's a fine dance.
Good right hand there from Ramirez. Backs Latch up momentarily. You're not going to back Latch up for very long.
I think Latch should start going down to the bottom, go to the body the same way Ramirez is. If you see Ramirez is holding more, it might be because he's a little bit winded, maybe.
2 to go in this one, and the scorecards in a few moments will be very interesting to see as we take a look in the Latch corner.
Umieć! Dasz sobie radę! Musi być wejście pod wodzie! Nie wyjdź! Nie wchodź! Dystans pod wodzie! Dystans!
After 4 completed rounds, all 3 judges have it the same. 38-38, a unanimous draw.
So round 5 underway, and as you might have overheard from Thomas Treiber, the open scores were revealed. It is 38-38 across the board, dead even. So this fight hanging in the balance here in the final 2 rounds.
Not that they weren't already. I think that's the reason why they're showing even more urgency right now. They know it's deadlocked. They need these last 2 rounds. And there we go, Ramirez moving a little bit, but still staying on those ropes. Throwing a couple of shots and then grabbing, kind of like Vladimir Klitschko.
And a reminder, of course, if you have tuned in to the previous stages of this tournament, or a revelation if this is your first time tuning in, of what will happen should this fight be even at the end of the 6 rounds. Of course, we have WBC's enhanced scoring system. So, Claudia, it also matters for both these men, how clearly do you win these final 2 rounds, but also how clearly did you win the previous rounds? That's what will decide who will win this fight, should we go to the scores at the end of 6.
And now we go to a very interesting comment from the corner of Ramirez. He says that he's very nervous, that's the reason why he's letting Latch take him to the ropes. And the corner just made emphasis once again, if you box him, you will win. You're faster, you're quicker feet. So, but the nervousness might be the edge that he's missing to take those rounds, definitely.
Yeah, and that is really interesting. And you mentioned nervousness, and Barack, sometimes a way that can materialize in the ring to tie this all together is if you have your back against the ropes and you're moving less, you only have one thing to think about. So what's coming at me? I can defend it that way. I don't have to worry about my footwork. And maybe Ramirez, the nervousness that Claudia just referenced that we're hearing about, maybe he's just trying to simplify things by fighting this way.
Right. What it is that nervousness takes your stamina. Nervousness is your heart beating fast. I've had it before where I'm fighting. I know I could beat everybody in tournaments, but I'm so nervous. I can't go hard because I'm going to get knocked out. If I'm going too hard, I'm going to get knocked out. And that's the thing. I can't move around because I'm nervous. My heart is already beating fast. I'll be winded, and then I'm no good to anybody.
And we see that when he does decide to be on his toes,
like that,
he boxes beautifully.
Yes. Nice right hand over the top there from Ramirez.
He's really hiding his nervousness well. I respect the honesty that you just pull the honesty out of everybody, Claudia.
Yeah,
Claudia, I noticed that, and I've been saying that, in the past events, but he's hiding it very well.
But the coach knows him. He understands when he goes into the rope, that's not what he does.
Yes.
That's not his boxing style, which is what I thought it was because he does it all the time.
Right.
Last right hand there. Quick combination from Kevin Ramirez, who smacks his gloves together as he heads back to his stool. And we will head into the 6th and final round.
This is one of those fights that's tough to score. Either it's going to be like a double draw, or maybe that one punch in the first round might win it for Latch.
Sixth and final round.
Sixth and final round. A round that could determine the winner of this fight. Peter Latch and Kevin Ramirez, two of the smaller heavyweights in the bracket. Two of the more exciting fighters in the bracket as well, and this has been a fun one. 3 minutes to decide who will head to the semifinals. Latch tries to step in with that short right hand. Tries to bring that right hand over the top.
Yeah, Latch just should stop falling in. That was a great right hand, though, because understand that Ramirez is coming in naturally already. So if you just stand your ground and hit your shot, you might get a better shot connected if you don't just fall in all the way.
Yeah, and it's a thing that we've seen a couple times already, Claudia, a thing that Latch does well. And again, those reference points to Mike Tyson's style. There are times when you think he's winding up with a right hand and he can kind of shorten it before it actually gets there. And he's landed 2 of those shots already here in the 6th round.
And that comes with flying hours. Lots of experience to be able to make those adjustments so quickly in the trajectory of the punch itself.
You are absolutely right, Corey, because what he's doing, he's not bringing it over the top. He's bringing it right down the middle, even though he's making it look like it's going to be wide, and it's short right down the middle.
Ramirez is seeing his hips open up as if he's going to really bring a wide right hand, and he's not.
It's typical of the Cuban school of boxing. Very short, snappy.
That was another left hand uppercut by Kevin Ramirez.
I give Ramirez a lot of credit coming up in the heavyweight division, holding his weight, and really, he's actually handled the punishment from Latch very, very well.
Little hit and hold technique this round from Kevin Ramirez as he finds that uppercut once more.
And also got caught with a left hook from Latch.
That's the mobility the trainer was talking about.
There we go. Loosening up a little bit. 30 seconds left.
Could it be a buck short too late? Maybe.
Maybe so.
You know, if Kevin Ramirez has 20 seconds of that kind of boxing in him, it could make the difference in this round.
Oh. Referee took
Stern warning for
Tough
both
guy.
men. Final 15 seconds of this bout make it the final 10. And we will indeed head to the scorecards. And who knows, we may need the enhanced scoring system in this one. They fight to the final bell. Another brave effort from Kevin Ramirez, who once fought at 193 pounds, now fighting up here with the big boys, and maybe we'll see him in the semifinals.
Holding his own, though, holding his own. One thing about these close fights, it's like it can either be one way or a draw.
We're focusing on the heavyweights right now, and we've got more action from boxing's blue ribbon division on October 11th when Britain's Cinderella man, Dave Allen, faces Arslanbek Makhmudov in Sheffield. An entertaining fight here between Peter Latch and Kevin Ramirez, who both talked about liking the fact that they had an opponent in and around their own size, and it produced a lot of action like this, a lot of close infighting and some fun rounds here throughout the contest.
There was no difference from round 1 to round 6. These guys gave their all. The only times you've seen a little difference is when Ramirez made it different, when he actually was on his toes and gave some distance. But this is kind of what it looked like the whole time. The referee is like, break it up. I thought the referee broke it up maybe like the last round when he really shouldn't. They were still letting their hands go, but it is what it is. He's the first line of defense.
I think both fighters gave us the best of themselves. I give, again, Ramirez a lot of credit because he took a couple punches that I wondered if he was going to be able to continue.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like he got rocked in the first round from one punch. It was a right hand, but then that was it. And like Corey said, it might have been he was cold. I don't know. It's not too cold in here, but, you know.
It's cooling off a little.
Yeah. He might have been cold. I don't know. But everything after that, he took it very well.
Seeing Mauricio Suleiman and Thomas Kreiber tabulating the scores here ringside.
Are we going to see the enhanced scoring system or what? Maybe so.
I think that gives us a better picture of what happened in the ring because the must-10 point is really not, it does not reflect the action.
Right, and I think that's probably what we're getting because it's taking so long to get the scores together. But even though we have this new system, it's hard because every round was so close. And like I said, it might be that one punch from Latch that wins him the fight in the first round, maybe. Or maybe those uppercuts won the fight for Ramirez.
They are taking a little longer.
Yeah.
All right, so we are getting word that we will be utilizing the enhanced scoring system to settle this contest. Not to spoil anything, but you know, when people see scores taking a long time, people immediately allege there's something untoward happening.
We've seen
we
it too
just
many
have some
times.
more complicated boxing math going on right now.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Nobody's getting robbed.
No, it's actually the way it should be. Just take your time, analyze every round, who won decisively, you know, and there's 3 different levels.
Yes.
And I think that really gives us a very clear picture because like you said, Barack, it was a very tight call. Every round could have gone either way.
I said earlier that we might get a double draw Whereas even with the enhanced scoring, it's like, wait a minute.
Right.
It's a draw.
Right.
Yep.
But somebody has to advance
Yeah.
to the semifinals.
All right, the enhanced scores are in the hands of Thomas Treiber, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alan Krebs scores it 58-56 in favor of Ramirez. Judge John Yona scores it 58-56 in favor of Latch. And Judge Glenn Dawson scores it 57-57, a split draw. Therefore, we go to the enhanced scoring system. Judge Glenn Dawson scores it 3-3, even a draw. Judge Alan Krebs scores it 5-2 in favor of Ramirez. And Judge John Yona scores it 4-2 in favor of Latch. This is also a split draw. Therefore, we go to the WBC executive panel, and they have it scored 4-1 for your winner, Kevin Ramirez.
Double draw, like I said?
Wow. I didn't think I was going to ever see this type of scoring.
That's as close as a fight can possibly get. But the Cinderella story of Kevin Ramirez will continue in the semifinals.
There were so many draws, they was about to come to us and say, who won?
Don't put this on me.
It's funny because the corner came to us and they said, how'd you see it? And we all saw it. I saw it a draw.
Yeah.
It was a very, very close fight. And as we see Kevin Ramirez celebrating this big win, we saw a little earlier how Moses Itauma is gearing up for his clash with Dillian White on Saturday. And now it's time to look at how has the body snatcher been training and preparing.
I'm going up against Mike Tyson, and we've been compared to Mike Tyson and a lot of great fighters, and I'm just the world me. I've never even been compared to Jerry Cooney.
The body snatcher, Dillian White. Still dangerous. Veteran of heavyweight rules.
You know, I ain't got nothing to prove to no one. All the pressure is on him.
Dylan do something that this kid hasn't seen yet. The pros on this level is totally different.
Chipping away, bobbing and weaving. So yeah, Moses, the win over Moses is young for me to get back.
When White finally got a shot at world glory, it wasn't meant to be. And after having to pull out of his last fight against Joe Joyce due to an injury to his hand, he now has another chance. A win over the hottest prospect in the division could catapult him back amongst the big hitters.
Okay, bring my career back. Obviously, I've been a bit in the long grass for the last couple of years, obviously, in misfortunate situations. I've been a bit in the long grass.
It's got all the makings of a classic, that potential future of the heavyweight division against one of its most modern gatekeepers. Moses Itauma versus Dillian White tops the bill at Esports Fight Week. For more details on how to purchase this must-see event, go to thezone.com/boxing. And more on the heavyweight action to come right now. So let's go back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We've got a good one coming up next here. Our third fight of the heavyweight bracket. Ahmed Kurnich and Sotnea Rogava, two talented amateurs, two big men going at it here in our third of 4 heavyweight fights today. We are ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Sotnea Rogava. And now let's welcome to the ring, Ahmed Kurnich. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Guillermo Moreno, Alan Krebs, and Marcin Pavlak. Our referee in charge will be Nobuto Ikehara. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow and blue and weighed in officially at 250.1 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 8 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Sotny Rogava. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing white, blue, and yellow and weighed in officially at 268.7 pounds. Undefeated with 5 wins, 4 of his 5 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, here is Ahmed Kurnich.
Nobody holding the position and love. The fight is not far. Okay, please go. Good luck.
Yeah, definitely. And you didn't think that he can beat Stalchenko if I want to be honest. You know, that's why he's the kind of guy that you want to root for. But yes, it was a close fight.
Rogava, one of the more experienced fighters in the heavyweight bracket, who was actually the only boxer heading into the tournament who was ranked by the WBC at heavyweight. He was ranked number 34. Of course, the rankings in sanctioning bodies go beyond the top 15. Kurnich, as we mentioned, was a national amateur champion in his homeland, but is probably a more successful and more experienced kickboxer than he is a boxer, but he's been hanging in there with some very decorated amateurs, and it definitely does not look out of place in this tournament.
No, not at all. He definitely has good footwork and defense, especially for a kickboxer. You know, you're looking for a lot when you're fighting kickboxing. You're looking for the feet, so it's a different stance. And this looks like a boxer to me.
Well, you have that experience coming from mixed martial arts.
Yep.
But it's impressive because he keeps his weight well balanced between both legs, which is very peculiar. kickboxers have a hard time doing that.
That's true, because sometimes you want your foot, you want your weight on your back foot. You know what I mean? And he just has a good stance. He just have a good stance, good balance. Even when he comes in, look, he's just so balanced.
See the quick hands of Rogava, who trains out of the Goosen Gym in Los Angeles. Mainly trains with Jonathan Wally, who's been in his corner throughout the tournament. And Brock, we were talking to him before the tournament, and he was talking about how lucky they are to have the level of talent they have in that gym, but also just in the Los Angeles area. He says, we have TV caliber heavyweight fights in sparring every day.
Wow, that's incredible. I can only imagine. I've only been in that gym one time, but one thing I do remember now that you bring up Jonathan is that he was giving him good advice. He was giving Rogava good advice in between rounds. I've seen Jonathan around a lot, but he proved himself last time.
Dangerous little sequence there. Kernich just missing with that right hook. Final 10 seconds of the opening round.
Good jab to the body by Rogava. That's smart. Keep Kernich resetting.
And that'll do it for the opening round. Good moments for both men.
Tough round to score. Guys had their moments, a little low blow slip right there, Rogava, but he ended out with a nice, clean right hand to the head.
That was a low blow, no question.
That was very low. I don't think the referee caught it. Kernich just, signaled to it, and then that was it. They moved on. Didn't hurt him bad. He got the cup on. You know it's a close round when the highlight is a low blow.
Yeah.
It's round 2 underway. We referenced the kickboxing background, but also present of Kernich. But Sonia Rogava is also probably a more accomplished Muay Thai fighter than he is a boxer. You wouldn't know it by looking at him right now. But Rogava had over 300 Muay Thai fights before converting to boxing, but unlike Kernich, Rogava has kind of left that behind. Kernich, we referenced this in one of his past fights, he actually signed up for the Glory Heavyweight Kickboxing Tournament that was here on DAZN as well. So he basically says, if there's a tournament and we are fighting in some capacity, I will put my name in the hat.
He's a pure fighter. We're looking at two martial artists right here, basically. But he's just a pure fighter. He wants to fight in every genre.
He just wants to fight, period.
Yeah, that's it. He just wants to fight. Yeah.
Whatever.
Absolutely. And in the beginning, he had a little bit of success, but Rogava kind of turned it up. He turned it up, spent them, just let his hands go. But it's the double jab that got Kernich inside. But Rogava, he turned it up, kind of took the round over. Yeah, Kernich can't just follow him around, walking in, not being first. Because if you let Rogava get first, he's gonna let a couple of shots go, and he's longer. He's gonna get you first. Throw the jab out there, double it up like that, and then you can get the left hand off.
Good body shots there from Rogava.
As a southpaw, Kernich is not taking advantage of that, outside leg being in front to just close the gap that much faster. He's taking just 1 second too long.
I just want to say that ref is cool as heck, man. He's just strutting around this ring. He's just moving all slow until something happens, and then all of a sudden he's fast.
I mean, you don't want to get between these two unless you have to. No, I respect
I wouldn't.
it.
Imagine just a wild punch, and you're in the middle of that.
Hand.
Well,
yeah.
It's happened, though.
Oh, no, it's happened. Yeah, refs. I remember Badu Jack dropped the ref.
Yes.
Rogava right now finding right hands in between the guard of Kernich. And one thing we are seeing from Krnic that Rogava is taking advantage of, Claudia, you look at how Krnic is holding his hands. The elbows are out a little bit, and it's presenting a little bit of a lane for Rogava, who goes right back downstairs again.
Oh, right in the middle of those gloves, right into the chin.
Oh! That was a good shot.
Krnic tries to leap
in,
in with that right hook, but he got caught instead.
Perfectly timed. I don't even think he knew he was hopping in, but it was just a perfectly timed punch. And right before that, he was complaining about low blow, just complained again to the ref. Maybe the ref was a little bit too far and couldn't see it. I didn't think that shot was low. Maybe the guys in the truck can show us. It was a straight right hand from Rogava.
Ooh, that was low, absolutely.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. That wasn't the one that he complained about. It was a straight right.
But now I see a trend. It's a trend now. Look at that.
Oh, and that's the right hand that caught him. Because like Corey said, Krnic leaped in, and the right hand was there to find him. Boom!
After 2
guys
rounds,
get knocked out with shots like that.
One judge has it, 20-18
like Marquez
for the green corner,
did Manny
Rogava.
Pacquiao.
The other 2 judges have it even a draw, 19-19.
So round 3 begins. And the open scores to this point, if you overheard them, 20-18 for Rogava, according to one judge, 19-19, dead even, according to the other 2 judges. There's that counter right hand again from Rogava.
Yeah, so I guess those 2 judges that have it even probably gave Krnic the first round. Because the second round, it seemed like, excuse me, Rogava let his hands go and, you know, and landed more shots. And it's that left hand to the body, that jab is smart by Rogava.
I wish we had better punch stats at this moment, because you can see Rogava has been more accurate in his punch, finding spots. Yeah, he'll go low sometimes, but but even
How
that,
low can you go?
That sounds like a good song. There we go. We're fixing shorts.
A referee fixing shorts. He just okay.
Yeah, the trunks are getting quite low. Also, everything getting low.
And by the way, the uniforms changed for this last phase.
I noticed.
And now they have the flag of the country.
Okay, okay, nice.
Body shot again there from Rogava, brings a nice uppercut immediately behind it.
That was smart. That was smart. Go to the body with the right hand and then go right up top. Same hand, right up the middle.
And then right afterwards, through that same shot, but to the body. And it's similar to a concept that we're seeing, Claudia, in baseball these days with pitchers, where they call tunneling, where pitchers will throw a pitch in the same spot but slightly different. So you're kind of expecting something that your eyes just saw, and it's slightly different. Rogava essentially did that with the uppercut that threw the same shot to the body, caught Krnic a little bit off guard.
Just that change in the trajectory, like it's a split second. That's all it takes.
Clubbing shot there from Rogava, and the right hand around the guard of Krnic. Rogava a little bit more active this round.
And did you see how he just sat into that punch, walking in with that left hook? Oof.
Krnic every once in a while is investing in that body with that left hand.
Mm-hmm.
Boom!
They're
like
right there.
To Krnic's credit, everything he throws looks dangerous, and it looks consequential to the judges. And no doubt, in the round the 2 judges gave him, that is what they're seeing.
And to Rogava's credit, he takes it and keeps on going.
Rogava took the message from those 2 judges and picked up the pace in that round. But Krnic was there to match it. A reminder that coming up on Saturday, Moses Itauma, the potential future of the heavyweight division, Takes on the longtime stalwart Dillian White right here in Riyadh as part of the Esports World Cup week. A massive stage for the young Moses Itauma against a guy in Dillian White who has been around this type of pomp and circumstance many times before. Be curious to see how Itauma handles the moment coming up this weekend.
That's a good question, and nobody's giving Dillian White a chance. And I like that because it could be fuel to him, you know? So it should be a good fight.
I'd say it takes a lot of pressure off his shoulders. He's walking in with absolutely no expectations.
Right, right. He's even talking different, saying, you know, I never said I was the best, you know, but I come to fight, and that's the truth. He comes to fight, and he'll fight anybody.
Same could be said about Ahmed Kurnic, who, as we mentioned, will fight you in any discipline you want. Yes. Rogava, very much the same way. Kurnic maybe looking for a little bit of a bounce-back round. I think to our eye, that was a Rogava round in round 3, maybe based on hand speed and volume. But Kurnic now turning it up a little here in the 4th.
Still going to that body with that left hand. Say, you know what, I'm going to slow this guy, Rogava, down a little bit.
Oh. Good left hand there from Kurnic.
And that's what happens, too, when you go to the body a lot with the backhand, it leaves the top open. And you can fool him with that shot, and I think that's what he did. He slipped a left hand up top.
2 knockout wins in the tournament thus far for Kurnic. Of course, that last one over Davide Brito that we told you about, and in the first frame of the tournament, scored a 3rd-round stoppage over Jordi Valenzuela.
That Brito knockout, that was something.
We were still just adjusting in our seats.
Yeah, yeah, that was something.
I think Brito is still protesting that knockout. Brito thought he might be on his way to maybe a decision win in that one, but the power of Kurnic showed up at the right time.
There was a lot of urgency in Kurnic's corner.
I'm really interested to see the scorecards after this. I'm liking this open scoring thing, you know, because I want to see what do they like. Do they like the volume punching, or do they like the Kurnic with the harder shots?
Or is it the precision? Is it saving energy? Is it what is it that the judges like? And you know, it's a matter of what you're privy to. What is it that you're looking for in a fight?
Right.
I like damage.
Yes, yes. The thing is that sometimes Rogava does pity pats, and that's not good to some judges. You
Especially
know?
in heavyweight.
See those shots right there? Those are not pity pats. That's what he should be doing, in my opinion, instead of the pity pats. Like that, beautiful combination.
Those are quick
right there.
shots, but they're damaging shots as
right,
well.
Right, they're not really gonna hurt him, but it looks good, and it's scoring.
And it sounds good.
Yeah.
10 seconds of the round.
But the pity patting that you mentioned, those are bad habits. When you stay too long in the amateur ranks, you get stuck with that.
Nice rally from Rogava in the final minute of that round, but was it enough? He takes a deep breath back in his corner.
Yeah, but that's one thing about Rogava. He be looking dead tired, but he throws his hands. He throws his hands, just like in his last fight. He looked tired, but he just runs off that gut, that grit that he has.
Ahmed, you can win. You are winning. Continue. God, this will change your life. Continue. Okay. Don't be stupid.
One judge has it 39-37 for the green corner, Rogava. The other 2 judges have it 38-38, a draw.
So as round 5 begins, we can update you on the WBC open scoring. 39-37 for Rogava, according to one judge, and 38-38 dead even, according to the other 2 judges. So this is a fight that is still winnable on the scorecards for Kurnic, if he can win the final 2 rounds. And of course, we've seen the depths, the absolute depths of the WBC's enhanced scoring system in our most recent fight.
Oh,
so
man.
anything is possible if you could stay in the fight and keep the scores close. And this has been a close competitive fight here between Krnic and Rogava.
Yeah, Rogava has to move his legs now. He's going to have to land those shots like that and then turn. Land those shots and then move. Don't stay in the line of fire. When you see that the judges are looking at his power, not just you landing shots, and they're giving him rounds.
Rogava's corner is a bit confused. He doesn't understand what the judges are seeing. So he's asking Rogava to just be first, be more active, and just box him. Box him.
You know, we've talked about that throughout the tournament, Claudia, that one of the interesting things about open scoring is that the fighter in the corner, they can kind of read between the lines. They can take the data of what they think they did in that round and how the judges scored what they did and say, okay, does that mean they like it or they don't? And so, yeah, it's an interesting scenario that Rogava's corner is in now, where maybe they don't understand what they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Right. But that's why I said he needs to get on his bike a little bit, just move a little bit more. You can land those shots that you land from the outside and then just move, get out of range. That's all, so that you don't even give Krnic a chance to land anything.
But maybe they're looking for more action, more activity coming from Rogava, and that will neutralize whatever Krnic is bringing into the table.
Final minute here of round 5.
Remember, we've seen a lot of fighters that decide to get on the bike, and that goes against them.
That's true. But if your opponent's not even hitting you at all, then you just can't win. Because every time Krnic throws a shot, it's hard, and it just looks hard, even when it's blocked. They both just a little bit tired, though. But, Krnic's been doing a lot of body shots. Maybe it took a little bit of something out of Rogava.
And that's the guy you liked in this division.
Yeah. I mean, I like him. I like Gomes. I also like Gomes, and I thought he was going to be a lot for Young, and I was right.
And he was.
It's like I looked at Rogava like the underdog. He doesn't look the part, but he comes out swinging. I like that.
2 straight left hands landing flush there from Krnic, and that may be the final word of the round.
That's a fact.
One more body shot, maybe a second late, as we head back to the corners.
I mean, they both leaned on the ropes, but Krnic was like that, just there. He leaned on he had to just rest before he sat down. This was a tough round, this war of attrition for real. Good shot by Rogava, snuck that right uppercut there. And going to the body is smart, but I guess he's too tired to really move around. But he's firing from the right range. But see how that left hand by Krnic was partially blocked? It still looks hard.
But I'm going to just appeal to the body language. Rogava just seems spent. Spent.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Barack mentioned that Krnic looked tired when he got to his corner, but he doesn't wear it in the same way that Rogava does throughout the round, and you do have to wonder, is that something that can influence the judges?
Agreed. Even the hands are down.
Good point.
6th and final round here.
Got to dig deep, Rogava or Krnic. Guys got to dig deep. I know you're both tired.
We know that the open scoring at the end of 4, 2 of the scorecards, dead even. Rogava ahead by 2 points on the 3rd scorecard. So Ahmed Krnic, who has a degree in economics, he can do the math. He knows that this is a winnable fight.
Yeah, and this is why Rogava has to really dig deep and turn it up this round, because more than likely Krnic won that last round. And if you could take this one, and if you could take it big, maybe you could win with the enhanced scoring if it's a draw.
See, but I want to see more decision behind those. What is it that you call them? I call them tap-taps.
Yeah.
And then again, I'm asking for too much. These are 2 big guys going at it
Yeah.
for the last 5 rounds.
That's true. They're tied.
Yes.
But if you want to move up in the sport, you're going to be fighting 10 and 12 rounders,
Body shot again there from Krnic. It's a sequence, or a combination, excuse me, that's working well for Kurnich, just kind of throwing away a right hand, left hand to the body.
Yes, absolutely. He just missed with that straight left, though.
Quick combination to the body there from Rogava. There's Kurnich looking for that same shot. Stepping in with the left hand downstairs. Now whistles a left hand over the top as we close in on the final minute of the fight. Kurnich hasn't thrown too many jabs, at least not with intent in this fight, but there's about 3 or 4 of them that have landed in the last 10 seconds.
Wow.
He's got less than a minute to make a difference in this round, for sure.
Kurnich is taking over this fight off pure stamina right now.
And whatever the chicken lays, for sure.
Listen, this is something we've seen from Kurnich. We saw it against Davide Brito, Claudia. We remember that Kurnich corner and his support system, they go nuts, and it influences Kurnich. He feeds off of that energy and that momentum.
We heard the corner. There was a massive sense of urgency. It's like, you have to take this fight. Nobody's in favor of you, so you got to take it away.
Another good left hand to the body from Kurnich.
This is what digging deep looks like.
Yeah, I think Rogava's hurt. Wow.
What a home stretch.
Wow.
From Ahmed Kurnich.
They're both sides.
Sotne Rogava with a leg up on the ropes. He gave it everything he had left.
Wow. They're both spent.
We're loving the heavyweight action here, and there is plenty more to come on DAZN, including this Saturday, when Filip Hrgovic takes on David Adelaide, all part of an unmissable Esports World Cup Fight Week card. Both men, we talked about body language, Claudia. They both have the same body language right now. Nothing left in the tank.
No. Look at that.
Oh my God. They can't even hug. They're tired. They're so tired. You know, but I mean, this is warrior, man. This is warrior. Look at that. He gave it his all. I mean, those shots. See, and that's the Rogava that I like. You throw those shots, even if it's on the inside, spin, move, get out of range. That's when he's most effective.
And he did try. He did try.
I think it was just a bit much. I think he was just tired. It might have been the body shots. It could just have been the work rate was hard to maintain.
Well, we
See
said
those
it from
shots
the
right there?
Yeah, we said it from the beginning of the round. I mean, the first round, yes.
Yeah.
How can you keep up with this rhythm?
But those are two warriors, though. I know it's not official and we're acting like Kurnich won, but you never know.
True.
Well, let's find out as we send it back up to our MC, Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Guillermo Moreno scores it 57-57, even a draw. And both judges, Alan Krebs and Marcin Pavlak, score it the same 58-56, both for your winner by majority decision, Ahmed Kurnich.
So Ahmed Kurnich, one of the least experienced pro boxers coming into the heavyweight bracket, now finds himself in the semifinals with a victory over Sotne Rogava.
Yeah, I believe the right man won. It was even until the last 2 rounds, and that's what happens when a guy digs deep. But I know that kind of fatigue that Rogava had, and you can really get hurt. So tough guy, Rogava.
And as we see the new winner, our final heavyweight quarterfinal is just moments away, right here on DAZN, the home of boxing.
Hey, listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize. the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on the zone every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts.
Are you going to take?
With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. The Zone, undisputed.
And don't forget to check out our stacked schedule by going on platform right now. Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, BKFC, MVP, all the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live right here on the global home of boxing. And that includes these mega events coming up soon. Belfast's National Stadium will be the magnificent setting for the rematch between Lewis Crocker and Paddy Donovan as they clash for the vacant IBF welterweight strap. There's an exciting heavyweight shootout in Sheffield as Dave Allen takes on Arslanbek Makhmudov. And looking ahead to November, we return to Riyadh for Ring 4 Night of Champions, featuring David Benavidez versus Anthony Yarde, David Haney against Brian Norman Jr., and Jesse Bam Rodriguez against Fernando Martinez. All that to look forward to, but now it's time to wrap up the heavyweights right here in the quarterfinals. Back to Corey.
All right, our fourth and final quarterfinal matchup in the heavyweight bracket features Dante Stone, the 31-year-old from Chandler, Arizona, taking on the Olympian Younes Bala, who lost his last contest against Lazizbek Mulajanov. Mulajanov was then injured and had an adverse finding for performance-enhancing drugs. He is no longer in the tournament, so Bala reinserted into the tournament and could find his way into the semifinals. We're ready for action. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Younes Bala. And now let's welcome to the ring, Dante the Inferno Stone.
People think I'm a little bit crazy. I get it from all angles, even occasionally Doc crazy. Or have to step in every once in a while to save me, to make me stop and think about it before I just say things. Sometimes I forget what other people just may think. A lot of rappers probably wouldn't know how to take me if they heard some play the tape before they erase me. I may be a little too fast-paced and racy. Sometimes I have resistance and rewinds and plays me 20 times because I say so many rhymes it may seem like I'm going too fast because my mind is racing. And I can give a what category you place me. As long as when I'm pushing up daisies and going, as long as you place me amongst one of them greats. When I hit the heavenly gates, I'll be cool beside Jay-Z. For every single die-hard fan who embraced me, I'm thankful for the talent in which God gave me. And I'm thankful for the environment that he placed me. Believe it or not, I thank my mom.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Marcin Pavlak, and John Iona. Our referee in charge will be Bella Florian. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green and red and weighed in officially at 267.9 pounds. His professional record consists of 2 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw. Both of those wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Morocco, here is Younes Bala. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing red, white, and blue, and weighed in officially at 257.9 pounds. His professional record, 20 wins, just 1 defeat, with 13 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Dante the Inferno Stone.
So Dante Stone and Younes Bala, our last heavyweight quarterfinal matchup. Round 1 underway. Two of the bigger men in the heavyweight bracket as well. Dante Stone has weighed as much as 314 for a fight in the past. Younes Bala been pretty consistently in and around the 260 range throughout his career. As we mentioned last time out, he ran into the Olympic gold medalist Lazizbek Muladjanov, who is no longer in the tournament. So Bala does advance. And, you know, Claudia, Bala is one of those fighters for whom it seems weird stuff happens all the time. Bala, you think back to his Olympic berth when he bit the ear of David Naika in his first tournament fight here. He wins because of the enhanced scoring system. Then he advances here because of an injury/drug test. What will happen this time out for Younes Bala?
Luckiest man alive.
You know what? And that goes to show the man has a serious commitment with the sport itself. Because think about it, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, and he's still here.
Right. But you know what he showed me, though? He showed me he had spots in his last fights against Muladjanov. He had a couple of spots, but he was fighting a really, really good fighter.
Oh, the minute that we saw Muladjanov, we knew that was the guy to beat. He was the guy that was going to take the heavyweights. And he went the full 6 rounds. So, merit to the guy that actually could take a punch, and he's still here.
Yeah, and now it opens the heavyweight bracket up. I think a lot of people had decided that Muladjanov was going to be the eventual winner, but now I don't know that you can singularly pinpoint who the favorite is.
I mean, looking at the other side of the bracket, everything is possible.
I like the way
Gomes against Krinic.
Sure.
That's going to be a tough matchup.
Oh, gosh. Absolutely. I like Stone's jab. I like his jab. I like how he's moving to his right. Styles make fights because you could look good against a certain fighter and look bad against another fighter. So
yeah, may he rest in peace, Vernon Forrest.
Bala looks a lot more confident in his offense this time out, and understandably so. A whole lot busier here in the opening round than he was obviously against Muladjanov, but even against Morten Gibskov in his opening round contest, as he places a nice right hand to the body. Stone trying to find his rhythm, get his jab working, lands a couple of them, one up top, one to the body.
Stone is not the most technical, but he's just awkward enough to get away from big shots sometimes.
And exactly, that slight head movement that keeps you completely out of reach. And watch is the rhythm, the no rhythm.
Yes.
So it's really difficult to dance with him.
I'll do it for the opening round. Take a look at the corner of Dante Stone. Like the Moroccan fans have made the trip to support Younes Bala. The crowds throughout the tournament really taking a liking to Bala.
Likeable guy, very likable.
The underdog, man. The underdog.
And let's not forget, we started with 47 countries, and now we're down to 19.
Wow.
So, I mean, the fact that we have a fighter from Morocco in the quarterfinals and still holding his own, regardless of the circumstances,
right.
But he's holding his own.
Well, we had one USA guy get beaten earlier and taken out of the tournament. Now let's see what Stone can do.
So round 2 begins. Dante Stone with 13 knockout victories on his resume. Opened the tournament with a second-round knockout, an easy win over Indalecio Tehran. Last time out, a very different-looking fight against Emiliano Mendoza, a slow-paced fight. Stone was able to pick up the decision in. Bala comes back with another nice right hand.
Watch the positioning of the front foot for Bala. Always gaining territory. And that might be, may give us some head flashes just because he's leaning forward too much, like that.
There's a chance of Younes here inside the venue. The fans of Bala with the Moroccan flag seated behind us.
Got a nice little crowd here. And to your point, Claudia, what I was saying earlier with the jab of Stone, but it's also the way he's going to his right, I was saying, because he's getting positioning by doing that, getting on the outside of the left foot of Bala, but also staying out of range. Because Bala just has a problem with just waiting for the shot. So he's taking advantage of that. Stone will throw his shots, boom, and in turn, just move outside. Just move a little bit to the outside.
And that's all it takes, that circular motion.
You know, and that awkwardness that you referenced, Claudia, it's working in the favor of Stone in this round. One thing about Bala, his approach isn't that complex. He's not going to throw a ton of punches. He's not, you know, going to get outside of his bag all that much. He's going to stick to the basics. But Stone, with his unorthodox defense and offense, is having success here in the second.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I look at Stone and say, what was that? But, man, he's effective with it.
He connects.
Look at even the way he ducks. But it's, like I said, he's effective. If it works, don't change it. He literally ducked a shot and threw a jab at the same time. That was good. Some fighters do that, but they usually step forward into it. Bala showing his strength, lifting Stone off the canvas into the ropes.
Now 10 seconds here of round 2.
Bala's gonna have to let his hands go, you know, and I know sometimes a lot of people say that, commentators say that a lot, and it's not that easy, but in this particular fight, it is a little bit easy for him to let his hands go. He just gotta let his hands go. It's not like he's getting a barrage of punches from Stone.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges in agreement, scoring at the same 20-18, unanimous for the gold corner, Dante Stone.
The animation that you saw in the corner of Younes Bala trying to motivate their fighter, that's a result of the WBC Open scoring, 20-18 across the board for Dante Stone. And I imagine, Barack, that they were saying some version of what you were just saying, which is you have to let your hands go.
Right. Stop waiting for the perfect shot or trying to get position with your feet first before you let your hands go. Let's see, look, he's just creeping in, stepping in. When he feels like he's in range, then he throws a shot. Get in range with the jab. Because guess what? Stone is going to throw, see? And he's going to move. He's going to run away.
He just wins the rounds on productivity alone,
and
not
also,
necessarily an assertion.
Right. And Bala's just waiting too long because sometimes he's in range and he's not throwing his shots like right there. Right now, you're in range. You're in range right now.
But by the time he actually throws that second punch, he's completely out of range.
Yeah.
He takes too long.
You
He thinks
gotta
about
be
it.
first with a guy like Stone. Stone is smart. He's moving. Good 1-2 by Stone. And he ducks out of the way. Even when he's holding, he's getting the points. He's scoring.
Stone is wily. He's not the cleanest, purest boxer. He's just wily.
Yes. Yeah, do that. Do that. Bala, go to the body. Straight right to the body. I like that. And a nice hook will stop him from turning, too. If you go up top, Bala, I'm acting like I'm talking to him, but a nice left hook. But stop. Yep. You got to throw a little sooner, though. But Stone is okay.
Well, this is the issue that we've seen with Bala, is that he is constantly in range. And he's defensively responsible, too. It's not like he's getting hit flush with everything, Claudia. But when he does decide to let his hands go, it seems like he's a little bit too far out of range when he makes that decision. So there is a little, or more than a little bit of hesitance when he's here to let that shot go. And that's a right hand that sails over the top, but they're few and far between.
I think we're just dancing around the fact that he's slow. He's just too slow.
And waiting too long, kind of like you were saying earlier, like you just wait. That split second is when Dante decides to move. Once Stone decides to move, that's it. And
Right
you throw.
there. So Stone connects 2 and 3, and by the time Bala is in position, he's already out of range. He's already completely on another side.
Or he's ducking your shot.
That'll do it for the round. A little bit of a faint bell there, but thankfully the fighters heard it. And we are back safely in the corners. Back to action here. Dante Stone and Younes Bala, our final heavyweight quarterfinal matchup.
Stone does slapping left hooks. I mean, right hooks, check hooks. When he's trying to step out of the way like that, slap. He doesn't turn those punches over, but he's concentrating on scoring. Scoring shots.
If he was to fight somebody else with better timing, his mistakes of keeping his hands down and just being so flat-footed, that would cost him a lot. The chin is completely up. It would cost him a lot.
Right. I said, there you go. And there you go, Bala. Go to the body because it's just hard to hit a guy like Stone flush in the head. Go to the body.
There's a heavy right hand to the body from Bala. His best shot of the fight.
See, he's ducking all of the right hands from Bala. He's not landing any right hands up top yet. While he's looking up top, go to the body. Look up top and shoot the right hand to the body. There you go. Right to the body. That's a good shot.
Now, finally.
Look at that. See, now that shot to the body just set up a right hand over top, the first one that he landed.
But there's no follow-up. See, right there.
They just keep on coming now from Bala. And perhaps Bala has found the shot that he is confident in. Really, to further distill what we've been seeing so far, Dante Stone, for all his imperfections that you pointed out, Claudia, he's confident in his offense. Bala only now seems to be finding something he's confident in.
And yet I'd like to see more of it in a more consistent way. With low blow.
Yeah, that was a low blow, and Dante Stone is smart because he also got rocked.
Yeah.
He also got rocked upstairs by a right hand by Bala. So Bala was coming on. This is a good round for Bala. Stone is good. This is smart. Take that. He might be hurt, maybe not.
We won't know.
But shake it off. You need to shake off that right hand, too, to the face.
But to Corey's point, this is going to throw Bala off again because he's finally walking into a good rhythm. He's finally finding his security, his confidence, and then Stone just pulls it away, taking that couple minutes.
Right.
Left hand there from Bala, following up that right hand. Nice 2-1 combination there from Bala. By far the best round of the fight for him.
Yeah, you can't keep throwing that right hand as a lead hand because you're telegraphing it the way he's throwing it. Set it up with the jab.
Clubbing shots there from Bala. He'll be warned for one of them behind the head. And in a fight that looked like it could be an absolute runaway for Dante Stone.
Oh, that was a low blow.
It now might be a lot more interesting. But
Bala's
Bala is really flirting with a point deduction here.
That is frustration. That is the reflection of a man who literally has absolutely no more tools to play with.
And he got the crowd egging him on. He's a strong guy.
All right, we're going to take a look at what we thought was a low blow in real time. Be evaluated by the WBC instant replay.
Hard to see from that angle. I didn't think it was low, though.
Oh, but that was a rabbit punch right there.
Right. I mean, but look at him. His back is to him. You know, Stone's back is to him, but he still shouldn't have punched down like that, the back of his head.
There's the right hand.
See, that's right on. His cup is very, very high. It's right on the top of his shorts. I don't think that was low.
Well, we go from crest to crest, which is hard to define because the cup being so high.
For the gold quarter, Dante Stone.
39-37.
Cup is higher than his shorts, both of them.
39-37 across the board for Dante Stone.
Yep.
What is
Bala got him
possible.
around.
Right, so it is now possible, as we pointed out, for Bala to even things up. If he were to win those rounds big, he could even win it on the scorecards, theoretically. But for Dante Stone, really, he now knows he needs to put one more round in the bank.
Bala's actually doing a little bit better of cutting off the ring, too, because that was a problem, too. He was just walking around with him. It's a little bit better.
We go back to what we were saying in his previous fight. He ran out of rounds. Could it be that he's just a late starter, a slow starter? Because he's really walking into his boxing style now.
It could be. It could be. Maybe his corner egged him on and put the battery in his back. But I think it's also that Stone is just tricky. Stone is just tricky for his particular style, Bala style. He's just tricky, and he had to realize what to do.
Is the no rhythm?
We are seeing with Bala just picking up the tempo a little bit. There are times now when he's making Stone a lot less comfortable. There's a nice right hand to the body from Bala. Whereas, as you pointed out, Barack, early in this fight, he was a target that was walking forward that was very comfortable for Stone to hit and dance around.
Almost like he's some kind of knockout artist that knocks everybody out, waiting for that shot. Some fighters do that. I get it. You know, I seen Canelo do that with Kovalev. You know, I seen a lot of guys do that. I seen Elijah Pierce do it the other day, getting beat up every single round, and then knock his opponent out. Oh, another low blow. That shot was low.
But we see, and we've already seen a couple rounds where he has landed flush, and yet Stone doesn't even budge. So there's a point where you gotta assess that situation. Am I going to let the rounds just slip away, or am I going to get into action, just bring it up one more gear?
Yeah, and even those flush shots, Stone is constantly moving. He's constantly moving his head. It's not as flush as it could be to really knock a man out. Definitely got to institute a left hook and go to the body.
Bala trying to get that left hand active. There's another right hand to the body, but the official warning him to keep that one up. Again, Bala was given a second stern warning there about 20 seconds ago.
And that shot right there, it wasn't going low, but it got pushed down when Stone tried to block it, but it was going straight for the body.
10 seconds of the round as Stone tries to find his rhythm with his jab here. One to go here between Stone and Bala.
Wow, you really got to win every round. So we got the night of the low blows, and that's low. That one was low. Okay, yeah, because it was just a better angle for me to see. That one was pretty low. It was underneath the blue part of his shorts. Right there on the thigh.
Could have been in the little...
That hurts. I mean, you got a cup on, but you could feel it a little bit. You could feel. Sometimes, you know, fighters just overdo it. They embellish because sometimes the cup really protects you.
Yeah, but if you're going to be given the opportunity to take a breather.
Oh, yeah. I'm taking it. Yeah, definitely.
But I think that punch was all the way down to the WBC logo. It was very, very low. And there was bad intention.
I am not questioning whether a heavyweight punch below the belt hurts or not. Your trauma is valid, big man. I believe you.
Agreed. I wouldn't know, but I can only imagine.
I'm salty. I was fighting in a tournament one time, kicked the guy low, and man, he embellished. He embellished a little bit.
So?
And I was mad.
Did you win?
Yeah, I won that.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I won that.
Stop crying.
Die, Claudia.
So Younes Bala now has to be fighting with the assumption that he at minimum needs this round, but probably needs a knockdown or more here in the sixth and final round.
Basic math from round number 4. He had to win decisively.
And you're only going to get that knockdown if you go into the body because you're not going to land flush on this guy. You see that. Go to the body. And you're going to have to move your head, too. If Stone's going to be first every single time like that and then move, you're going to have to move, get your head off that line so maybe one of those shots will miss and then you can step in.
But there's nothing moving. He tries.
Yeah.
But the minute that he closes the gap, he's just right in front of him. And he won't even take a lateral move. Nothing.
Yeah, that was a little bit better right there. But yeah, that's the thing. Cutting off the ring properly.
Less than half a round to go for Bala to produce something big. And if not, the ultra-tricky Dante Stone will find himself in the semifinals.
Because if he does lose Bala, he's going to look back at this tape and say, I could have done so much better. We're not asking him to do something that's out of his scope of skill set.
This is definitely not what we saw in the previous fight.
A little posturing there from Dante Stone.
He pushed him, but that was smart though because he was actually just about to go into the corner. So smart, just get Bala off him, get away, I reset, go back to the middle of the ring.
It's just experience. It's just that extra. That doesn't have anything to do with the X's and O's. Just
Dante's good at seeing shots come too.
Oh, and you know, that is a very good point, Claudia, and a very simple one that we hadn't brought up until right now. Dante Stone is 20-1. Yes, a lot of those fights have ended early, but Younes Bala is 2-1-1. He's an Olympian. There is that professional experience that Stone has tapped into here. And again, the confidence in his offense and his defense that carried him here tonight. Well, the new NFL season is just around the corner, and DAZN is the only place to watch NFL Game Pass International, with access to every regular season game and every playoff matchup culminating in Super Bowl 60 in February. So, of course, we'll see my Cleveland Browns in the Super Bowl in February. But until then, our focus is on the semifinals here at the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
You act like you live in Cleveland. Corey, you're so happy over here.
Identity crisis.
That's exactly what it is. But you got to think that Bala is like, oh, my God. I don't know if I got this. I needed the last 2 rounds. Did I do enough?
That would be my concern, because it's not lack of ability. It's
Right.
I didn't do enough.
Right.
And if you did do enough, did you do enough in the first 4 rounds to benefit you on the enhanced scoring count?
Oh, good point.
And that was my question. You know, is it that he's a slow starter? Was he cold? Does it take time for him to get into his rhythm? Even if it were, this is a 6-rounder.
Let's see what the judges thought. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Jonas scores it 59-55, and both judges Dawson and Pavlak score it the same, 58-56, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Dante, the Inferno Stone.
So the Inferno
And presenting
keeps on
the medal
burning. Dante Stone on his way to the semifinals.
Morten Gitskov.
As Dante Stone celebrates, here's a reminder of how the heavyweight bracket looks as we get down to the final 4. That concludes the heavyweight action for today, but of course we have a huge heavyweight clash still to come on Saturday. Check that out. Stone moving on against Ramirez. And on the other side, you have your favorite, Kirnich against Gomes.
I didn't say favorite, but nah, I like Gomes. I mean, like I said, everything he touched goes down. And that's going to be a good fight, because Greenwich is very, very tough.
Well, like I said, that concludes the heavyweight action for today, but of course we have a huge heavyweight clash still to come on Saturday.
Live only on DAZN, Atauma versus White, August 16th. Moses Atauma, the heavyweight division's next global superstar, feared, fearless, and just 20 years old, faces his greatest challenge, Dillian White, the body snatcher. Back to remind the world he's not done yet. The fate of the heavyweight division hangs in the balance. Who will rise? Plus, a stacked undercard. Atauma versus White, August 16th. Watch only on DAZN.
Cannot wait for Atauma versus White on Saturday. Check out DAZN.com/forwardboxing for more details on how to watch the event. Meanwhile, today it's all about the WBC Grand Prix quarterfinals, and next up we move on to the middleweight. Here's Corey to bring us up to speed.
Thank you so much, Claudia. So one of the deeper fields in this tournament. We'll kick things off with Derek Pomerleau and Dimitro Rabalko. You see Efrem Barrico and Carlos Sinistera. Emiliano Aguillon and Lancelot Chappelle Proton and Dylan Biggs and Petro Frolov all in action here today. We'll see who advances to the semifinals, but a lot of people have this man on the right side of your screen, Derek Pomerleau, already marked for the finals. Certainly one of the tournament favorites, but he will not have an easy test tonight against Ukraine's Dmytro Rybalko. Let's get the action started as we send it back up to Thomas Driver.
We continue now with the middleweight division. Let's first welcome to the ring, Derek Slick Pomerleau. And now let's welcome Dmytro Rybalko. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Guillermo Moreno, Alan Krebs, and John Yona. Our referee in charge will be Lawrence Cole. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing black, red, and white and weighed in officially at 162.4 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins, 10 of his 13 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, here is Derek Slick Pomerleau. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow and blue and weighed in officially at 162.5 pounds. Undefeated with 5 wins, he has 1 draw. 2 of his 5 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Dmytro Rybalko.
Dressing room, obey my commands, protect yourselves at all times, touch them up, good luck. Udotsky?
Well, Derek Pomerleau opened his tournament with a unanimous decision win over the 2-time Ukrainian national silver medalist Liparis Ustyan. Can he defeat another Ukrainian here tonight in Dmytro Rybalko to stamp his ticket to the semifinals? Round 1. This one's scheduled for 6. Rybalko coming off a 6-round unanimous decision win over Mohamed Issa. An easy night for him in a fight where Issa just was not all there. And Rybalko opened things up with a decision win over Jude Grant that required the scoring to go to the enhanced scoring system. Pomerleau, last time out, Barack, you mentioned it during the broadcast opener, a knockout win over Paul Ryan. We've seen 2 very different versions of Pomerleau thus far in the tournament.
Right. He can adjust. He can box, and he can also bang. And to me, Paul Ryan was a really, really good win because I thought Paul was slick. I thought he was, you know, pretty skillful. But this right here should be an entertaining fight.
Well, remember, Pomerleau got dropped in the opening round by Paul Ryan as well. Pomerleau, as we pointed out, during his earlier tournament fights. One of these fighters that maybe if you looked at what he was doing prior to the tournament, you would think, well, maybe he doesn't need this tournament quite in the way that some of the other fighters had. He came off a win over Nathan McIntosh in a co-feature on DAZN, had a knockout win over Marcelo Cosellas. Looked like he was on that path to title contention, but instead opted to jump into the lion's den and take on all the other top middleweight prospects that were available.
Right, because he's a high-risk, low-reward type of guy anyway. So it's going to be hard to get shots. Even though it seems like you're getting closer, it's hard to get that shot now because you could take away something from somebody. You know, so this was smart for him, I think. And it's experience, too.
And it also brings his name into an international platform, giving
point.
him...
This is the Olympics.
Exactly. And obviously gives him the notoriety that he needs when he's looking for a title shot.
Well said. But I like what Rebalco's doing, too. He's just slightly getting his head off the line so that the straight left of Pomelo is missing. See, he just out of distance or getting his head off the line. But you can only think that eventually that straight left's going to land.
Very little landing from either man thus far here in the first round as we enter the final 30 seconds.
A lot of respect.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, man, this is just, we get into the best versus the best. You know, I know it's the quarterfinals. It looks like the semifinals. These guys are good.
And I know Isa didn't give Rebalco a fight that we could measure or gauge his ability. But we know what he's made of. The school he comes from is very competitive.
Yeah, good point. And that was smart for Pomelo to go to the body with that left hand because he realized that it's not touching up top yet. So, okay, I'm going to go down low.
Might have been the only consequential shot of the round. So we head into Pomelo's corner with Stéphane Larouche and Daniel Bouchard.
Pomelo was in the corner like, just pour that in my mouth, please. I'm thirsty. Okay, I'm listening, but just give me that water. I'm working hard out there.
Сюда не подливаешь, классно. Сильно близко его сюда подпускаешь. Зачем? Раньше немножко опережай.
It's round 2 underway. Quiet opening round between Dimitro Rebalco and Derek Pomelo. Pomelo fires that left hand. The opening seconds of the round.
It's a good right hook by Pomelo. Oh, another one. This is high level, fast chest right here. Fast chest. You know, what do they call that? Speed chest when you see those guys?
Speed chest, yeah.
Is that what it's called? Okay. That's what we're looking at, speed chest.
And that is something that Pomelo has done not just very well, but produced knockout results with, which is countering with his back against the rope, seemingly in a position you don't want to be in. Yeah. He's been able to produce some big moments in that spot.
And very precise. Regardless of having Rebalco right on top of him, he opens the area enough. He creates the space so he can be very precise in his shots.
Definitely see how Pomelo just looks a lot different from a lot of guys in this tournament. He looks so polished, so experienced, so sharp. So I agree with what you were saying earlier, Corey.
Pomelo is blossoming from the same coaching tree that produced the likes of Lucien Boutet and Jean Pascal. Only a very different style from Boutet and Pascal, but there are some similarities that Stéphane Larouche has pointed out between he and Boutet, in particular the way he throws that left hand to the body, the way that Boutet used to, that uppercut downstairs.
I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, they both failed drug tests, too, both of those guys. But they're both very, very good. I actually like Boutet.
Oh, good right hook and a left hand. That has Rebalco down and out. Derek Pomelo, welcome to the semifinals. in an instant.
That boy is bad.
Oof.
Wow.
That was intense. It was a very short combination. Lethal.
There's levels. I still like Rabalco. Can I say that?
Of course.
I still like him, but there's levels to this, and Pomelo's on another level.
I assure you, this is a great opportunity for him to show that ability. Look at that left. It was
Look how he went to the body, dipped, came back. Oh man, he's just good. He's good. Yeah, that right hook got him. After that, it was just
the straight left
target practice.
Yeah. I was telling you about his position, and he doesn't waste energy. He's not like throwing punches just to create space. No, he knows where he's going.
No, he's a marksman. He's a marksman. Marksmen don't waste their shots.
Snipers.
And if you watch that replay, look at that. There's a brief moment
Yes.
where Rabalco loses concentration.
Yes, Corey.
And
Caught it.
Pomerlo all over him.
Split second.
You can't do that with a guy like Pomelo. He thinks too fast. He's too fast in there. He thinks too fast, and then his hands can match the speed of his mind. Amazing.
It's make or break on August 23rd as British and Commonwealth Super Lightweight Champion Jack Rafferty puts his titles on the line against Portsmouth Mark Chamberlain, live on DAZN and part of your regular DAZN subscription. Let's make this one official as we hand it back to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 57 seconds of round number 2. Our referee in charge, Lawrence Cole, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Derek Slick Pomerlo.
So Derek Pomerlo with another eye-catching performance as he will head to the semifinals. Magnifique, as they would say, Claudia.
Yes, I agree. Fantastique. And that's our first middleweight quarterfinal in the books. Meanwhile, on Saturday, the heavyweight division takes top billing as the division's most exciting young talent looks to add another stoppage to his already impressive resume.
Itauma is perfect, 7 wins from 7 fights. And for obvious reasons, Richie, we're all following his career with real interest. Dropping left. And the referee's having a look again, and he calls it off. Barclays calls a hold to it. It's another first-round stoppage for Moses Itauma. So as it always is, a big night for the Itauma family, and he has his sights set on the very top of the profession.
Still 90 seconds in the round to go, and in goes the towel, down goes Buchetta. And there is the disruptive power of this exciting teenager who gets another stoppage.
What a peach of a punch that first left uppercut was. Excellent delivery, the timing, the power, the speed, it was all there.
If you know anything about this man, you know he is wanting to create history. Oh, look at that speed! What a shot!
Many current fighters and former champions pretty much universally agree that Moses Itauma will develop into a huge star at the top of this pugilistic tree. Oh! That's it! Fight's done! Corner in! Itauma wins in one! And in devastating fashion! Professional fight number 12 for the thrilling Moses Itauma. He's yet to lose anything, amateur or pro. Oh, right hand, and there's no way the fight should continue. It is finished in the second round. Moses Itauma lights up Glasgow.
Blink and you might miss it. Make sure you don't miss the action on Saturday. Go to DAZN.com/forwardboxing for more details. and it's time for our second middleweight quarterfinals fight. So let's get going, Corey.
Let's do it. We've got Dylan Biggs and Petro Frolov coming your way. Australia versus Ukraine. Dylan Biggs, the physically imposing Australian, taking on Petro Frolov, who had to get off the canvas to beat Saulo Morales in his second round contest. Looks like a good one. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's continue. And first, welcome to the ring, Petro Frolov. And now let's welcome to the ring, Dylan the Bow Desert Storm Biggs. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Marcin Pavlak, and John Yona. Our referee in charge will be Nobuto Ikehara. Introducing first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow and blue and weighed in officially at 161.6 pounds. His professional record, 12 wins, just 1 defeat, with 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Petro Frolov. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow, green, and blue, and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. His professional record, 15 wins, just 1 defeat, with 9 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Australia, here is Dylan the Bow Desert Storm Biggs.
Okay, Nobatin holding for Sian and Loblo. You have a clear fight with no far. Are you okay? Please go.
So Dylan Biggs and Petro Frolov are second of 4 middleweight quarterfinal matchups. As we mentioned, Frolov getting off the canvas to defeat Saulo Morales last time out. He had to grind out a decision win over Claudio Yenchi in his opening round contest. Dylan Biggs has been thoroughly dominant in both of his tournament contests thus far. And Claudia, I think that we've kind of described him as being quietly imposing. You know, that there's a quiet confidence about him, but really a menacing look on the face of Dylan Biggs at all times.
There's that storm that quietly walks into the ring and just erases every other existence in it. And that's what Dylan Biggs does. And he, you know, physically, he's not imposing. He doesn't have that physique that you would say, this is a demanding guy. Nope, that's not him. Slowly but surely, he uses all his tools up.
Sneaky left hand there from Frolov a moment ago. Nice uppercut there from Dylan Biggs.
He's throwing with bad intentions. I mean, he's already marking up the body of Frolov.
Oh!
Nice
And the head, too.
I'm surprised Frolov stayed up from that. Good chin, good chin.
But we already know, like in against Morales, he went down and then recovered and took that win. So we know he can dig deep.
Yes.
But like you mentioned in the previous fight, there's levels.
Yeah. Wow.
Prior to the tournament, the biggest fight for Biggs was, of course, against Nikita Zhu in one of the best fights of 2022. Just a tremendous domestic clash. Biggs came out on the wrong end of it and said that it took him a little while to kind of find himself. But obviously, Dylan Biggs, only 23 years old, has clearly done some growing, both personally and as a fighter. Had a hand injury in 2023 that he had to recover from as well. And a version of Dylan Biggs that we've seen here in this tournament has seemed like a renewed and refreshed version of him.
Yeah, I like his timing. I like his patience. But you don't want your opponent to steal the rounds from you, but his patience is because he has good timing.
Yeah, he just doesn't let the round slip. Like, he's active enough, and in his activity, very precise. Except there.
Good shot by Frolov. Going to the body with that left hand.
Frolov
just
already.
Just tapping him with the left. Scoring bunches.
Frolov
Don't hurt at all.
Yeah, I mean, he is much busier than either Hamza Azim or Cyril Johnson were against Dylan Biggs in their fight. So a very different test for Biggs in this one. Compelling opening round.
It's hard to be busy against a guy like Biggs who throws hard shots. But Frolov is getting his head off the line, and he's showing that he got a good chin. Confidence. That was a great moment.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the great moments in the beginning of that round that Dylan Biggs had. And Frolov had his moments as well, but that right hand from Dylan Biggs is bad intentions.
The look on Biggs is just, he's very intense. And he knows he's not following the head or the shoulders. He's following the chest to see where
Smart.
his opponent is moving. Yes.
You have to, because Frolov is a mover. He's good with it, too.
But watch, his eyes are always in Frolov's chest.
I've only seen him blink once since he has entered the venue.
Oh, he blinks? I never knew he blinked.
Steely intensity of Dylan Biggs as round two begins. And it's an intensity that his manager, Brendan Smith, says that he has outside the ring as well.
Frolov turning it up.
Smith said that Biggs has never smoked, he's never drank, he's never had a soft drink. He said he won't even touch a lollipop, even at the doctor after you get the Band-Aid. You won't even get the lollipop.
Yeah, didn't that happen to you a couple weeks ago? But let's talk about how he ended up getting into boxing. You know, he had anger issues, and this has been the way to handle it. So think about that turbulence that's in his soul. That keeps him very calm. Nobody will ever know how much violence it takes to get that calm.
He's found that stability with trainer Justin O'Leary, who he's been with since the age of 10. As Frolov keeps his hands moving here, you can see some redness and maybe a little bit of swelling underneath Frolov's left eye.
Yeah. Might have also came from a headbutt because they clashed a couple of times.
But I think both cheekbones are showing the results of Biggs' position. Yes.
Punches hard.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That right went in with all full throttle.
Got to keep his hands up because Frolov landed a nice right hook.
Yeah, Biggs looking for an uppercut. Frolov's right hook got there first. See a warning for a shot straying low. Biggs misses over the top, and again, Frolov finding his mark with that right hook. Frolov now living and training in Milan, also has a home in Turkey.
Yeah, most of his last wins have come in Italy.
Oh, nice left hand again, right down the pipe there from Frolov. Back comes Biggs with a good combination to the body.
Frolov, I like the way he rolls with those punches, taking off some of that sting. Good jab by Frolov. Nobody's style has really dominated yet, even though Frolov is having a really good round. So they're just trying to figure each other out because they're both really good fighters.
What are your thoughts on that stance on Frolov that is so wide?
I think that's good for him because he's a mover. You know, some guys are just comfortable with those wide stands. I see that all the time in MMA. You know,
but traditionally, you do have that wide stance coming from MMA is because you're carrying the weight on your back leg.
Yeah.
But he's carrying his weight on the front leg.
Yeah, and he likes to move left and right. He's just comfortable staying low like that.
See?
Yep.
Well, that'll do it for the round. In between rounds, we are going to have a WBC instant replay to take a look at a sequence where the glove of Frolov may have touched the canvas. Was it as a result of a punch from Dylan Biggs? Instead, him just rolling his ankle and touching the canvas.
And,
So-
and in real time, I thought he stepped on the foot of Biggs and slid off. But it was actually just him just being off balance. And he just touched the canvas without even getting hit. So the referee must have seen that as well, didn't call that.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it even and draw 19-19.
Yep, there it is. Just a slip.
In a situation like that, that wide stance doesn't help.
I agree.
So round 3 underway. 2 of the judges have given both rounds to Dylan Biggs thus far. The third judge has it even, perhaps giving that last round to Petro Frolov, where he seemed to have more success than he did in the first. Again, these have been good competitive rounds. And Frolov now on the attack. Bring a little bit of volume to the party here as Biggs tries to fire back with a sweeping right hand.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Claudia, about the stance. Sometimes what he does is when he throws a shot, he throws all of, instead of being balanced to come back at a nice speed, he puts all his weight on that front leg. And that slows you up with getting away from the shot.
Or being able to do like a nice 2-3 punch combination.
Something else, right?
Biggs landing some heavy shots here over the last 20 seconds. There was a good right hand, flush shot down the middle, and a good left hook. Frolov, it looked like, at least momentarily, dealing with a little bit of Vaseline, maybe temporarily blinding him there.
His left eye.
Yeah, or his right, yeah, I guess it would
Right
be his
eye,
right
right
eye.
eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. My other left.
Yes.
I thought it was the one in the middle. I don't know. I don't know what y'all were seeing.
I see Frolov risking more in this round. He's willing to close the gap and go under the guard.
Body work there from Biggs. Frolov trying to pick up the tempo here, but you see Biggs, even when he takes a step out, he comes right back into the phone booth immediately. So basically telling Frolov, all right, you want to pick up the pace, you're going to have to really pick it up then.
Absolutely. And Frolov just has a lot of heart because he's willing to exchange. He's willing to punch in between shots with a hard puncher.
Frolov, we know he's got the gas tank. He's been the 8-round distance twice. He's been 10 rounds once.
Tried and tested.
Nice left hand to the body there from Frolov.
Biggs is being first now, which is smart.
He wastes no energy. Ooh, no energy. That left one right on cue.
It was like an up jab. It was nice. Then he stepped to the right. Dancing, boxing now, Biggs. Got to keep that left hand up.
Yeah, there it is again, that right hook of Frolov. The moment that Biggs exposes himself, and he did it again. Frolov is there to capitalize.
And that shot looked good, too, because he stepped on his foot. It looked even worse than what it was.
It's finished to the round there for Petro Frolov. Maybe a round-stealing sequence for the Ukrainian. Saturday, November 22nd, it's Ring 4, the Night of Champions. Just a stacked card. David Benavidez, Anthony Yard, Devin Haney, Brian Norman Jr. Who saw that fight coming? Bam Rodriguez versus Fernando Martinez. Don't miss that one. Saturday, November 22nd.
Win or lose, Devin Haney gets props for me. He always wants to fight the best fights. Nobody else wants to move up and fight this guy. Brian Norman is scary. Nobody. Devin Haney's he wanted to fight Lomachenko when he was 19. Like, he's that guy. You don't have to win all the fights. You just got to be like Amir Khan and fight all the fights.
Back to action here. Dylan Biggs and Petro Frolov beginning round 4 of their 6-round quarterfinal matchup. And Frolov right on top of Biggs once again.
But once again, off balance. He's off balance. He has the opportunity to put nice combinations, but because his feet are not set, he is not, there's no power behind it.
Balance is so important. Balance is one of the keys to power. Especially since the power comes from your legs. It comes from your hips.
Biggs is now just staying behind, just waiting for Frolov to close the gap. Look at that.
Good defense by Biggs. Getting his head off the line.
Yeah, and this is also where we've kind of seen the stylistic evolution of Dylan Biggs. You know, the version that we saw against Zhu might have just stayed there in the pocket when he was having success. He has that thing in him where he wants to fire back. You know that is his instinct, but he seems to be able to suppress them, go for a walk, get himself out of danger when Frolov starts to gain a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, and depending on your coach too, because guys like Biggs, who has a good offense, they're kind of like Kirk Scoobies, guys like that. They just forget about the defense. And then they have a fight that made them realize, okay, I need defense just as much as offense. And we're seeing defense now from Biggs, really nice.
And if you think about it, he's only 23 years old. He's maturing both physically and mentally. So you can see the evolution not only in sport, but as a human being. He's walking into the ring with a level of certainty that, you know, he's got the aggression, but the defense is always up to par.
Both these men entered the tournament with one loss. Of course, Biggs came at the hands of Zhu as he lands a nice left hook to the body. Frolov took a loss as a 19-year-old against the vastly more experienced Jürgen Doberstein in Germany in 2023. A 19-year-old against a 29-win veteran. Took a big step up, took that loss, but clearly has benefited from that night as well and has grown as a result.
Could someone say bad matchmaking?
Or can somebody say take a risk and look for greatness?
I guess. But that 19, though?
Well,
dang.
Let's not forget, that's how Canelo became Canelo, after he fought Floyd Mayweather.
But that was at least 23, and he had 40 fights already. He had 40-something fights.
And how many did Floyd have at championship level?
Yes, but also he had 8 years of experience in the pros.
Fair.
Yeah, you know, so it's a little bit different. 19-year-olds don't have that much experience in the pros. The most you can have is like 2 if you're in America, and maybe 4 somewhere else.
judge has it 40-36. One judge has it 39-37. Those are both for the gold corner. Biggs, and one judge has it 39-37 for the green corner. Frolov.
All right, so round 5 underway. We'll get an update on the open scoring. So 40-36 and 39-37 for Dylan Biggs. However, the third judge has this one scored for Petro Frolov, who now is going to be examined by the physician. See the blood coming down the cheek of Frolov, or he will in just a moment.
Is cut on the left eyebrow, on top of the eyebrow.
Oh, yeah.
That is a,
bad cut.
that's a deep cut.
Yeah.
It's producing some swelling instantly as well. So you have swelling underneath that eye and above it. But, again, a boost of confidence for Frolov, who now knows that at least one judge he knows is appreciating his work to the tune of a 2-point lead as he fires a nice left hand over the top.
Landed 2 of those already.
But look at the sense of urgency that Frolov walked into this ring.
A big left hand there for Frolov, and Biggs grabbing a hold here.
Look at that laugh.
Yeah, devilish grin on the face of Dylan Biggs again.
That is scary. Ooh.
This is the kind of fight he likes, and now he may have no choice but to participate in this because Frolov is not taking no for an answer. Emboldened by this cut and perhaps by the open scoring.
Frolov is looking for some get back in blood.
You know, as deep as that cut is not in a bad spot.
It's right, because it's going down the cheek and not into the eye, right?
Exactly. It's going around the eye, around the orbital.
It's still a target for
hurts.
Biggs anyway, and it still hurts, yeah.
Quick combination there as we all pray for the white shirt that Barack is wearing right now.
Oh, yes. Well,
I'm bound to walk away with a little bit of blood.
with a souvenir. So we head to the final minute here of round 5.
Memento for the event.
Mm-hmm.
We have peroxide. No
I don't
worries.
mind. I don't mind.
Oh,
no!
Nice right hand, a delayed reaction.
I didn't see that.
That was so quick.
I didn't see the power behind it.
Oh, you saw a little wince from Frolov. I don't know if that was frustration or if maybe the ankle turned again.
I'm telling you, his footwork, there's a lot of imbalance there. We'll get a chance to look at the replay. But I didn't see any power behind that.
I didn't see the power behind that. I can't wait to see the replay. Get that ready, guys.
So a delayed reaction knockdown produced by Dylan Biggs in a fight that was winnable on the cards for Petro Frolov, being ahead on one of them and only down 2 points on the third. He could have gone on to win on the cards with the enhanced scoring system. Now, if he wants to do that, he'd need a couple knockdowns.
It's good right hand by Frolov right there. He's really pressing the issue. I mean, speed chess, like I said. 2 really good guys.
But you can see the level of frustration that Frolov has as he walks into the ring, into his corner.
All right, let's take a look at this knockdown.
Straight right, delayed.
No, but I don't think it was a punch.
I gotta see the feet. I gotta see the feet for this because I just don't understand. Boom. What? Yeah, it couldn't have been the feet because they weren't close.
Wait,
It
this
also
is going to
couldn't
give
have
us
been
a
the
better
right
idea.
hand. I think it was the first left hook,
left
that
hook?
right there. Yeah.
The left, okay,
But
the left
it's
hook
the ankle.
temple probably messed up his equilibrium.
And then when he took the step back, that's when he
And
was...
that's the head clash right there. That was a head clash. Yeah, it was definitely a head clash.
But it is a knockdown because it is a result from a punch.
100%,
So
100%. That's just the head clash that caused the cut.
You know, it's a sad state of affairs because he was really walking into a nice rhythm.
Yeah.
And again, that footwork, that's where everything starts as an issue for Frolov.
So 6th and final round, and it is certainly desperation time for Petro Frolov now. But you saw the danger in round 5. If you get a little bit too eager against Dylan Biggs, he does have some fight-changing power. And it didn't take much, just an equilibrium shot, seemed to be that left hook on the temple, produced the knockdown that may very well seal the fight for him.
I think you're right, Court. I think it was that shot. And the straight right was just the icing on the cake to put him down. That's why you always follow up your shots.
Big sneaking a good shot in there. Frolov catching a lot of glove up top there.
Big stemming right in front of him. I think there's so much confidence in Biggs boxing right now that he really doesn't care what Frolov has to offer.
Frolov, even with that cut, is just comfortable staying in the face of Biggs and walking him down.
And Biggs is just willing to dance with him.
Oh, yeah, because he's good. He's good on the back foot as well. And one thing about him, just because he's on the back foot, he doesn't sacrifice power.
I only know somebody else that does that. Juan Manuel Marquez.
Keith Thurman's pretty good at that as well.
Yeah.
A lot of effort here from Frolov. Every once in a while, Biggs stops, plants, lands a good shot. Again, certainly cognizant of the scorecards, thanks to open scoring. Knows he doesn't need to take unnecessary risks here in the final round.
Got to give it to Frolov. He's trying to win. He's trying to win, and he's trying to hurt. He's trying to hurt Biggs.
Yeah. Not much time left. He's got to come with a big, big punch. And we know Biggs can take it.
Start low, and set up that shot up top.
Final 30 seconds.
I'm going to change your credential to trainer. First assist right here.
Frolov looking to produce a miracle.
Gassed out. Frolov is gassed out. And I think that was also a very important case for his lack of balance.
Good observation.
The seconds tick away.
Biggs is smart. He's moving. Yeah. He said, I got this in the bag. That's what he's thinking.
Why risk?
Yeah.
And unless our math is woefully wrong, it would appear that Dylan Biggs is headed to the semifinals.
Unless our math is really, really wrong. Our math. Nobody else's math.
Right.
Well, my math is kind of like, I don't know if you've seen that movie, The Accountant.
Oh,
Ben
yes.
Affleck. My math is kind of like his. I'm a mathematician over here.
Did you study with Ahmed Kurnich? You were in the same class?
well, you know.
Master of Economics.
I got my degree from a different source.
Right,
you know?
right.
Hard knocks.
The Street University.
Oh, there you go.
Sign
Graduated with
there.
honors.
Yes.
Well, Dylan Biggs showing a lot of respect for Petro Frolov, who really brought it in that final round, but seems as though he will come up short. Well, the stars of crossover boxing return on August 30th with X Series 22 live from Manchester. Main event sees ex-UFC star Darren Till face another former star of the cage, Luke Rockhold. And there's no love lost between those two. That's Saturday, August 30th, right here on DAZN.
Rockhold was a beast. He was a beast.
All right, we are ready to make this one official, so let's hand it over to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Glenn Dawson scores it 59-54. Judge Marcin Pavlak scores it 57-56. And Judge John Jonas scores it 58-55. All for your winner by unanimous decision. Dylan, the Bow Desert Storm, Biggs.
So the Bow Desert Storm continues in the semifinals. Dylan Biggs picks up the victory over Petro Frolov. A knockdown in one of the final rounds, sealing the deal for Dylan Biggs as he gets the appreciation of Mauricio Suleiman, and we look back at some of the best moments of the fight.
Yeah, so we moved to the middleweight division, and what? We got a knockout already, and we got speed chess right here with two guys who were willing to let their hands go. That was the clash of heads that caused a cut. It didn't really change Frolov, except made him more aggressive, I guess. And that straight right hand, man, came out of nowhere. It came after the left hook, and it put Frolov down.
But I think it was a combination of both the lack of balance and the fact that he was already tired, and that just made it worse. And as we're waiting, well, Saturday night we had just across the road to the AMB Arena for Moses Itauma versus Dillian Whyte. The body snatcher represents the stiffest test for Itauma's career so far, and this is why. Can the heavyweight protege pass the test of facing one of the division's stalwarts? Find out on Saturday night. Go to thezone.com/boxing for more details on how to purchase this event. Back now to WBC Grand Prix, middleweight quarterfinals, and now we go to the third fight. Corey?
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Carlos Sinisterra taking on the hard-charging Efrem Barrico, one of the sentimental favorites here in the tournament. 24-year-old Sinisterra from Cali, Colombia. Barrico representing his homeland of France, but held his camp in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. More on that in just a little bit after we meet the fighters. And to do that, we'll welcome back in Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Efrem Barrico.
Quand je n'aurai plus le même train de vie, que je serai plus coté, qu'il n'y aura plus de gaufres, qu'il n'y aura plus de l'eau, je redeviendrai ce pauvre, et que je n'aurai plus que ma dignité qui restera sauve. Pendant des piges, j'ai attendu que ma vie change, puis j'ai fini par comprendre que c'était elle qui attendait que je change. Combien de salles, combien de mal avant que je me range. Le cœur et le cerveau dans l'eau, ça sont des endroits tellement étranges. Je retournerai à mon père comme les fleuves retournent à la mer. J'en veux au monde et à la tumeur qu'il a mis à terre. Papa est parti, j'ai même pas eu le temps de le rendre fier. J'espère que tu me vois et que tu prends soin de mes deux grands-mères. Tout ce que je fais, c'est pour sortir ma famille du piège. Mauvais garçon, toujours absent quand c'est l'heure du prêche. On était jeunes, on se disait refait jusqu'à la mort. Aujourd'hui c'est toi qui me la souhaites dans tes songes les plus hardcore. Mais je suis habitué.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Carlos Sinisterra. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Guillermo Moreno, and Alan Krebs. Our referee in charge will be Bella Florian. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 158.3 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 6 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Ephraim Barrico. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow, red, and blue, and weighed in officially at 162.4 pounds. His professional record, 12 wins, just 1 defeat, with 9 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, here is Carlos Sinisterra.
You know the rules, follow them during the fight, and listen to my commands. Okay? Touch the gloves, start the fight. Thank you.
So Carlos Sinisterra and Ephraim Barrico ready for action. Carlos Sinisterra last time out took out the sentimental favorite Haji Muhis, who everyone fell in love with because of your interview.
It was a great
Claudia,
interview.
It was a great
Yes.
interview, understandably so. Can he take out another sentimental favorite in Ephraim Barrico, who everyone fell in love with because for a large portion of his early career, he trained himself in his own garage. He still does his strength and conditioning in that garage, we found out, even though he now owns his own gym where he can train and spar. This time out, as we mentioned, Barrico held camp in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where he got himself a little house with a heavy bag on the front porch so he could just step outside and immediately start training.
Yeah, not a bad situation, but definitely somebody that had a lot of support from Congo. We had high recognized fighters coming in to support him, and that's why that makes him even endearing to the heart.
I was just about to say that Sinisterra needs to tuck that chin a little bit, because when you're dealing with this particular left-hander in Barrico, he likes to throw that overhand right, boom, but right down the middle. So you just got to tuck it a little bit and give him the forehead to hit.
I also see Sinisterra a little too upright.
Yep, that's what I mean about that. You know, you're just standing upright and your chin is not tucked
Not tucked.
enough for this kind of fighter. But I was excited about this fight. This fight is good. That's what I love about tournaments. Not only do you see better fighters getting to the end, but also you get to see them again 2 months later. I love it. Instead of like seeing a performance like Terrence Crawford against Spence and then not seeing him for 13 months later.
Well, and for Sinisterra, the big question, and Claudia, you actually broke this news during the fight for Sinisterra, had a shoulder injury in that last fight. And the question is, with that quick turnaround, has he fully recovered enough to be 100% for this fight?
Yes, we will find out soon enough.
I think it was his right shoulder, and that's his power hand.
Yeah, literally, he finished his fight with just one hand.
Uppercut slipped in there from Barrico, left hand.
And I remember Martin Bacole coming in and supporting Ephraim.
That's right.
And showing him a lot. They took advantage of that time that they were here. Bacole was just giving him pointers, you know, being the professional that he is.
Barrico just missing with that left hand. Sinisterra's been thinking about a right uppercut to the body. And there again, Sinisterra with an inviting chin in the air there for Barrico. The height advantage of Sinisterra helping him out a little bit there.
But Sinisterra is still calm. He's still calm, and can Barrico keep up that kind of work rate with throwing those kind of bombs? It takes a lot of weight out of you, especially when you're missing like that. And those are like 4 missed shots. One of them just grazed Sinisterra. Seen Abel Sanchez in the crowd, you know, and I've never seen him in person, I believe. Like, a little something for me, you know, seeing the guy who trains some really great fighters.
Yes.
Like Triple G.
Exactly. Talk about
and the
dominant force at 160.
Oh, man.
Yes.
For 35 years.
Yep. 27 knockouts.
It's a good right hand. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Claudia. But don't want to take away Barrico's left hand. Overhand left.
I want to see if that shoulder is recovered. I want to see if he can sustain the constant punishment coming from Barrico.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm glad you brought that up, and both of you guys, because he's throwing a good left hand, but sometimes that right hand just looks like an arm punch. Maybe he doesn't have it fully. I don't know. He's not really sitting down on that right hand, but he's throwing a good left jab.
Or there's always hesitation. That always comes after an injury.
Well, and I think hesitation was perhaps the knock on Sinisterra in his first 2 wins, Claudia, that maybe he wasn't quite as active as he could have been, or maybe as he wanted to be. I think that Ephraim Barrico, with his volume and his hard-charging style, is going to force him to be a whole lot busier. The question is he physically up to the task? How much is that injury affecting him right now?
Right, or you're going to be up, or you're going to be like, you know, Stone and Bala, you know, with not throwing enough shots, and the guy could just steal around for you. And then when you got a guy like Barrico, he's throwing home runs. So even sometimes when it hits the glove, it can hurt, but it also looks good.
Yeah, and it's the eye of the judges that actually give the score.
I know sometimes the judges probably listen to us and say, my man, I know what I'm doing here, okay? All right? I know what I'm doing here.
All we're doing is guessing what they're thinking. That's half the job.
That's it. Oh, good uppercut.
Combination there.
Yeah, Sinisterra just sitting there in the ropes, not a good position to be in, especially when you're so upright.
I mean, Sinisterra ate those shots. You know, some of those shots were very clean by Barrico. 2 uppercuts, very clean. That was a good right hand by Sinisterra. We're questioning that right shoulder.
And again, this is the good and the bad of Sinisterra. I mean, he clearly was not flustered in any way by that sequence from Barrico, but is he a little bit too relaxed in this scenario?
I don't know. That just might be his style, you know. And if it's not in you to really have a work rate like your opponent, sometimes you're going to look like that.
Nice
look,
left hand over the top there. That one knocked Sinisterra off balance. Might have been more of a footwork issue than it was the heft of the shot. But again, there are moments that are looking very good, you'd have to think, to the judges for Efrain Barrico in this round.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely winning this round. And I feel like if Sinisterra's going to throw these slapping shots, you're going to have to move after that because you're not hurting the guy. So you got to move. There you go. You got to do the slaps and move. You're welcome.
Yeah, he definitely cannot just sit there and take Barrico's punishment. Yes, but Barrico's still coming forward.
Trying to erase the memory of that shot very quickly. Nice uppercut through the middle there from Barrico.
I think that left hand from Barrico at least got Sinisterra's attention because he said, come on. And usually when fighters say that,
it's because they got hurt.
Good action to wrap up the round there from Sinisterra and Barrico.
Wow.
I'd like to see the urgency, and yet Barrico's not even sitting on the stool.
What, he's on his knee? Oh,
yes, he's on his knee.
I mean, this is a good round. It's a good round for Barrico, and Sinisterra probably turned it up a little bit, but the work rate is just hard to match with Barrico landing these shots. And some of these shots are missing, and that was a great right hand. That was towards the end of the round. That was a great right hand from Sinisterra. And that was the left hand I was talking about that rocked him and made Sinisterra say, all right, come on.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same. 20-18, unanimous for the green corner, Barrico.
Open scoring. Makes sense to you now, Corey?
Yes, it does.
Me too.
Round 3 begins 20-18 across the board for Efrain Barrico.
Nice jab to the body by Barrico. Switched it up a little bit. I like that.
There's that left hand again. Again, knocking Sinisterra off balance, but it was not the weight of the shot. There's something going on with Sinisterra's footwork where he's caught off balance when Barrico is throwing that shot. We've seen it a couple times already.
I got to pay attention to that, see what that is. Squaring up on the ropes is not good for a guy that, like when you're fighting a guy like Barrico with those overhand shots like that, strong, hard ones.
A second ago, I think I might have uncovered the mystery. If you watch Barrico, sometimes when he comes in with that left hand, he takes a big, exaggerated stomp with the front foot, and I think it might be catching the foot of Sinisterra and producing what's happening.
Got you.
Nice right hand to the body, though, from Sinisterra.
I just had a chance to speak to the corner, and Sinisterra's shoulder is at 85 to 90%, not 100% recovered, and they were trying to box Barrico. Now the strategy changed. They wanted more of a flat-footed, more aggression in closing the gap. Short distance fight.
We're seeing Sinisterra right now holding his ground a little bit. Getting a couple shots off. There's a nice right hand.
But he's boxing now. He's boxing now from long distance, and that looks good. That looks good. Shouldn't you box the shorter fighter? That's what I say. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, take advantage of your distance. I don't know. What was that? He's hurt.
At first it looked like he was hurt, then it looked like he was just taunting.
Taunting, yeah. I'm not certain what Sinisterra was doing there.
It doesn't look good. Whatever that was.
Those long distance shots look good.
Yeah, that looks better.
That looks
good work
great
here from Sinisterra.
And it
could, the final minute.
It could be also, sorry, Corey. I'm excited. Yeah, I told you this is the fight that I was waiting to see. It could be also that Barrico's just taking a break. You know, like I'm throwing hard shots.
Well, he
might be hurt.
Oh, good
He's
right
hurt.
hand from Sinisterra. Sinisterra found his shot. Barrico trying to swim through this. But these are choppy waters as a chopping right hand comes in.
And he's sitting on the ropes. He's sitting on the ropes.
Looking to close the show. Down goes Barrico.
What?
I mean, Barrico was doing so well.
And a bewildered look on the face of Barrico.
He's not going to beat the count.
He's not.
He's not getting up.
Carlos Sinisterra with a sinister comeback win to head to the semis.
With an 85% right shoulder?
Yes.
And you scored the first knockout of the night. Not a TKO, a knockout.
It's a KO. And the corner had just finished telling me they want him to brawl, close the gap, go full force, and that's exactly what he did, but in a boxing way. He didn't go flat foot.
No, the boxing set it up. Beautiful. Now look at a shot like that he was eating. He was eating those overhand left hands from Boricco. But that shot right there set it up. It was the right hand. Boricco said, let me retreat a little bit. But by that time, he was hurt. So here we goes again. He caught him with that right hand to the temple. We've seen it again earlier. We've seen it from earlier.
But you also see there's absolutely no production coming out of Boricco. So the question begs, those first 2 rounds where he was just going full throttle, did that take away from his ability to overcome that?
Yes, I think it was a little bit of fatigue because that shot wasn't much,
no?
That right hand. But I think there's a little bit of fatigue also in there.
This is perhaps the worst outing on Sinisterra, and yet the most dominant outing. Yes.
Yeah.
What a combination. He was losing every single round.
He was down both rounds. It was unanimous on the judges' scorecards.
Even on my scorecard.
Yeah.
And he's my fellow countryman from my hometown.
Yeah. You were secretly rooting for him, I think. Guessing.
Secretly.
Ring 4 of the Night of Champions comes to the Zone on November 22nd. A stacked card features a host of unmissable fights, including David Benavidez versus Anthony Yard, Devin Haney against Brian Norman Jr., and Bam Rodriguez against Fernando Martinez. That's Saturday, November 22nd, live here on the Zone. See ice and oxygen being administered to Efren Boricco. But all smiles on the face of Carlos Sinisterra. And we've got an eraser of a right hand. It can indeed wipe out prior mistakes. And that right hand from Sinisterra that sent Efren Boricco off balance came right after a rocket of a left hand from Boricco.
I like the way you said that, Corey, but see, that's something that we didn't expect from Sinisterra. First, that he had nothing but unanimous decisions coming into this tournament in both fights. And also, he had a hurt right shoulder. That was from the last fight in June, which was only 2 months ago. But that right hand did it. That 85%, 90% right hand that he had, it did it.
Good to see Boricco now communicative in his corner.
I'm still confused because he was doing so well, and all of a sudden for things to just shift so quickly.
Yeah, I think what you said was profound. I think maybe he kind of shot his load a little bit. Even though it was only the 3rd round, he was throwing some bombs and missing some too. And landing some really good shots that Sinisterra was just taking well. So it's hard to have the energy to take those kind of shots.
And maybe you're right. He took a break, but that cost him.
All right, let's take a look back at the finish once more.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to do. When you got a hurt fighter, throw those shots. At the very least, the referee could stop it, but he was really landing those and hurting them. And that last shot was, again, to the temple, to the same spot. And he couldn't recover fast enough to get up and beat the ref's count.
Let's not forget, this is a guy that has fought most of his career at 147, 154. He came up to 160 to be in this tournament. So I give him even more credit.
To get to the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Correct.
Well, now to the semifinals.
Boricco having a word with Mauricio Suleiman. Boricco certainly did himself proud in this tournament.
Definitely.
It will be Sinisterra who will advance, and we will make that official right now as we send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes 45 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Bella Florian, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout, Carlos Sinisterra.
The Carlos Sinistera improves to 13-1 and more importantly, will advance to the semifinals.
The WBC Grand Prix quarterfinals are in full swing here in Riyadh. And on the zone, we embrace all combat in the squared circle.
X-Series on the zone, where superstars meet. It's not going to be your usual show, and chaos unfolds. Are you not entertained? Nights like no other, where anything and everything happens. Are you kidding me? Where dreams are built in a heartbeat and shattered in seconds. Defying expectations, where underdogs conquer. That changes everything! And champions are crowned.
Am I now the queen of misfits?
The Zone is the home of crossover boxing.
Crossover Boxing returns to the Zone at the end of the month with X Series 22. And don't forget to check out the rest of our stacked schedule on platform now. Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, MVP, and BKFC, all the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on the Zone, the global home of boxing, including 4 great cards next week. On Friday 22nd, it's Destination Florida for Jan Paul Rivera versus Daniel Bailey. The following day, Queensberry presents a showdown for the British and Commonwealth super lightweight titles as Jack Rafferty faces Mark Chamberlain. Later that night, there's more MVP action as Jankel Rivera and Angelino Cordova clash for the shot at the WBA World Flyweight Crown. And the evening includes in Mexico as Abel Gonzalez takes on Alonso Flores. And now it's time for the final place in the middleweight semifinals to be clinched. So we go back to Corey.
That's right, our 4th and final fight in the middleweight division. Emiliano Aguillon taking on Lancelot Proton de la Chapelle, who has been one of the more surprising competitors in the tournament thus far. Aguillon, a fan favorite coming into this one and looking for a berth in the semifinals. Let's meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Lancelot de la Chapelle. And now let's welcome to the ring, Emiliano Aguillon.
Ya se cuenta por ahí que soy gallo de Sandillo, porque ya hasta le he ganado al famoso Gallo Giro. Otros dicen por ahí que soy gallo afamado, porque ya hasta le he ganado al gallito colorado. Soy del monte, soy del rancho, no soy rico pero tampoco soy pobre.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Alan Krebs, Marcin Pavlak, and John Iona. Our referee in charge will be Lawrence Cole. Introducing to you first, Fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. His professional record consists of 17 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Lancelot de la Chapelle. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing green, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 161.1 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins, he has 1 draw, with 7 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Emiliano Aguillon.
Gentlemen, I went over the rules earlier in the dressing room. I want you to obey my commands, protect yourselves at all times. Bon chance, buena suerte.
So here we go, our 4th and final quarterfinal matchup in the middleweight bracket. Emiliano Aguillon and Lancelot de la Chapelle, Emmy Popeye versus the Last Night. We are underway. Of course, this one's scheduled for 6.
Sure that's not Chris Algieri as a middleweight?
I mean, same tremendous hair. Yeah.
Tremendous. And fit as hell, just like Algieri. But I remember Aguillon, he could be tricky. Good check. Right hook by Chapelle.
De la Chapelle, of course, with that shocking 4th round TKO victory over Isaac Torres, who was one of the more established fighters in the tournament as a whole, a guy who had been here on DAZN in a co-feature slot in Mexico in a matchroom card in the past. You know, not to say that it was, you know, an upset of the year type situation, but certainly I think Torres, based on his pedigree, had to be considered the favorite in that contest. And even if you thought that De La Chapelle was going to win, you might not have predicted a knockout from a guy who only has 4 of them now.
Right, and it definitely surprised us, surprised the heck out of us. And I'm wondering, Aguillon, what is he coming into this thinking? Do I have to, you know, be wary of his power or what? That was a good lead right by Aguillon right there.
Aguillon has produced some upsets as well. He burst onto the scene with a shocking upset win over top prospect Aaron Silva a couple of years ago on a Miguel Berchelt undercard. Came into this tournament on the back of a 4th round TKO win over Jose Macias. As he looks for that right hand once again.
And he's doing what you're supposed to do against a southpaw. He's shooting that right hand out, and he's having success. There you go.
And he's firing that shot, Barack, on the move as well. He's not stationary and waiting for the reply.
Turning towards the power hand of the southpaw, but that might be, you know, the natural movement for Aguillon, moving to his right. At least he's keeping that right hand up.
De La Chapelle said that he spent a lot of the last year or so just working on his defense. Felt that in his loss and draw on his ledger, his defense let him down. Certainly his power did not against Isaac Torres last time out. He looks for a short left hand, misses the mark. Final 20 seconds here of round 1. Good check right hook there from De La Chapelle. Aguillon finding a home for the right hand to the body with some regularity here in the opening round. And that'll do it for the opening frame.
I like that Chapelle turned it up a little bit towards the last end of that round. I just think he has to be careful the way he's throwing that left hand. That was a beautiful 1-2 by Aguillon. There's another angle. I mean, both of those punches landed flush. But that's because Chappelle stopped being first. In the beginning of that round, he was concentrated on being first. He kind of got caught staring, and that's what happens.
Round 2 underway. Good start for Emiliano Aguillon. You know, obviously, you know, in boxing, fighters have very different demeanors, and when you're watching a tournament, you see a lot of them. You see some guys who fight really wound up, and they're kind of chomping and spitting and you know, trying to intimidate their opponent. Emiliano Aguillon, I find it, I don't know that I can think of a fighter who looks or behaves more relaxed than Aguillon in the corner. I don't want to say he looked disinterested, but he did not look worried about what's going on whatsoever.
That was the first comment that Barack and I did as he's walking into the ring, that there was like nonchalant, I'm just walking into the ring, even, you know, balling up the flag, not much swag. It was just like, I'm here.
But that's like a poker face, if you ask me. You know what I mean? You don't know what your opponent is thinking. You know, you don't know when he's going to turn it up. You don't know when he's going to just tap. You don't know when he's going to rip.
He just has that, like, nice guy demeanor. Like, there's not a killer instinct in him. And yet, this is what he does to somebody like De La Chapelle.
He's letting that right hand go like a killer, though.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Barack. I think that it works as a little bit of a decoy, because we've seen him score knockouts. He's got power, and he can kind of lull you into a trap. He profiles as a bit of a spoiler, but then the right hand comes down the middle, and you start thinking otherwise.
Right. I think whoever in this particular matchup, whoever's first can win the round.
Yeah, and this happens to be Aguillon consistently in the second round.
Because easily, De La Chapelle can be first. Easily. And land shots.
But he's not fighting like the bigger
See,
man in the ring.
You wait, you get in range and you wait, and then here comes the straight right from Aguillon. But when you're first like that, you score.
And can I remind you guys, he's only 20 years old.
I keep forgetting he's fighting a grown man.
Exactly.
Corey's age.
Ooh.
No, what? I'm a little older than Corey, so I didn't mean it like that. It was just
I'm a lot older than De La Chapelle. I just have a great skincare routine, all right?
No.
Share the tips. But look at that, 1-2, 1-2, and it's very, like, there's no hesitation, there's no intimidation, and he's the smaller guy in the ring.
The blood coming from the nose, perhaps, of De La Chapelle starting to appear on his chest as well. Maybe one of those right hands from Aguillon has him busted open already. Blood on his trunks as well. And that'll do it for the round. We'll get a closer look at the damage that Aguillon has done as we look in the corner of De La Chapelle.
Yeah, he busted up that nose, but that actually came from the first round from those right hands from Aguillon. And it was right after that nose started bleeding, the blood started trickling, that De La Chapelle turned it up a little bit in that round. But then he kind of went back asleep in the second round. But maybe it's to your point, like you were saying, Claudia, that, you know, his demeanor, Aguillon just lulls you to sleep, like you were saying, Corey. But, you know, I don't know, that poker face is something. It does something psychological to your opponent.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate, but
one judge has it even a draw, 19-19. The other two judges have it 20-18 for the gold corner, Aguillon.
You're expecting somebody who's not very aggressive, so you're just kind of opening yourself up. And then that person that's not very aggressive capitalizes on the opportunity. That's what Aguillon is doing.
And I knew there was something sneaky and tricky about Aguillon. I just couldn't put my finger on it.
There you see the open scoring, courtesy of the WBC. 2 judges having the opening 2 rounds in favor of Aguillon. The 3rd judge has this fight even as De La Chapelle lands a good left hand with Aguillon stuck in the corner.
Great shot.
De La Chapelle's been boxing since the age of 6, and at a certain point came to a bit of a crossroads because he had started studying in university, but then his first exam was on the same day that the World Amateur Championship started. So he dropped out of university. He had a choice to make, and he followed his passion in the sport of boxing, and things could really change for him if he could win this tournament. And frankly, even with the exposure he's received already, even if he doesn't advance in this tournament, you could see Lancelot De La Chapelle getting some opportunities coming out of this tourney.
Oh, definitely, definitely. He has something here. He's fighting a tricky guy. I think he just needs to let his hands go a little bit more, be first, be the taller fighter, shoot that jab out. Maybe he's worried about the straight right hand coming back. I don't know. Like that, even though that didn't land. See, that jab is good when he throws it.
Inside the final minute of round 3. Good left hand there from De La Chapelle.
It's a pretty good round for Chapelle. At least he's blocking that straight right hand a little bit better now. He's timing it, he's blocking it. They're not really getting through the guard anymore.
Yeah, but I want to see more activity from La Chapelle.
De La Chapelle wants to avoid another tournament heartbreak like he experienced at the Tokyo Olympic qualifiers when he fell in the European qualifying stage.
I will never commit a crime around you because you're going to dig in my past, man. You're going to dig it up, bro. I don't care what somebody does, you dig it up.
Oh, he goes under.
I don't know anything about
digger.
your past, Barack.
You're the digger. No, I bet you do. I bet you do.
Final 10 seconds of round 3.
I feel guilty sitting next to you because I know you know.
A better round there for De La Chapelle as we head back into the corners. Saturday, August 23rd, we've got Rafferty and Chamberlain going at it. The British and Commonwealth super lightweight champion, Jack Rafferty, taking on Mark Chamberlain. That one's a part of your regular DAZN subscription. Love to see fights like that. You know, British and Commonwealth title fights, getting top billing, getting the full treatment here on DAZN. Looking forward to that one toward the end of the month. So we'll see if Lancelot De La Chapelle can build upon a modicum of momentum that he built there in the 3rd round.
One thing I can say that Chapelle did, besides, you know, turning up, throw his hands a little bit more, is he picked up his defense and he's been timing that right hand for Aguillon. So if the right hand is not landing, it gives you more opportunity to do your offense and to score your points.
Right hand again there from Aguillon.
Just because you got to fight against the ropes, you got to go to that body too, because a fighter like Aguillon is moving his head up and down. You're going to hit the body, and sometimes going towards the chest and the body, you land a shot on the chin. Good footwork by De La Chapelle.
Aguillon has spent some time recently at the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, sparring Virgil Ortiz.
Talk about lessons. That's some serious schooling right there.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about style clashes as well. I wonder if Aguillon could quiet the output and the power of Virgil Ortiz in those sessions. I don't know if they allow that in the Robert Garcia gym. Only hard sparring. One of the toughest gyms in the world out in California.
But let's talk about just the quality of sparring partners that you get there.
Well, Ortiz is saying that he had to like move camps because nobody in the gym there wants to spar him.
Why would they? Why would you risk yourself?
They've seen too much.
He's not saying why,
right?
But I think we know why.
Well, to once again reference our good pal Chris Algieri, who once had a training camp there, he said, listen, I'm always the best athlete and the hardest worker in a gym, but I had to push myself when I went there. So that is the culture at the Robert Garcia
and to
gym.
put that in perspective, even Virgil gets to the gym after Bam Rodriguez. Wow. Bam is there before Virgil Ortiz. That's the kind of stable we're talking about.
Well, Bam's got that fancy espresso machine, so he's jacked up. And
so do I, and I still don't make it to the gym at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Now we see why Ortiz got rhabdomyolysis, because he trains hard. He trains hard amongst other great fighters who are training hard.
Final 15 seconds of the round. De La Chapelle offering up a left hand there.
Nice left hook. Those are pure knuckles. He turned that sucker over.
You know, and a lot, that art has been lost.
Yeah.
To just be able to just turn the punch and sit into it.
Right. You know, Triple G is not like a one-punch knockout guy, even though he had 1 or 2 of those. But he hits you with those knuckles, and he just breaks down his fighters. You know, he might beat you on your feet, but he'll beat you. And I think, and see, that's the shot I was talking about. See the truck, you guys are just on point. You're listening. You're good. Boom. See, that's a knuckle shot. That hurts. Look, see, he smiles. Whenever a fighter smiles,
he felt
it
that.
hurt.
We've got Triple G's trainer, Abel Sanchez, over that. Maybe we can ask him about the physiology of turning that shot over.
Well, I tell you one thing. One thing he said about Triple G, what I remember, is that he punches harder than Kovalev. That's a 15-pound difference. And I did a little hand combat with Triple G one time, like squeezing hand contest.
The other two judges have
strong.
it even a draw, 38-38.
So 2 judges have this one a draw right now. So this fight hanging in the balance here in the final 2 rounds as Emiliano Aguillon and Lancelot De La Chapelle vie for a spot in the semifinals. The 3rd judge has a score of 39-37 for Aguillon.
And as a trainer, I'm saying, listen, we got to get that 3rd judge. You know what I'm saying? Because whatever you're doing right has caught you up, but we got to get that 3rd judge to say, okay, you're winning this fight. And I'm talking about De La Chapelle.
And on the other side, Barack, you have to think for Aguillon, it might be time to depart from that relaxed attitude just a little bit. I mean, there obviously are 2 judges who are up in the air in terms of whether they're appreciating his work or not.
And right, and what it is that you got to be tricky now. You got to switch it up. You can't keep doing the same thing. You can't keep going for that lead right because it's not working now. He's either taking the distance away from you, De La Chapelle, or he's blocking it.
To that point, I just spoke to the corner, and Aguillon is being exhorted to feint to the left so he can throw the right. Just create that space. So just following through what you just said. And obviously, more sense of urgency.
And I see what Aguillon's trying to do. He's trying to set up those hooks. They're just slapping hooks, but he's trying to set up that hook. But sometimes with the feints make a fighter telegraph their next move. And that's why feints are so important. You know what you're looking for sometimes.
Well, a perfect example of that was when Juan Manuel Marquez was fighting Manny Pacquiao for the 4th time. He was looking for that movement in Manny, that feint to the right to throw the left, and that's when Juan Manuel connected.
Right.
There's patterns.
I always wanted to see a fifth fight.
Yeah.
But no, you know why? Because I felt like Pacquiao gave it to Marquez, you know, when he didn't have to. But they were close fights. So why didn't you just give it back to Manny Pacquiao? You had his number, you know.
No,
look at you.
Just gave Aguillon a nice left hand there.
Are you both teaming up on me mentally in your mind? Thinking the same thing, that was it? That was enough fights between those two or what?
I'm just going to let that sit right there.
Okay.
Final 20 seconds here of round 5.
I know when I lost.
No, I agree. Unfortunately,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. De La Chapelle better start using that back leg because he's now just dragging it. That could hold him back, especially if it's a close fight and Aguillon decides to let his hands go. That dragging leg might cause some delays.
Sixth and final round, a round that could very well decide this fight should we go to the scorecards. It is one that theoretically is winnable for either man, or has been since the 4th round, from what we know about the scores. Aguillon had a 39-37 advantage on one of the scorecards, 38-38 on the other 2 cards at the end of 4. Aguillon finds that right hand. Didn't land flush, but it did connect. A little more bounce in the step of Lancelot de la Chapelle, and Claudia, my 12th grade French, can even understand that his corner is telling him, if you box, you can win.
Yes.
Come on, let's go.
Yes.
He's an athlete. He should box.
But I told you, check out that back leg. He's dragging it. And that causes a little misstep, and that makes it a little bit more difficult to be able to set up for a nice 1-2, the basic 1-2.
Nearly a dangerous clash of heads there. Surprised we haven't seen more of those, considering the styles in the ring right now.
And the fact that we have an orthodox with a southpaw.
Exactly.
We've had a couple of those.
That's because
De La Chapelle.
De La Chapelle's coming up high, and Aguillon goes in low, so their heads don't clash that much. See, he comes in low, and De La Chapelle's up top, and I'm staying up here.
Yeah, because he wants to maintain, stay as the upright, the taller man, which was his mistake in the 1st round.
Oh, that was it's a good jab. It's a good jab by De La Chapelle. What he did was he timed him coming in, and he threw the jab where the head was going, and that's why he caught him.
Yep, but still, Aguillon takes it. He keeps closing the gap. He wants to go underneath the guard, go for the body. I mean, he's only 20 years old.
What's there for De La Chapelle is actually a check hook. For a fighter that comes in like that and leaves his head and puts his head down and leads with his head, check left hook, a right hook, bam. See?
There you go.
That was sort of it.
De La Chapelle fighting seemingly with more urgency than Aguillon is in the final round. Will that be a problem on the scorecards? Let's see.
We can hear that there's a level of desperation in that corner.
The scores will be very interesting as you see the respect between Aguillon and De La Chapelle. Esports World Cup Fight Week comes to a crescendo on Saturday night, and there's a stacked undercard featuring Ray Ford taking on Abraham Nova in a super featherweight shootout. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for details on how to purchase this must-see event. We'll see if this is the last time that we'll see the last night in this tournament, or if this final round, final 2 rounds were enough for him to advance.
That 1-2 was early in the fight, and that 2 always found the way to De La Chapelle's chin, but after that, he controlled the distance, and his defense was just better. And those right hands just weren't hitting the same, and that was that left hook that landed with the knuckles right on the face of Aguillon.
All right, so if you feel as though this is an extended delay as we wait for the scorecards, it is because we are being told we are using enhanced scoring.
Again.
Once again in this fight. We know that in the conventional scoring format, this was ruled a draw. And one thing to note as well, the enhanced scoring system in this case, it is for the purposes of the tournament. These draws are counted as draws according to the commission and on the fighter's official record. So the enhanced scoring system is to determine who will advance in the tournament. And it looks like we are moments away from finding out who that will be.
Right, so fighters are still happy because they advance.
Right.
But at the end of the day, they got a draw.
But that goes to show that even though somebody's going to end up losing, it was a very even match fight.
Yeah, I kind of gave the fight to De La Chapelle. I'm surprised that, you know, it's going to enhanced scoring.
All right, looks like we are ready for the count. Let's send it up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges are in agreement, scoring at the same 57-57, even, a unanimous draw. Therefore, we go to the enhanced scoring system. Judge Marcin Pavlak scores it 4-3 for De La Chapelle, and Alan Krebs and John Yona are in agreement. They both score at the same 3-3. Therefore, it is a majority draw with the enhanced scoring system. And we go now to the WBC Executive Final Decision. It is 3-2 for your winner, Lancelot De La Chapelle.
So it took 3 forms of scoring, but Lancelot De La Chapelle, the last night, will ride into the semifinals.
That was a very, very difficult fight to score. And here's confirmation of how the middleweight bracket stands going on to the semifinals. Let's take a quick look. We had 2 instances where the fights went that long. Pomerleau taking the win against Rubalco, and Sinisterra taking the first knockout of the day, and then De La Chapelle edging against Aguillon, and Biggs doing what he needed to do against Frolov. Now there we have our semifinals. This is definitely the best of the best. And with that being said, this is why we are the home of boxing. Big fights coming your way soon include an eagerly anticipated rematch between Lewis Crocker and Patty Donovan. The ever-exciting Dave Allen goes in against the seasoned hard hitter Arlanbek Makhmudov. Then on the 22nd, we're back in Riyadh for Ring 4. This is November 22nd. Night of Champions, the star-studded bill featuring David Benavides versus Anthony Yard. Devin Haney against Brian Norman Jr. And Jesse Bam Rodriguez takes on Fernando Martinez.
Because if the fight is on, it's on the zone, the global home of boxing.
And this is our reminder, these are the final fights and the stage of the competition. And we've seen some heavyweights and middleweights. And next up, the turn is for the super lightweights. To set the scene, we go to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. It's time for the 140-pounders, a loaded division here in this tournament. So many recent amateur standouts on this portion of the tournament, including Sanatali Toltayev and Danilo Lozon, we'll see up first. A lot of talent here. Carlos Utria, Spencer Wilcox going at it. Looking forward to these fights in the super lightweight division. And as mentioned, up first, it will be Sanatali Toltayev from Kazakhstan taking on Danilo Lozon of Ukraine. Two high-level operators kicking things off in the 140-pound division.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the super lightweight division. Let's first welcome to the ring, Danilo Lozon. And now let's welcome to the ring, Sanatali Toltayev. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to welcome you to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix. And we want to give a big thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and Chairman of the Saudi Boxing Federation, Turki Al-Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Esports World Cup and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Ward for Queensberry, Eddie Hearn, Matchroom Boxing, and the World Boxing Council, along with their great sponsors, STC, and all the great sponsors involved. Let's continue now with the super lightweight division, 6 rounds scheduled. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Guillermo Moreno, and Marcin Pavlak. Referee will be Nobuto Ikahara. Introducing, fighting out of the green corner, wearing yellow and blue, he weighed in officially at 141.8 pounds. Undefeated with 14 wins, 9 wins come by knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Danilo Lozon. And across the ring, fighting out the gold corner, wearing turquoise, he weighed in officially at 140.9. Undefeated with 4 wins, 2 wins by knockout. Representing Kazakhstan, here is Sanatali Tultayev.
Please come here. Nobody in the holding the position on the low block. You have a quick fight with no fight. Are you okay? Please gloves on. Good luck.
So a good-looking matchup here between Sanatali Tultayev and Danilo Lozon. Lozon, of course, scored a 3rd-round TKO win over Eric Bazran. Opened things up with a 6th-round decision over Cameronbek Eshmatov. A tough draw so far for Lozon, and it's not getting any easier here tonight against Tultayev, who took out the #1 seed in this bracket, Gerald Intu, in his last fight, and opened up his tournament with a TKO win over Herman Brochero. Tultayev, outside of his professional career, still very much active on the elite amateur scene, representing Kazakhstan. So a man who is very, very familiar with the tournament format and basically is exclusively fighting in them as both a pro and an amateur.
In that Bolchero fight, Tultayev, they used the WBC instant replay and got one of those, slips that the referee called and changed to a knockdown. And I love that because I was trying to fight for that knockdown.
We remember. We remember.
There's been
but it was a great call.
It's been most of the time they disagree with me.
No, but that was the time that you were absolutely right, and they agreed with you. And, good thing we had instant replay.
Yeah, that's true.
Would love to see that implemented more often.
It's just obviously it works. It works in every other sport. It just works.
And when we talk about this fight, when we're talking about the #9 seed against the #13, you see how literally the tournament does the job. It just brings out the best of every single fighter because you're putting them against the best of the best.
You can see the caliber of the operators here. Tultayev doing some nice work. Looked like he was on a bit of a roll, and then Lozon with a beautiful left hand.
Oh,
There again, same type of sequence, except the left hand from Lozon this time went downstairs.
Even though most of Tultayev's career has been in the amateurs, you can see how seasoned his boxing is. It's very, very structured, very tight. Everything is very precise, every movement.
Ukrainian.
Yes, exactly.
Left hand down the middle there from Lozon. Body work there from Tultayev a moment ago.
Again, talking about youth, early 20s, and yet his professional career is pretty extensive for that age.
It was high tempo action in the opening round as we look at the Tultayev corner where his twin brother Sanatali Tultayev is there. It's not difficult to confuse them, much like the Charlos.
How do you have your own identity when you grow up a twin? Sometimes there's twins in my neighborhood that I'm saying hi to. I don't know who I'm talking to.
Am I reading that right? That the cap says Nebraska?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sanatali might be a very big Cornhuskers fan.
Oh.
I don't know that.
But
why else would you have the hat?
I think it's
or he loves Terrence Crawford, right? Yeah, there you go.
Right?
Round 2 underway. Don't make fun of Cornhuskers fans, or Terrence Crawford is going to text you like right now.
Oh, that's a fact. I'm sure he would. Maybe because he's in camp, he won't.
He watches.
Nice quick combination again there from Toltayev.
Evenly matched or what? What do you think, Gloria?
Yes, absolutely. Look at Lozon. Did you see how he changed? He just dipped down just a tad bit to connect that left. Beautiful.
And at the same time, Toltayev was moving laterally. Like, they're playing chess.
It's a beautiful dance.
Lozon trying to find the body of Toltayev there with the left hand. He did that a couple times in the opening round. A couple eye-catching shots.
Remember, we were talking about just being able to maintain the body weight balance between both legs. You can see that on Lozon perfectly. It's just right in the middle. And he's fast enough to just switch angles because he's so evenly distributed.
Oh, that was a good one, too, by Lozon, but I think this is just a good round for Toltayev. You know, his straight hands are actually getting through the guard a little bit, bothering the nose of Lozon.
Ooh,
nice
that
sharp,
left.
straight left hand again. That has been the money shot for Lozon all night long. And it's a recurring pattern in this fight where Toltayev has some extended success, but then Lozon catches everyone's eye with a left hand, either downstairs or up top like that one. Uppercut there from Toltayev. A right hand that wraps around the guard of Lozon. High level, high tempo stuff here from Toltayev and Lozon. Body shot there from Toltayev, and this is exactly the fight he wants. A high volume phone booth fight where he can use his footwork in close quarters. But sometimes that will happen as well. Leans in a little bit. Oh my goodness, what a shot! Danilo Lozon found that left hand again, and down goes Toltayev for the first time in his career.
And that was Toltayev trying to push him back while Lozon stood his ground and let go of that left hand. That was beautiful.
And all it took was just a second.
I think he regained his composure very well.
Yeah, but the damage is already done.
Nice 10-8 round. Toltayev. Straight left. Right on the button. So normally he was stepping back. That time, he just stepped back a sequence before that. Then he didn't. He held his ground. He was in position and let go of the left hand.
Scored the same, 19-18 for the green corner, Lozon.
Caught cold, distracted.
I mean, I don't know if he was caught cold. He was looking pretty warm. I think that it was, you know, we pointed it out, kind of the same sequence happening again and again, and eventually, if you land a sharp left hand enough times, it might have that kind of effect.
Yeah, I think it was just a good shot. Right timing.
Left hand to the body there from Lozon.
Can Toltayev just let go of that first round? Because sometimes that lingers mentally. Now you're a little hesitant. I guess not.
A little bit more head movement here from Toltayev.
And a lot more action by Lozon.
Yeah, he has certainly been emboldened. Big boost of confidence for Lozon.
Look at that.
Three-punch combination all landed by Lozon.
And Lozon really picking things up here this round. Spent training camp alongside the 2020 Olympian and K2 promotion star Yaroslav Karts.
I like this referee. I mean, he stands very far away, but when something happens, he rushes in to stop the action.
Eagle's eye.
And speed.
Don't sleep on Lozon. I like the way he just dips in, goes under the guard, goes for the body. He goes for that number 8, and that could throw you off too.
Totayev, he's effective when he moves his head. He's good. His defense is good. Sometimes he forgets, I think, because he's thinking about landing a hard shot of his own.
Did you see how he swung that left hook? Now he's just standing a little too flat in front of Lozon.
This is just non-stop adjustments being made by both men here. He's been fighting a 6-round tempo, certainly. Not holding anything back here. Another
he's
left
hurt.
hand.
He's hurt.
Totayev still firing back, grabbing a hold as well.
It definitely rattled him, shook him.
You saw that leg buckled.
Yeah. It was just a hard shot.
Also looks like he might be cut as well, or at least an abrasion and some swelling developing on the outside of the right eye of Totayev. As the hits keep on coming for Danilo Lozon.
I was just saying in my head, like, this is a tough round to score because they have their moments going tit for tat, landing some good shots like these. But it was over there in the corner where shot just rocked Totayev, but it was also him jumping back that made it look like it was worse than what it is. So he probably wasn't rocked. It was just a good shot at a time when he was jumping, and it made it look like he was hurt.
So round 4 begins, and just taking the context cues as they're given here, it's obvious that Totayev in his corner, they know that some adjustments need to be made. There was a stern look on the face of Totayev's coach, and when Totayev came out, you heard that guttural scream like, I got to pick this up. I have to do something.
Dig deep.
And it's not like he's not letting his hands go, because he is. You know, it's the game plan.
It's just a tempo. Lozon's tempo just got a little bit faster.
A knockdown will do that for you.
Yeah, I like the word that Corey used, emboldened. Look at that, he's just relentless. Inside, outside, he's just letting his hands go everywhere.
Now he's getting comfortable, Lozon, fighting with his hands down from the outside.
Great combination to the body.
His head was wide open for those shots, or a return shot, but Totayev didn't throw any.
Again, now there's hesitation. That's why I asked you, you know, that knockdown lingers mentally. Now you're a little bit more hesitant. You're just the half a second, little slower.
We're seeing all this action because these are 6-rounders. These guys can't afford to give a round away.
Inside the final minute of round 4. Danilo Lozon, the 22-year-old. shot on the inside from Toltayev.
Now there's a cut in
That was a head
Lozon.
clash just now.
Yeah.
Looked like the head followed up that right hand of Toltayev, and that has busted Lozon open.
And again, it's in the outside of the orbital. I don't think it's going to cause much issue in his vision.
Lozon just acknowledged a good left hook by Toltayev.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a look at that. That is gushing blood, and it may not be a vision problem, but...
But a blood problem. Yeah, see, it's in the outside. And again, it hurts.
You've had good cuts all night, huh?
Yeah.
If there is such a thing.
And exactly the same spot.
Mm-hmm. On the outside of the left eye.
The fight will continue. It's certainly not a pleasant cut that Lozon is dealing with right now, as he fires another left hand to the body of Toltayev.
Remember, his mission for Lozon is to show the world this new generation of fighters stepping into the international exposure.
I got one of those cuts one time before in a head clash. I'm going right, the other guy's going left, and we just clash, and boom.
Done.
Accidental head clash just like that.
Yes, this has been confirmed.
Boom, there it is.
As accidental by the WBC as well.
And the momentum of the heads came from Toltayev, actually. And it just so happened that Lozon was on the receiving end of that.
Very calm, Lozon. There goes that screaming again.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges have the same, 38-37, unanimous for the green corner, Lozon.
You probably overheard Thomas Triber there. The open scores, 38-37 across the board for Danilo Lozon. Hard right hook there from Lozon. Caught a little bit of glove, but you could hear that one. So 38-37, obviously not an insurmountable lead for Sanatali Toltayev. He would need to win the last 2 rounds on at least 2 of the scorecards if he wants to win on the cards. Of course, he could also end the fight, but it's Danilo Lozon who has shown himself to be more capable of that.
Lozon is fighting good here. He's being first in spots, and he's also, you know, using his feet for defense.
But let's look at Lozon's mobility.
You can see the urgency even in the feet of Toltayev. There was a moment there where they were broken apart, and Toltayev was running after Lozon to get back to the action.
He needs these 2 rounds in order to win. He's down on all the judges' scorecards, but only by 1 point. Good call by ref, stop the action so no one can sit in the behind the head.
Oof.
Wow.
Hard shot, and the heads come together again.
But Lozon is being more precise. Toltayev, there's almost anxiously fighting. It's an anxious feeling that I get from Toltayev right now.
That's a really good descriptor. I was thinking of calling it a little bit chaotic at times,
Yes.
right? And sometimes that chaos can work for Toltayev, but I think Lozon, what we've seen all night, number one, he has power that Toltayev has to respect, but also his guard, especially from long range, that bladed stance, he's made it a little bit more difficult for Toltayev to hit him flush than Toltayev has experienced in his pro career.
Right, that's called an adjustment. That's what Lozon did. He's just adjusting. He just made an adjustment. He's boxing now, and he's controlling the distance.
And it just takes half a step. See, like that half a step to stay completely out of range
Yep.
for Toltayev.
Instead of going inside, getting caught with other shots, and sometimes smothering your own shots. Oh gosh. Now it's
cut.
cuts on both sides
and
of the
that
face.
is
a
significantly
lot
worse. It is somehow flowing down the front and the back of the body of Danilo Lozon.
Because it's right on top of the eyebrow.
Yeah, that absolutely
red
has
card
to be
means
stopped.
stop.
That is a
Oh, that's a
horrifying gash.
Well, then that would mean he possibly won this fight.
No, because it was
You will have to score this round.
Yes.
Right.
And then, provided enhanced scoring doesn't give it to Toltayev if he has won the fight. So there's a couple factors
There's a lot of
here.
factors moving on. There are a lot of moving pieces. But with that being said,
it's not the worst result for him.
no, because those were accidental headbutts.
Yes.
If it were a punch, then it'd be a completely different story.
Yeah.
So you score this round, you figure Lozon won this round, but if not, then it's a draw, and you got to go to
Right, so
enhanced.
it could be a stroke of bad luck, or it's a very bad cut that will potentially have some implications for the next round. Both of these
I was
cuts.
just going to tell you, because that goes with a suspension, mandatory suspension.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
Exactly. And it's not one cut, it's two cuts.
So you probably have 90 days. And even if they heal sufficiently, have they really healed? I mean,
We've seen this going on happen 100 times, if not 1,000 times.
Wow,
I mean,
we got to watch this over.
oh, it hurt me. That was, oh.
Even though that's deemed accidental, you got to tell a fighter stop coming in like that with your head. That was so hard. And luckily the doctor stopped this, because that's too much.
But the truth is, there was no ill intention. I mean, Toltayev was just coming in, and as a matter of fact, he was in a very awkward position. His chin was up. I mean, we could argue that easily an uppercut would have stopped it.
Right.
I mean, it happens.
I'm just glad the doctor, as soon as the doctor saw it, he was like, oh no.
Yeah, we're not going to let this go on.
I'm glad he stopped it, because you get a situation where it's too much blood in it, and now you lose the fight.
Oh, we've got a Friday night fight from Orlando next week, as undefeated featherweight prospect John Paul Rivera headlines a huge MVP bill as he squares off with American puncher Daniel Bailey, live on DAZN, and all part of your regular subscription. So Danilo Lozon still being tended to here, trying to apply some pressure on the cut that just won't stop flowing. It did not take long for the doctor to make that decision that this one would not be continuing. But now the question is, whom will that benefit? Only Thomas Treiber knows right now, so let's send it up to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end at 2 minutes 48 seconds of round number 5. Due to an accidental headbutt, the physician advises our referee in charge to stop the contest due to a severe laceration sustained by the green corner. Therefore, we will go to the scorecards. Judge Dawson scores it 47-47, even a draw. And both judges Moreno and Pavlak score it the same, 48-46. Both for your winner by a technical majority decision. Danilo Lozon.
So Danilo Lozon will move on to the next round. The horrifying gash that you see beneath the WBC cap ended this one prematurely, but Lozon had done enough on the scorecards, and barring those will heal, we will see him in the semifinals.
The WBC Grand Prix is taking the limelight now right here in Riyadh. But on Saturday, attention switches to a huge fight night at A&B Arena. Moses Itauma versus Dillian Whyte stops the bill on what could be a pivotal night for the veteran.
What does a win over Moses do for your career right now?
There's everything in my career. Bring my career back. Obviously, I've been a bit in the long grass for the last couple of years. Obviously, in misfortunate situations, I've been a bit in the long grass, just chipping away, bobbing and weaving. So yeah, Moses, a win over Moses is the chance for me to get back in the big time and to hopefully challenge the world title again.
Do you think Moses is ready for something like that?
Well, I'm going to be 1,000% honest with you. I've never seen Moses fight. So I really don't know what he's ready for. He's got to bring it all. I mean, you know, I says, Dill, listen, let's just be realistic here. What could this kid do that you haven't already seen? But can that kid ask the same question? Can Dylan do something that this kid hasn't seen yet?
Obviously, it's a must-win fight, and obviously, I'm going up against the next Mike Tyson, as in, we've been compared to Mike Tyson and a lot of great fighters, you know what I mean? I'm just, look old me, I've never been compared to a journeyman in the great era. We've been compared to Mike Tyson, so.
I mean, we're training hard like it's a championship fight. But we're not training like we're fighting freaking Clubber Lang or anybody, you know what I'm saying? Moses, you know, is a good young prospect. You know, like I say, you know, we're just working every day like we're fighting for the title. You know, I mean, whether it's this kid or anybody else.
Dillian Whyte's battle against Moses Itauma tops the bill, but there's a great undercard before that. Nick Ball, Hayato Tsutsumi, and Ray Ford all in action, as well as another heavyweight cracker between Philip Hergovitz and David Adeleye. You can watch it all live on The Zone. Head on to thezone.com/forwardboxing for more information on how to purchase this must-see event. And now we go to our second quarterfinal right here, the number 2 in the super lightweight division. For the particulars, let's go to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Spencer Wilcox. And now let's welcome to the ring, Carlos Urrutia. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Guillermo Moreno, Alan Krebs, and John Yona. Our referee in charge will be Bella Florian. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing black, red, and white, and weighed in officially at 141.5 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 5 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, here is Spencer Wilcox. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow, red, and blue, and weighed in officially at 141.9 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 10 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout. ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, here is Carlos Utria.
Come on. Your mom, please. Okay. You know the rules. Follow them during the fight. Listen to my commands. Okay? Touch the gloves. Start the fight. Okay. Good luck.
So a very interesting matchup here between Carlos Utria and Spencer Wilcox. Utria, one of the standouts of the tournament thus far, a man that a lot of boxing scouts were looking at as a potential signee at the outset of this tournament. Spencer Wilcox has turned in two very complete performances thus far against Bartolome Prebilla and Samuel Quay in the opening round. Utria, last time out, bloodied Alan David Krenz, who was another one of the pre-tournament favorites, and of course was coming off perhaps the best fight of the tournament thus far against Crisolito Beltran.
This is going to be another speed chess match, you know, where you got a guy like Utria who can do both. He can pressure fight or he can box, but it's going to be tough trying to box with a Spencer Wilcox. He's just as fast, just as elusive.
And again, going back to the rankings, you know, Utria ranked number 10 in the tournament, while Spencer came in at number 6, again, showing that evenly matched, very well positioned.
I need those statistics. I didn't even know about the rankings for the tournament. Only Claudia gets such things.
Yeah, I know people. They're the same people you know.
Who, H&R Block? What are you talking about? Oh, good jab.
Up jab there from Utria.
Nice.
And it's a power jab. Let's not forget Krenz, one of the heavy hitters of the tourney in general. And Utria did a good job at just neutralizing that.
Yeah, I mean, neutralizing, dominating, bloodying,
Yes.
all of those things all at
I
once.
was being kind. I was being kind.
Tremendous performance from Utria as he sends that rocket of a right hand over the top.
That's why whoever wins this it's going to go very far in this division.
Well, I think even the loser of this fight is going to receive some calls from promoters, either to join the stable or to be on their show. These are two highly talented 140-pounders.
They're gonna want them because you can't be an opponent because you fight too good.
Well, we just saw it with Totayev and Lozan. I mean, either one of those are going to be forces to be reckoned with at 140 pounds.
Yeah.
Quiet opening round here for Spencer Wilcox, and we can hear his corner to our right telling Wilcox, hey, he's waiting for counters. You got to stay active.
Yep.
Right now, Utria, throughout the round, for the most part, has kind of been planting his feet, daring Wilcox to come after him, and then launching those right hands when he makes any kind of a move.
Watch how Utria stomps that back leg. It just grounds him.
Showmanship. I think he won that round from the last couple exchanges.
So you gotta fucking make him bite like that. You gotta stick the jab. The jab gotta go like boom, boom. Double jab, down and up, down and up, down and up. And when you get close to him, tight there, boom, and catch it. Right? Got it? Got it? How you feeling, champ? You look good, man. Stay relaxed, man. Don't panic, man. You good. Don't fall asleep, man. Don't fall asleep.
It's round 2 underway. We're at the corner of Spencer Wilcox, telling him don't fall asleep. You have to stay busy with him.
Good advice. Good advice. When you're dealing with someone like Utria. He's fast. He's always on point. Got to stay awake.
When we talk about presence, Utria's not a big man. He's not too impressive when he walks in, but there's an aura about him. Even when he just does that little feint that he does, you can tell that he can trigger somebody just to pull back, just a tad. There's a level of intensity.
Yeah, and that aura that you talk about, it's even in his presentation. You saw when he went to the corner, somehow he found the camera to look into as well. You know, he knows that people are watching.
He gave a little smile, a little small smile.
Just a smirk.
Right.
Just counter jab there from Wilcox. Getting a little bit busier here this round.
You know what? I'm going to take it back. It's not just essences. There's confidence when he walks into the ring.
Got a high level of skill set. And he got the physical attributes because those long arms are serving him really well. See right there? Nice jab.
And look at where that jab comes from, all the way from the hip.
Yes.
So it's not only long, it's actually very fast.
Yeah.
See?
Fast fighters tend to have their lead hand down.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the few times that actually Wilcox was able to counter with the right hand. Oh, good fake, good fake. It didn't really land flush by Utria, but he faked low and went up top with it, turned it into a left hook.
Let's pin that. That's exactly how he won the last fight.
Inside the final minute here of round 2, the hand speed of Carlos Utria jumping off the screen here in the second round. Wilcox trying to find something there when Utria throws that up jab. He is coming back with the right hand.
Yeah. It's hard to hit Utria, but one thing that's landing all the time by Wilcox, and that's the jab to the body.
Short shot on the inside there from Wilcox. Obviously, the power of Utria is threatening. Remember, before he came into this tournament, the average length of a Carlos Utria fight was 1.1 rounds.
Competition got tougher, but he's still showing his level.
It also took a heroic effort from Alan David Krenz to hear the final bell last time out.
Yeah.
Spencer Wilcox not taking that kind of punishment in this one, but it may be that he's down 2 rounds to Carlos Utria.
No, Wilcox is pretty fast himself. He's just shorter arms, so it's hard to get in there with another fast fighter like that.
You know, that reminds me of somebody who is very fast, both hands and feet, but Miguel Cotto, with a very, very short reach for 140, which was the last time he actually connected a knockout. As he got into the bigger divisions, that was his detriment. Very short range.
Yeah.
Skill set was there, though.
So round 3 begins.
You know who Utria just reminded me of, Claudia? With the way he just walked into the center of the ring? Who was the person that rocked Crawford early in his career? Gamboa.
Ah.
With that confidence that Gamboa used to have. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
No,
and
like,
it wasn't
I'm
that
faster
early
than
in
everybody.
his career. Yeah.
I know it wasn't that early. No, no, no.
And can I remind you, Yuriorkis Gamboa walked into that ring with a torn Achilles.
Wait, Crawford?
No, Gamboa walked
No, I mean
in.
the Crawford fight?
Yes.
And not the Tank fight? Really? Wow.
It took forever to heal.
Well, he was piecing Crawford up the first
Actually,
4 rounds.
The injury came in a fight against Castellano, and then it just trickled on. And I know because I was there.
Wow.
Good counter right hand over the top there from Wilcox after a couple snappy up jabs from Utria connected. Again, every once in a while, one of those is the trigger for that shot, and it is getting there.
That left hook.
But Utria, a lot busier still.
Yep, like I said, let's pin that left hook. And he changes the angle. Look at where it comes from, all the way. It's coming from the bottom.
Now Utria's giving up his distance because he wants to land harder shots. And this is where Wilcox is going to have to punch with him rather than just avoid shots.
You see there what can make Utria dangerous as well. He misses with that big right hand. A lot of fighters, big power punchers like him, they'll stop there. Utria keeps going. He stayed with that combination and landed a left hook to the body.
And he showed in the Krenz fight that he can do both. He can walk you down and he can box on the back foot or box standing right in front of you. And he's showing that again right now.
My question to you, how much stamina and conditioning does it take for you to be able to throw those punches that Corey just mentioned and then follow through with just as hard with the 1-2?
Well, you got to train like you're fighting a 12-round fight. And if you just look at Utria, he's not breathing hard. He just fights with his mouth open. That's probably just a habit. He's
very dangerous habit,
super conditioned. Yeah, true. Somebody who trusts in his speed, trusts in his head movements.
It's a right hand from Utria. Wilcox's corner telling him, hey, you're seeing everything. And indeed, this has been a better round for Spencer Wilcox. Whether he won the round or not is another matter, but the adjustments and improvements are being made from Wilcox as he gets out of the way of another one of those left hooks from Utria.
I think it's also that, Utria's putting himself in the line of fire because he wants to land harder shots. So he's closing the distance, giving Wilcox an opportunity.
Listen, bro, you gotta go in there and fight. You're fighting this fight right now. You're losing it. You gotta go in there and fight the guy, man. He's tired too.
That was a good double jab. Right hand by Utria. Closing the distance so he can land the power shots like that. Stalking his prey. Like I said, he does both. He does both being a pressure fighter and he can box you in the center of the ring. Very fast.
Very different atmospheres in the corner of Carlos Utria and Spencer Wilcox. The Wilcox corner is letting him have it right now. The Utria corner as relaxed as you'll see a boxing corner be.
Because I believe that the Wilcox corner saw that Utria was coming in, and they're telling him, you gotta fight this guy. He was moving around too much for them probably. And now you see Wilcox got his left foot planted like, okay, I'm staying here, I'm gonna get in range.
And that counter right hand from Wilcox at times has been good. And that's a nice stabbing jab, but back comes Utria again.
He took it back. Yep.
Oh, nice sharp right hand there from Utria. He threw that from his hip.
Yeah. He just saw the distance.
Claudia, you have a smile on your face, and you were in the Wilcox corner. What did you hear?
Got some info.
Because the corner is, like you mentioned before, they're just sense of urgency. They're going bananas out there. They're exhorting Wilcox to not only be first, but just let his hands go. And one of the things that we notice is that Wilcox is falling in Utria's fight, and they want him to just step up, let the hands go, but be able to step back so to stay out of range.
It's tough because Utria is very, very fast. And that Wilcox, that can work with other fighters, but it's just tough. I think you just need to throw some more feints when you're dealing with a guy that's just as fast as you or maybe a little bit faster.
I like the way he just finished the instructions. You got this. You got this. We've worked on this. So there's a level of, let me reassure you, you've been here before. Encouragement. We've talked about frustration and how that will end up being your worst enemy.
Head movement there from Utria. Utria more or less just standing his ground as Wilcox is trying to find a way in. Trying to develop some momentum here as Utria fires that right hand again. And we're inside the final minute of round 4.
A good way to get into is to watch the feet of your opponent. So you watch Utria right before There you go. Right before the guy sets, that's when you go in, because you know he can't really respond as fast if he's just about to put that front foot down.
Because you're committed to that punch.
Yes.
But you need to be very aware of where you're at.
About 30 seconds here of round 4. Gotta like the Cuban school-esque footwork there from Utria, Claudia.
There's a lot of exchange with Cuban school of boxing. And you can see that.
He digs the left hook to the body.
I think the hardest shots Utria has thrown during this entire fight is to the body with that left hand, as such.
Triple left hook and then a right hand behind it. The hand speed of Carlos Utria is a real problem for Wilcox tonight.
Unanimous for the gold corner. Utria.
You fucking got this, man. Stay with him. Stay with him.
Round 5 underway. Carlos Utria has won every round on every judge's scorecard thus far. So Spencer Wilcox knows that he needs either a knockout or a collection of knockdowns here.
Yeah, he definitely knows
across the board.
I just think that when you're dealing with a fighter with such high level skill and IQ as Utria, I don't know what the corner is saying on Wilcox, but I know you have to be specific with your instructions, because you can't just say, I don't know what they're saying now, let your hands go and stuff like that, because he is. But how? How do I get past that jab? How do I get past his speed?
Yeah, and I think the problem, Brock, I think what you're alluding to is that just sheer outright aggression is going to get you hurt against Utria.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Spencer Wilcox specifically, but anyone. Utria has that kind of hand speed and power. And he's hoping for that kind of recklessness. And Wilcox hasn't given that to him, but it's also meant that Wilcox now finds himself in this position.
Right. Two things I would say to Wilcox. Stop just going straight back, because sometimes Utria closes that distance and still lands that last punch, whether it's a jab, he doubles up on it, or if it's a right hand. And also I'd say feint the guy.
Good right hand to the body there from Utria.
He could have countered those missed uppercuts, but he chose not to. Oh.
Good left hook there from Wilcox.
Yep.
Uppercut from Utria comes right back. And that may be a key that Wilcox is looking for. Maybe getting to the inside could work for him. Now, you're going to have to take some shots to get your work done, as he's finding out right now. But that left hook from Wilcox was the best shot that he's landed in quite some time.
Right, and this is one of those rounds like the third round where Utria is giving it to you. He's like, look, when he goes in that Philly shell, I'm walking you down here.
And I just spoke to a corner, and they said that basically they're just waiting for the moment to look for the knockout. There's no urgency. They're just systematically tearing Wilcox down, waiting for the opportunity for a knockout, meaning they're gonna egg him on so he can connect flush.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And he wants the knockout to be a pretty punch. I can see, you know, one of those pretty, I set you up, it landed flush, you're down. And that's why he's throwing that right uppercut. See, he's looking to throw that right uppercut. And that's why some of these shots are gonna land. He's not moving out of position, Utria.
Yeah, Utria is not just grabbing anything off the rack. He's looking for the perfect piece.
Yes. That was good, Corey. That was good.
He's going to have it tailor-made.
Off the rack, he said.
Yep. No pret-a-porter here.
I've gotten a couple of things off the rack that was kind of nice, though.
Must be nice.
We had a pretty good trip to Ross Dress for Less not that long ago.
Hey!
Telling our secrets.
I'm not too proud.
Telling our secret, that's true.
Why? Don't knock it. Listen.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. Corey got a shirt from there. A
Burlington?
boxing shirt, by the way. I don't know how he finds these. That made me go to the store
and get it.
And look through like 700 shirts and could not find it.
Barack out here in the young man section.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't care what size it was. I just wanted the shirt. I would have took home a small that day.
That would be something I'd like to see. You know what? I'm going to give a lot of credit to Wilcox, who's taken every single punch Utria has, and he comes out with the same will every round.
And he's actually a good fighter. It's just levels.
Yes.
It's levels. Utria is just probably a little bit better. I don't want to say probably. Utria is a little bit better. You know, I'm trying to be nice. But Wilcox is a good fighter. You go back to the drawing board knowing that you're a good fighter, guy.
We'll see if Wilcox can produce something big here in the 6th and final round. If not, really, Utria just needs to stay on his feet to hear the final bell. But Utria, as has become more and more apparent as the tournament has gone on, is going to be a nightmare for anyone in this bracket.
You know, even Sinisterra, stablemate, literally told me, listen, at this point in time, we don't need to risk anything. He's up in the card, so.
That's a wicked uppercut there from Utria.
This kid is good. Wilcox had a nice straight left, rather, which is the jab to the chest, which is smart. That's how you fight a guy like this that's super fast.
Yeah, but Utria keeps coming forward. So that jab, be it power jab or no power jab, is not doing much damage.
Utria is nice. He's very skillful.
And resilient.
Other uppercut. They keep landing there from Utria. Wilcox is taking them. And to your point, Claudia, credit to Wilcox, who also hasn't been visually discouraged. And in a lot of fighters in this case, when you have a guy in front of you who looks like he's having fun, he has his hands down, that is visually demoralizing. And that has not happened with Spencer Wilcox. He might not be having the success that he wants, but he hasn't given up.
No. And even the level of urgency the corner is trying to push into him is not affecting him at all. He's not going into exciting boxing, no chaotic. He's still very much into his own fight. Oof.
Utria is still trying to land that uppercut.
.40 seconds remaining in the contest.
Fighting for the southpaw stance. Oh, got
nice
caught with
sweeping
a right
shot
hand.
there from Wilcox.
And rubbed his head like to say, good shot, man. Let me go back in the right-handed stance. Oh, that would have been a good counter, but it hit off the shoulder of Wilcox.
Oof. But that uppercut is going in on cue.
There it was again. Carlos Utria just oozing confidence through the screen. And we will see him in the semifinals.
Good fight. That was good. Good chest. Good chest. Hold your head up, Wilcox. Good fighter.
Yes.
Live from the National Football Stadium in Belfast, Lewis Crocker and Paddy Donovan will make history on September 13th as they rematch for the vacant IBF welterweight crown in the first ever world title fight between two Irish fighters. Another tremendous night for Carlos Utria, who is living up to even the loftiest scouting reports as we take a look back at the final round.
And this is Utria just playing around, showing his showmanship, showing his skill set, landed a straight right, boom, a lead right. Jumping in, missed that one, but, you know, just trying to show I'm dominating. and I can do whatever I want. So this time, you're thinking I'm coming in with a lead right, but it was a jumping in jab.
Total dominance. Total dominance.
All right, let's make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, all 3 judges in agreement, scoring it the same, 60-54, for your winner by unanimous decision, Carlos Utria.
The budding Colombian star, Carlos Utria, stamps his ticket to the semifinals with a dominant victory over Spencer Wilcox.
2 places in the super lightweight semifinals have been already claimed. Later, we switch attention to the featherweights. And on Saturday, one of the world's best at 126 pounds defends his WBA strap as Nick Ball faces Sam Goodman. In the build-up to his latest defense, the Liverpoolian took a stroll around his home city with our own Carl Frampton.
Tell me, before we even talk about the fight, I want to know about Liverpool and what the city means to you.
It means everything to me because that's where I'm from. That's where I grew up. So yeah, it's everything to me. And I've been starting off here, you know, my whole career. And you know, I always said I was going to be world champion and have a main event fight here, and I've done that. And the city got behind me. So yeah, I feel like anyone who's watching me gets behind me because it's interesting. It's my type of style. What they like watching. You know, they get the money's worth for.
So Nick, building, you know, a fan base in the small hall shows and going that route to fighting. Your last 2 fights have been here. Can you tell me a wee bit about what the atmosphere and stuff was like?
It was crazy, yeah. The first one, coming back as a world champion, defending there for the first time, it was mad. Yeah, it was a mad feeling. I was in the changing rooms, obviously focused, warming up, and then when I come out to do the ring walk, the crowd was all, you know, screaming and shouting, videoing and things like that, and then it was a mad feeling for me. It was like, these are all here for me.
So this fight against Sam Goodman, how are you feeling going into it?
Feeling good, yeah. Feeling ready to go. 3rd time back in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, so I'm looking forward to getting back out there, yeah, and putting another good performance.
And what do you think about him as an opponent?
I'm not really too sure until I get in there with him. The main thing, though, he's unbeaten, so he's not going to want to get beat, is he? He's going to come and try and take what I've got, and I'm not going to let it happen. So it's going to be interesting.
How do you see the fight going, Nick?
You know, it's a hard one, isn't it? Because you don't really know, and no one really knows until the bell goes. But you know, first round highlight reel KO, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But sometimes it doesn't always go to plan. But that'd be nice, yeah. Nice explosive knockout.
Nick Ball versus Sam Goodman is the co-main event on Saturday night as ES Sports World Cup Fight Week concludes at AMB Arena. It's another great Riyadh season card topped by Moses Itauma against Dillian White. Make sure you join us by purchasing the event. Head to DAZN.com/boxing for more details. And now we're back to the WBC Grand Prix action. Quarterfinals number 3 in the super lightweight, and we're ready to walk in the fighters, Corey.
That's right. This one could be a banger. We've got Mujibio Tursunov taking on Misael Cabrera. Cabrera has one of the hot trainers of the day, Panda Najar, in his corner, and he said that they want to turn this into an all-out war. Can he do it against the Uzbek amateur standout? We'll find out as we send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Misael Cabrera.
tiempo para descansar. Cuando muera me va a sonar. Así que lo que me resta con los míos a disfrutar. De billetes me voy a forrar. Eso comprobado está. La vida me ha castigado, pero ahora voy a ganar. No soy el mismo de antes, ya no soy.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Mujibilo Tursunov. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Alan Krebs, and John Yona. Our referee in charge is Lawrence Cole. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 141.2 pounds. His professional record consists of 17 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, with 11 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Misael Cabrera. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and white, and weighed in officially at 141.3 pounds. Undefeated with 7 wins, 2 of his 7 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Uzbekistan, here is Mujibilo Tursunov.
Early in the dressing room. Obey my commands, protect yourselves all the time. Touch them up. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you. God bless you.
So Uzbekistan versus Mexico. Mujibilo Tursunov and Misael Cabrera, 2 very different brands of aggressive boxing. You heard Panda say prior to the fight, saying, we want to turn this into an all-out war. We'll try and outbox him, but ultimately, we're going to have to drag him into the trenches.
It's going to be hard to outbox him, but one thing that Tursunov does very well is he stays low against a taller fighter. You know, he stays low, and that sometimes affords you that. You get inside easier when you're low like that with good head movement.
Tursunov has all the hallmarks of what people would think of as kind of the prototypical Uzbek style, that aggression mixed with the exotic footwork. He's been a pleasure to watch thus far in the tournament, as he has been throughout his amateur career, where earlier this year he once again won the Uzbek National Elite Championship, and then the next day fought as a professional.
Crazy.
Shout out to the Uzbek Commission for allowing that.
I know, crazy. Nice, tight, high guard covering his head and his body. And you see Cabrera wants to fight it from a distance, you know. He wants to fight that, but you can't keep backing up in the ropes like this, because then you get that.
A very different test for Cabrera here tonight. Last time out, scored a 6-round decision over Aaron Barajas, who of course is the teenage sensation that we've seen here in the tournament. And you know, he kind of played the role of the adult in that fight, didn't he? He was able to kind of, not old man, but sort of big man, Aaron Barajas, who just seemed a little out of his depth in that fight.
Absolutely, I remember that. He was so composed, incredible. Although it looks like Cabrera kind of got dragged into a fight already. Look, keeping his foot there, not backing up, throwing hard jabs.
Cabrera corner believes They are the harder puncher in this equation.
That's the thing, though. Like, don't believe that coming into the fight. Find out. Find out. Don't just believe that.
Combination there from Tursunov as Cabrera tries to find his own lane for a left hook to the body.
Switch southpaw, Cabrera.
Cabrera kind of playing Tursunov's game a little bit.
Cabrera possibly felt the shots of Tursunov and said, you know what? I can bang with him. I'm going to stay right here, and he's not going to back me up anymore. Oh, God, that was a low blow.
Body.
Pretty low, but he gave it right back. It was part of the body, but not the legal part. Oh, this is a war.
Yeah, this is a terrific exchange here. Exactly what Cabrera's corner had promised. And Tursunov right there to participate in it. You see the excitement on the face of Misael Cabrera. This is the kind of fight he likes.
All I can say is let's see who gets hurt first. That's it. But is that what the corner? Oh, see, that was super low, but that cup saves the day. And he said, but I'm going to get you back low. I like that. Fighter, don't complain. Just give it right back to him. There it goes again. Super low. Not even a wince from Cabrera, but I'm gonna give you it right back.
Watch the head, ref.
Round two begins. Good fight brewing here between Mujabilo Tursunov and Misael Cabrera to advance to the semifinals.
Stop! 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 Behind the head. Stop! He's hitting behind the neck.
No. Listen to me. Behind the head. No more. Okay? Touch him up.
Both men being warned for shots behind the head. As the intensity, big right hand there from Cabrera. And Tursunov, at the very least, needed to reset his feet there momentarily. A straight right hand right down the pipe from Cabrera.
Oh, another one coming in. Yeah.
Cabrera historically has been dangerous early, and oftentimes you can say that about fighters. They build their records up early on, they finish fights early, but 10 of Cabrera's 11 knockouts have come in 2 rounds or less.
Yeah, I think Tursunov is feeling that power from Cabrera because I seen him tensing up right before the shots land. Then again, he's letting go some of his own bombs. Tursunov.
Left hook to the body from Cabrera there a moment ago. As Tursunov wings, sweeping right hand. It just misses the mark.
When you have the dimensions that Cabrera have, I would assume the trainer would tell you, soften him up by boxing on the outside, and then decide to go inside and bang with him, but soften him up. It's only the second round. You seem to be very effective when you fight from the distance like this. You're stopping them from coming in. Good jab. Good jab by Tursunov.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Brock. And, in reading between the lines, in speaking with the Cabrera corner, they said, we're going to try to box him, right? Because I think dimensions are one thing. You can be tall and long, you can be having some success, but Tursunov's going to close the gap on you at a certain point. And then what do you do with that?
Right. It's nice to have a couple of rounds under your belt, though.
Yeah, you don't have to do it for 6 rounds.
Before that happens. Oh! That was a good left hook.
Oh, and Cabrera just missed with a home run of a left hook. It whistled past the face of Tursunov.
That was a low blow.
And that was another left hand that strayed low.
I don't know if Cabrera could keep taking those left hooks to the chin like that. Tough guy.
A final warning there for Tursunov for another low blow. And let's listen into the Cabrera corner.
Caught him coming in, Tursunov with a straight right. Cabrera, nice. And then tried it again, but that was the one where he caught him just coming in. Tried it again, but it was partially blocked by Tursunov.
You're doing a great job. But I need you to
After
keep working.
2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same. A unanimous draw, 19-19.
I would assume the judges gave the second round to Tursunov. Assuming.
I think both rounds have been competitive. It has been a very entertaining fight thus far. Very different from the last time we saw Cabrera here on DAZN prior to the tournament in his 10-round draw against Arande Leon on the Hernandez-Lugo undercard. Kind of a puzzlingly unentertaining performance, let's say, from Cabrera in that one, which is really not in his nature.
No, not at all. Usually we see this right here.
His right hand over the top there from Tursunov.
Yeah, Panda, the trainer for Cabrera, is asking him to stay inside. Go to the inside.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh, let's see that. This could be a point, and I think it will be, yes.
He called him right before the round ended, said one more, and I'm going to take a point off. So,
okay.
yes.
So that's why the corner Cabrera said,
That's 3.
3.
Yeah, he's not being a pro wrestling heel, telling the referee, come on. That wasn't 2.
That was 3.
A big break for Misael Cabrera as they trade right hands. Looked like the longer Cabrera got there first, but he didn't there. Tursunov unloading with right hands. And back comes Cabrera, trying a little bit of a cross-arm defense to get out of trouble here.
George Foreman style.
Rest in peace to White Muhammad Kawi.
Ooh, yes, another one. I think that defense works from long distance. Because you can see the shot coming, you can see how to block it. But when you're inside like
Big
that,
left hook there from Tursunov.
it's tough to utilize the power.
Cabrera's using that left hook right into the rib cage of Tursunov.
Not that Cabrera's not landing great shots on the inside. It just looks like that's Tursunov's game on the inside, like what he's so much used to. His shots look harder, even though they might not be even hurting Cabrera.
But they just seem like it.
Yes.
Nice uppercut there from Tursunov. Cabrera there to meet him with a left hook.
Yep. Strong left hook by
Tursunov, despite the point deduction, is fighting like he needs this round. Unwilling to just give the rest of the round away. He is piling up the punishment here on Cabrera. And forcing him to carry this into the next round.
My goodness.
Trying to make that a 9-9 round.
Wow.
I just don't like Cabrera on the inside like that. You know, I think he can do better on the outside. Look at these shots. Look at the strong right hand and left hook by Tursunov. And again, now when Cabrera throws his shot, sometimes his left hand, he jumps into it, and it still doesn't look as hard as Tursunov's shots. That's just perfect short shots by Tursunov.
And you were mentioning about power behind those punches, but if you look at Cabrera's face, it's flawless.
Yeah.
There's no real damage.
And doesn't look like any of those shots hurt him either. But does that mean you could win a fight because you're not getting hurt?
True. Good point.
Why not fight from the outside for now? Throwing jabs like that.
Round 4 underway. Cabrera obviously benefiting from that point deduction in the previous round, although considering how the rest of that round went, it feels like momentum is still on the side of Tursunov right now.
I mean, besides that point deduction, I think it was Tursunov who took that win in that round. Ring generalship and just assertive aggression. Oof.
Wow.
So you wanted him to fight on the outside, and there goes the jab.
This right hand from Cabrera, but Tursunov flips an uppercut through the middle.
And even Tursunov is doing well from the outside, but Cabrera's allowing him to be first. Shoot that jab out and be first. Shot a little low, just like the corner just said. Cabrera.
Ooh. And there's a low shot from Cabrera.
Time.
However, Cabrera has not been given a second warning, so not expecting a point deduction here.
Time in. Box.
Half a round to go here in the 4th.
And that was smart by Tursunov. Now, Tursunov hit Cabrera way harder, way lower, and Cabrera didn't complain at all. I say complain. Every time you get hit, complain. You know? Yeah. Get the referee working.
Get the break.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just get the ref watching for that. Oh,
hard right hand there from Tursunov.
I felt that.
Yeah, but Cabrera just eating it.
So it just seems like it's coming down with all kinds of power, but it doesn't affect Cabrera at all.
Yep.
He doesn't even wobble.
And then sometimes the same punch will work in the 6th round. That didn't work in the 4th.
Cabrera flirting with the southpaw stance once again. He's had some success in it, but this pressure from Tursunov, the volume has just been relentless, and the momentum seems to be headed downhill for Tursunov. Cabrera trying to hold off this avalanche of volume from the Uzbek.
Wow, it's hard to get these shots back. He's landing a lot of shots, Tursunov.
Closing moments of the round, a good one for Tursunov.
Great round. He started that with a feint, and that's what got him in there for that 1-2. And these left hooks are landing, going to the body. You've seen that shot actually affected Cabrera, and he kind of went down a little bit from that body shot, which is smart. If you're not hurting the guy up top, go down low. It's nothing like a shot to the body when you're not expecting it. It hurts so bad.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges have the same, 38-37. Unanimous for the gold corner, Tursunov.
So 38-37 across the board for Mujibilo Tursunov. Despite the point deduction working against him, Tursunov has really wrestled control of the momentum of this fight. 38-37 means that Cabrera can come back, win these next 2 rounds, and win on the scorecards. It will take some adjustments and a reversal of this momentum that we spoke of.
Right. It's going to take some kind of adjustment. Definitely. Ooh, nice. Wow. The least he can do is at least match the work rate. If you're going to stay on the inside like that, Cabrera needs to match the work rate of Tursunov.
But that's exactly what Najar doesn't want him to do. He wants him to forget about the hooks, go for straights, and keep his distance. Do not fall into Tursunov's fight.
There you go. Well, all right, but you was telling him before to get in there and bang, get on the inside. You know, no disrespect. Oh, that was low. That was on the thigh. That was low. Ain't no cup there. That's straight thigh.
Those hurt too?
Oh, bad.
There you go.
That, and it really can mess up your movement.
Yeah, that's why we call it going to the basement. You know that.
That was like the sub-basement.
Yep, pretty much. Gutter material. Yeah, but there's frustration from Najar because they said the one fight plan was to maintain your distance. You're the longer guy. Use it. And he's not using it. And get out of the ropes. And he definitely falls into the ropes.
Cabrera landed 3 good straight shots, but Tursunov is just relentless and is right on top of him immediately.
But how do you overcome volume? Literally keeping your distance.
Movement.
Exactly.
Lateral movement, not just going straight back. You know, so just because you're longer, just because you're taller, your legs have to match your punching. So you don't just jab to get up to keep him away. You got to move, because if he moves his head and you don't hit him with the jab, he's going to step in. You got to step back or step laterally.
Another thing, I don't think Cabrera has been able to get Tursunov's timing. And that's why he doesn't have the lateral movement or even just take that half step back. When he finds himself in that, he can't breathe.
Fighting head to head, and sometimes he squares up too. See,
Exactly.
he's square
Flat,
right now.
completely flat. Yes, agreed.
Square. See, that left foot steps up, and then you're just totally square, easy target.
Quick 3-punch combination there from Tursunov, and a wicked left hook sends Cabrera's head the other direction as we head back into the corner.
And when you're in that position, it's so difficult to just take a step back or sideways. Your circular movement is completely neutralized.
Such a special thing to have a guy like Cabrera with a chin like that. You just got to utilize the right game plan to fight a pressure fighter like Tursunov, you know, and don't allow him to come in with those power jabs like that. Move laterally. Wow. Good combination by Tursunov. And there's the same combination from another angle.
Sixth and final round here between Mujabilo Tursunov and Misael Cabrera. It's been a fun action fight from start to finish. And still, based on what we know the scorecards were at the end of round 4, a compelling fight. It was a 1-point fight at the end of 4. You probably think that Tursunov took the 5th, so now Cabrera is going to need something big here in the final round, a knockdown or more.
Something real big. It's hard to knock down.
Yeah,
Tursunov.
and Cabrera, as we pointed out, he's landed the kinds of shots you would want to land if you wanted to hurt a fighter. He's landed flush stuff. It just hasn't affected Tursunov in the way you'd want it to.
There's something in the water, I'm telling you. The Uzbeks have just an ability to absorb that kind of punching power.
maybe this is a good game plan too, pushing Tursunov back and seeing how well he can fight, going backwards and not just going toe-to-toe, but actually pushing him back.
Maybe a buck short and a day late. Something that should have been implemented in the second round.
Trading uppercuts on the inside. And, you know, it's also a decent strategy to try and push him back because Tursunov, even though we think he won round 5, he can't be certain that he has. So he has to fight this round. He can't just hop on his bicycle and ride this one out.
Yes.
It was only 1 point. You're right. Oof.
Cabrera has an iron chin.
Tursunov doesn't have a bad one himself, obviously. That's a good shot from Cabrera.
Is Tursunov a little tired?
Well, I can't blame him if he is.
Is there a cut over Cabrera's left eye?
Apparently, it's more, yeah.
Yeah, the cut
left
is
eyebrow.
Over the left eye. You're right, Claudia, right underneath the eyebrow.
And there's so much action that the referee ain't even stop it yet. Okay, there we go.
There's so much action that we couldn't decipher where it was. Final 10 seconds of a 6-round war between Tursunov and Cabrera, just as they promised.
The punch output is just impressive.
Wow.
Well, shot at the WBA World Flyweight title is the prize when Yanquiel Rivera and Angelino Cordova go head-to-head at the Carib Royale in Orlando next Saturday night, live on DAZN and all part of your regular subscription. Excellent action fight between Tursunov and Cabrera. Tursunov still, to this day, one of the top-ranked amateurs in the world in his weight division, and now headed towards the semifinals of this tournament, perhaps, as we look at how that cut was produced. Clash of heads.
Tursunov is relentless.
Tursunov jumped in at that moment. And they're saying that this is where the cut started, and it looked like it was his mouth that hit the above the right eye of Cabrera, if that was the moment.
So mouth meaning teeth? Oh. Well, if nobody knew Misael Cabrera, they know him now.
Cutman Vic having to work on a tooth-shaped cut on the face of Misael Cabrera. Done that before. And we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Freiberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Glenn Dawson scores it 58-55. And both judges, Alan Krebs and John Yona, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 57-56, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Mujibilo Tursunov.
So Mujibilo Tursunov meets Misael Cabrera on his own terms and emerges victorious in a war to send himself to the semifinals.
Now that was a close fight. 57-56 twice, and the super lightweight semifinal group is nearly complete. The last of the quarterfinals is coming up, but remember, the zone is about more than just boxing.
When the lights shine bright, and you've made the lonely walk, the cage door locks. It's just you and them. Fight! But the zone is always in your corner. Elite MMA on the zone.
Plenty more MMA coming your way, and don't forget to check out the rest of our stacked schedule on Platform Now. Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, MVP, and BKFC. All the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on The Zone, the global home of boxing, including a few more events just announced. And now we head to Denmark on September 13th as local protege Jacob Bank takes on Tyrone Zegg. Joshua Buatsi makes his bow as a Queensberry fighter when he faces Zach Parker on November 1st. And later, that same night, undefeated Cuban heavyweight Lenier Perot goes in against Jordan Thompson live from Orlando. And back here in Riyadh, WBC Grand Prix action now. One place remains in the super lightweight semifinals. Let's see who takes it. Corey.
Will it be Fiorenzo Priolo or Entetalello and Cosi? Priolo, the volume puncher from Italy. Cosi, the newest project from the Durant family in South Africa. Which of these two men will advance? We cannot wait to find out as we send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Entetalello and Cosi.
I close my eyes sometimes and I just think like, did you really do this shit, man? Like, is this even real, cuz? It's crazy. I go to sleep and I try to wake up with a clean conscience. You feel me? Like, I've been through the mud, sacrificed a lot to get to the end zone. Just trying to give our kids a better life than we had. I always wanted to change the cycle and create a new generation, pass down everything I learned for them. I'm just thinking out loud. Look. I wonder what life will probably take me, yeah. Won't break me, yeah. I show some love and some hate me, yeah. That's crazy, yeah. I kept my cool without no AC, yeah. Got something to prove, I jumped in the pool and now I'm wavy, yeah. And lately I've been trying to hold my blessing. You taught the God, but you don't know the message. Those are lessons.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Fiorenzo Caniacho Priolo.
Fuggi in Italia, pistole in macchine in Italia, Machiavelli e Foscolo in Italia, i campioni del mondo sono in Italia. Benvenuto in Italia, fatti una vacanza al mare in Italia, meglio non farsi operare in Italia e non andare all'ospedale in Italia. La bella vita in Italia, le grandi serate in gala in Italia, fai affari con la mala in Italia, il vicino che ti spara in Italia. Ci sono cose che nessuno ti dirà.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Guillermo Moreno, Alan Krebs, and Marcin Pavlak. Our referee in charge will be Nobuto Ikehara. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and red, and weighed in officially at 141.4 pounds. His professional record, 9 wins, 2 defeats, with 5 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing South Africa, here is Entetalello and Cosi. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and white, and weighed in officially at 141.8 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 5 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Italy, here is Fiorenzo Caniaccio Priolo.
Okay, no body, no hurry, no pushing, and lower. You have a clear fight with no fall. Are you okay? Please go for. Good luck.
So Fiorenzo Priolo and Ntethelelo Nkosi set to go here in our final quarterfinal matchup in the 140-pound division. The 28-year-old Nkosi has been somewhat of a revelation here in this tournament. Entered the tournament with 2 losses, was maybe a little bit overlooked, but has shown himself to be a fighter with a whole lot of tools. Scoring that 3rd round TKO win over Marwan Madboli in the opening round, and then a 6th round decision over Wu Ju last time out. Fiorenzo Priolo really had to gut one out against F.A. Canuck last time out. He suffered a flash knockdown in the opening round, but his trainer, Christian DiMartini, said that he was particularly impressed, Barack, with just the mental strength of Priolo. The fact that he lost concentration for a moment, suffered that knockdown, and then continued on with the game plan to win the fight.
Yeah, definitely surprised me. I thought it was going to lean out of his favor, but he stayed composed, stayed calm, and actually came through with the unanimous decision. But right now, you got to be super focused, because Nkosi's taking his head off the line, and he just landed a couple of those overhand rights that got through. Oh, left hook to the body.
Left hook to the body from Nkosi. At his best, Priolo, as we've seen in this tournament, he's kind of a mid-range volume puncher. You know, we think about volume punchers. Oh, good shot there from Nkosi, who's there to match Priolo in that volume. But usually you think of volume punchers as guys who fight in close. Priolo is trying to stay technically sound at mid-range, if not long range, and just keep constant motion.
And that speed came out of nowhere with Nkosi, when actually Priolo was doing pretty well right before that.
And Nkosi is patiently just walking Priolo down, getting into his gap. I like that left. That left goes in so many different angles for Nkosi.
He threw that left hook. Nkosi threw that left hook like Glenn Johnson.
Ooh, I like, yeah, good reference.
Where it stay close to the body, and you get all your torque in there.
It's a very short.
Very short.
But you can also see the left hook on Priolo, also a very long hook,
yes.
Taking advantage of that mid to long range.
Yep.
Priolo just keeps on throwing here. Nkosi's probably had the most eye-catching moments, but Priolo has been busy nearly every second of this round.
Right. Some of those shots are just not landing flush. That's the difference. Nkosi had some really flush shots, but Priolo was smart, letting his hands go towards the end of that round.
Of course, we've got the big one coming up this weekend. Moses Itauma, maybe his breakout moment against body snatcher Dillian White. That's Saturday live here on DAZN. You can buy it now on the DAZN app or at DAZN.com/boxing. And Back to action here in our fourth and final quarterfinal contest in the 140-pound division. Fiorenzo Priolo and Tetelelo Nkosi.
Good pressuring by Nkosi.
Yeah, you could hear in the Nkosi corner, Damian Durant telling him, hey, we have to get to his sides. In other words, you got to start getting those hooks in, which might serve to slow Priolo down a little bit.
Priolo's having success with some of his combinations too. Some of them are being blocked, some of them are hitting the shoulder, but I'm sure they're scoring.
But in terms of output, Nkosi is way ahead. Just on output.
Priolo's being first now.
It's like one of those shots straight low.
And it looked like Nkosi was about to continue, but when the referee stops it, you walk away for a second.
Yeah, why not?
You get a free break. Why not?
Take a deep breath and I come right back.
He's working a lot in this round. Look at that. And he loves to be right there in that phone booth.
Priolo got to be careful. I mean, those left hooks are beautiful to the body, but keep that right hand up. Don't get hit with a left hook upstairs while you're throwing your left hook to the body.
He leaves it hanging.
And that's kind of the sacrifice when it comes to extreme volume punchers, isn't it? You have to give up something defensively to be as active as Priolo does. Where he tries to make up for it is the fact that he tries to stay somewhere at mid-range.
Better round for Priolo. You know, they're both having their moments, but I think this is just a better round. He's not just giving it up to Nkosi. And being first is the key.
Closing into the final 20 seconds here of round two.
Nice head movement by Priolo.
Yeah, come up, come back with that left hook though. When you come back upstairs, ha! That left hook go. Nkosi's there.
Right hand to the body there from Nkosi. But is it drowned out by the excessive volume here of Fiorenzo Priolo?
If this fight continues like this, come on, somebody has to go down or they're just going to be dead by the 6th round. And we're going to see who's conditioned.
That's the name of the game tonight.
Yeah, basically.
Look at that.
Beautiful shots by Priolo, just ending that combination after getting caught by a shot to the body. But he went to the body himself, and that right hand slipped through and ended it with a jab. Smart.
I like how he doubles up on that left hook, and he changes the angle. Goes upstairs, downstairs. I like to see more of that.
And out of those 4 punches, 3 of them got through.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it 20-18 for the green corner. Nkosi, the other 2 judges have it even a draw, 19-19.
Yeah, those 2 judges probably said second round, Priolo did a better job.
Back to action here in the 3rd round. And good news for Tetelelo Nkosi. One judge, the only judge who has a fighter ahead, has him ahead at 20-18. The other 2 judges have this one even. A slight advantage for the representative of South Africa. Very interesting contrast of approaches in this fight too, Barack. You have you know, the kind of cool and calm Nkosi, who's just trying to work through the noise of this, and sometimes actual noise, of the very vocal Priolo, who just keeps throwing, but Nkosi trying to wade through that, find his spots.
And it just looks totally different. It looks like the first round, the Nkosi shots were stronger, more flush, and now it's like Priolo changed things a little bit.
Well, you even mentioned it was very difficult for him to maintain that kind of punching power throughout the whole fight. So
maybe that's it.
Taking a deep breath in, maybe a break. But I got to tell you, Priolo's corner is surprised that Nkosi is up in one of the cards. And he says, I just want Priolo to keep his distance, you know, keep those long jabs and make sure that he doesn't let Nkosi just walk into his gap.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's only 2 rounds. So
right.
They can't be that surprised.
Well, and that's a good point. I think this is one of those situations where you don't necessarily have to throw everything out if you're Priolo's corner. If you hear that, why not keep doing what you're doing and give the judges another look and say, are you sure I didn't win that round? And because this is also how Priolo fights. I don't know that he has another gear. It's a nice body shot there from Nkosi.
I am more concerned.
And another one.
The right hand on Priolo, it just keeps dropping, keeps dropping. It's only a matter of time that even if it's not coming with the same impetus, that strong left could come in and connect Priolo.
I think we're going to also see well, if Nkosi sees it, a lead hand uppercut in the midst of all of these shots. It's there.
That's perhaps part of the plan, Claudia. Damian Durant telling Nkosi, hey, keep hitting the sides, keep hitting the sides. Maybe it is to drop that hand, produce the opportunity for a big left hook up top.
You see, the hand is down.
Good finish to the round for Nkosi there as we head back to the stools.
Close round. Good work by both men.
You just don't want to be a judge today.
Oh, no, it's just tough with these fights. They're so evenly matched, and they're trying to match each other's work rate. You know, you see good shots like that left hook by Nkosi, and a little low shot by Priolo. But then Priolo, you know, gets it back with the 1-2 there. Finished it up with a jab.
Round 4 underway. Fiorenzo Priolo and Tetalelo Nkosi. Big right hand over the top there from Nkosi.
We might see a switch by Priolo. Looks like he's starting this round with the jab and a little bit of movement.
We're also seeing a little bit of a switch from Nkosi, who's looking a lot more aggressive this round. And that's one thing that Damian Durant talked about liking in particular out of Nkosi. The fact that he's not wed to one particular style. He likened him to the fighter whom he considers the greatest in South African history, Silence Mabuza, in his ability to kind of weave in between different identities and styles in the ring.
Welterweight champ, former welterweight champ.
The former, well, what was...
Mabuzi, I think?
No, it was Mabuza, yeah. He was great featherweight, good
right
shot. And that is the shot he was looking for.
Sometimes it's just a matter of time. Those same shots that did not affect you in round 1.
You said it.
Drop you in round 4.
It was just a matter of time.
Uh-oh, now he's using angles. He sees blood, but Priolo's tough now. Be careful, Priolo's tough. Good head movement by Priolo. Trying not to get caught with the same shot again.
Double uppercut on the inside there from Nkosi.
Slowing down the momentum of Nkosi with that head movement. And still digging to the body.
Just to finish the point on Mabuza, you know, if Rafael Marquez didn't exist, he might have ruled the junior bantamweight division for a little while.
Got you.
And those left hooks were low blows from Priolo, but a little bit of a reprieve isn't the worst thing in the world after that knockdown.
Yep.
but his legs are still solid. Oh.
Wicked uppercut again there from Nkosi, who's now winding up with right hands on the inside. Blood coming from the mouth of Priolo.
There's a difference in the power shots between these two men. It seems like lately when Nkosi lands the power shots, it moves Priolo.
Nice right hand over the top from Priolo. But this is fantastic work from Nkosi. And Barak's really subtle stuff that he's doing too. Parrying a lot of shots on the inside and then coming back in the same motion.
Oh, yeah. Subtle defense, slight movement of head. You see how he just had the high guard up there? That's a martial art block right there, where you throw the elbow up like that. I love it.
But look at that jab. It's that stiff stick out there, and then he just sets up to counter with a right.
It also tells us that he's respecting the power of Priolo.
Ooh, Priolo could not wait for the bell to go off so he could just take a break.
Understandably so. We'll get another look at that knockdown here.
Set him up. Boom!
Oh,
and that's just a lapse of concentration, keeping that left hand down like we was talking about earlier, Claudia. You don't have to have that left hand down. Look, boom.
Well, and by his own admission and his trainer's admission, the knockdown he suffered against F.A. Canuck last time out was also a lapse in concentration.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, except it was in the first round. Now we're 4 rounds into it. The recovery period is going to be a little longer.
That's a good point.
All 3 judges have it the same. 39-36, unanimous for the green corner, Nkosi.
So 39-36 across the board for Nkosi right now, which now means that Priolo at least needs a knockdown in one of these 2 rounds if he wants to win on the cards, or have the possibility of winning on the cards with the enhanced scoring system.
Right. In other words, you need to knock down at least 1 round just to get a draw.
But Nkosi's coming in with all his power.
Oh!
He just took a break in the 3rd round, and he's just coming back from, you know, this is exactly the same stamina and rhythm we saw in the 1st round.
Nkosi saying, why wait? Let's wrap this one up in this round if we can. And perhaps knowing that Priolo has to start taking some chances and knowing that some more opportunities will be made available to him as a result.
Priolo has one of those Carl Froch chins. He landed a nice right hand, Priolo, when he has Nkosi on the ropes.
Oh, hard body shot there from Priolo. Back comes Nkosi with a quick combination up top.
Nkosi's good with that. Where, you know, after you land a good shot, he's going to get his shots back. Just enough stamina to do some nice combinations. Put the round back in his favor. Now go back to the head movement. Go back to the blocking.
Priolo keeps ripping those body shots, but they have not been able to slow Nkosi down yet. Nice left hook up top.
He's the Energizer Bunny. He'll just take a nice little twirl and just come back with 5, 6 punches.
And now it's Priolo who's throwing the harder shots.
Yes.
Priolo's throwing the harder shots, sitting down on all his shots. And Nkosi's just taking the break that he needed because he just went all out in the beginning of this 5th round.
Well, Priolo now, which is unusual for him, has to sacrifice volume in service of power because he needs, as we mentioned, at least a knockdown to give himself a chance on the card.
That's why he keeps going to the body.
Yep. But again, the power that we have now in the 5th round is not the same that he could have had in the first couple of rounds. So he didn't do much damage in those rounds. Right now, I don't think that happening. The possibility of that happening, very little.
Now fake downstairs, Priolo, and go up top and hit him with a left hook that he's not looking for, and maybe you can put him down.
Good counter left hook there from Nkosi. as the seconds tick away in the round. A better one for Priolo. He's going to need more than that if he wants to advance in the tournament.
At this level of the tournament, there's hardly any domination except Utria. You know, and even he was fighting a really good fighter. But this is just beautiful chess matching. And none of those shots really hit flush. None of them shots. You know, this is just good work by both of them inside. That was a good left hand. These guys are working really good on the inside. They're very smart. And we're seeing that from the back, but those right hands look like they penetrated the guard of Priolo.
But look at
It
even
sure
that
did.
feint.
That's another angle right there. That's another angle. Both of those right hands got through. You were saying the feint?
Yeah, beautiful feint, very slight, but it was very effective. It just brought Priolo in. It takes a lot of stamina to be able to do that, and awareness.
Oh, yeah.
And why am I whispering?
Last round.
Sixth
see who
and
turns it up.
final round. Kosi going to the body of Priolo in the early going.
Not too many uppercuts this fight. Even though they're both leaning in, susceptible to them.
Nice right hand over the top there from Kosi. Three-punch combination, wipes the table with that left hook, and he does it again.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is, even with the open scoring, you just got to focus on winning rounds. You never really know. I mean, obviously, we know mathematically you need a knockdown, but letting your hands go is the only way you're going to get it.
A nice right hand that connected from Priolo a couple of moments ago.
And just risking getting connected once again, like he did.
Staying in the chest of Kosi.
Yeah, but even Priolo is not working, is playing with his mouthpiece. Not a good moment to be doing that.
Yeah. You need to get some air in there.
Yes.
You need to get some air. Take a deep breath.
Inside the final minute of the contest. A little bit of a mouse developing underneath the right eye of Priolo.
Not too much holding in this fight.
No.
Just pure fighting.
Yeah, pure fighting in a round that Kosi pretty much knows he doesn't even have to win at this point. And again, you know, one of the concerns about open scoring is that in situations like this, a fighter like Kosi would just run around the ring for 3 minutes. He has not done that. He has gone right into the trenches again as he blasts Priolo with another right hand over the top.
Why not try to close the show?
If you have it in you, why not? Again, great opportunity to show off your skills.
Absolutely.
Tremendous fight between Priolo and Kosi, one that you kind of wanted to see go about 8 rounds.
Definitely. We've seen some wars tonight.
Well, the new soccer season is just around the corner, and the stars of Serie A are coming to DAZN from August 23rd. Italian football has a new home in the UK as Napoli begin the defense of their title, and that's all included in your regular subscription. Take a look back at some of the action from the final round, and it was indeed as action-packed as the first round was.
Right, and like you said, the fight wasn't up for grabs as far as score, unless Priola got a knockdown, but Nkosi didn't take his foot off the gas, you know. He's not gonna let you outwork him. He's not, and his punches are just so precise and landing flush, even though that was a beautiful left hook by Priola right there.
All right, we are ready to make this one official, so let's hand it back over to Thomas Freiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, all 3 judges are in agreement. They all scored the same, 59-54, for your winner by unanimous decision. Ntetelo Nkosi. And presenting the award is our super lightweight alternate from Spain, Joaquin Garcia.
Ntetelo Nkosi receives his medal from Joaquin Garcia, and we'll be seeing him in the semifinals.
Much sets up the semifinals for the super lightweights. And now we have our very own Barry Jones, former super featherweight champion. And of course, we needed you back because that's coming up, the featherweights, and we know exactly what's coming up, the type of fighters, the quality of fighters. But I want to ask you, and this stays just between you and I, who do you have an eye on? Who do you like?
I think it's going to be obvious. I mean, Batiorov's a big shout there, but it's got to be Troy Nash. I mean, he has the makings of a superstar. The little movements with the feet to just get that, adjust the distance all the time, and that beautiful jab that he has just sets him apart for me. Because you're looking at these fighters, not so much for now. So you want them to win the tournament, but you're looking at it with an eye 2 years down the line, 18 months down the line. How they're going to be when they're boxing for bigger titles and championship. Will they get there? And if they get there, how will they perform? And he has that aura around there. He might just have what it takes to go all the way. I'm not saying he will, but he might have what it takes because he's looked fantastic.
He's got the it factor.
Yes.
But let's go look at how the bracket looks now for the semifinals at this super lightweight. We have, obviously, Danilo Lozan, who took that massive win against Toltayev. And then we have Tursunov, who did a great job against Urias. And then on the other side, we have Carlos Utria from Colombia, perhaps one of the most decisive wins we've had this afternoon. And then Florencio Priolo just lost to Ntetelo Nkosi. And this is absolutely the one fight that we're looking forward. But we have a lot more coming up, The Zone, here on the Super Lightweights.
He wears people down, makes them work. You struggle to find many fitter fighters in the UK.
Jack Rafferty gets the job done. And he's all over the place here.
That's a great shot.
He was hurt by that. He just looked massive. He looked powerful. Jack Rafferty proves why he's a beast.
British and Commonwealth super lightweight titles are up for grabs when Jack Rafferty and Mac Chamberlain go head-to-head next Saturday. And that clash is next Saturday, and that's sandwiched between 2 cards from MVP on the same weekend. And then on Friday, the 22nd, we're live from Florida for John Paul Rivera against Daniel Bailey. Then the following night, a shot at the WBA flyweight strap is the prize as Yanquiel Rivera faces Angelino Cordova. Before we wrap things up in Mexico with Abel Gonzalez against Alfonso Flores. And it's now time for the featherweights. Let's take a quick look at how the bracket looks. Outstanding talent coming up in this division that gives us very competitive fights. And for the details for this first fight, we go to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the featherweight division. Let's first welcome to the ring, Yoni Valverde Jr.
I see no changes. Wake up in the morning and I ask myself, it's like work when I should I blast myself? I'm tired of being poor and even worse, I'm black. My stomach hurts, so I'm looking for a person to snatch. Cops give a damn about a need, bro. Pull a trigger, kill him, he's a heat, bro. Get it to the kids who the hell cares. One less hungry mouth on the welfare. Bird ship them, don't let them deal with brothers. Give them guns, step back, watch them kill each other. It's time to fight back, that's what Huey said. 2 shots in the dark, now Huey's dead. I got love for my brothers, but we can never go nowhere unless we share with each other. We gotta start making changes. Learn to see me as a brother instead of 2 distant strangers. And that's how it's supposed to be. How can the devil take a brother if he's close to me? I let it go back to when we played as kids, but then it changed. That's the way it is. Come on, come on. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Yusuf Adeniji.
Angeli, come and lay me. Obìnrin tó bá fẹ́ rú mi, consider lucky. My baby, let's keep on jamming. This fire cannot cool down.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Alan Krebs, and John Yona. Our referee in charge will be Lawrence Cole. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 126.3 pounds. Undefeated, he has 15 wins, with 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Yoni Valverde Jr. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing green and white and weighed in officially at 127.4 pounds. Undefeated with 16 wins, 10 of his 16 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Nigeria, here is Yusuf Adeniji.
All right, gentlemen. I expect a good, clean fight. Touch them up, and good luck.
So we are set to kick off the featherweight portion of the quarterfinals. Yusuf Adeniji taking on Yoni Valverde Jr., Corey Erdman, Barack the Boxing Bully, and Barry Jones joins us. Barry, welcome.
Well, you've got a better looking upgrade, haven't you, than Claudia?
What a liar.
She's
you
next
are.
to me and I'm very scared.
Be careful.
I needed somebody to make fun of, and you're here, thank God. You know, Adeniji, I heard you talking to Claudia, Barry, and you was talking about Troy Nash, and I'm high on him as well. I think he's super. But Adeniji's that guy who his flash radar is so low, meaning that he's not flashy enough to really catch everybody's attention, but his style is just good enough to get by, even if you got to get a majority decision and win, and all of a sudden you're at the finals.
Yeah, no, he's got the range, you know, to give you plenty of trouble, and he has the disarm.
Oh, like that! That will not be scored a knockdown.
What?
No, I thought that was a knockdown.
Listen, we have instant replay for this reason. we can revisit that at the end of the round, but that still solidifies the point.
I mean, the feet definitely get crossed, but I'm not sure if the punch landed first, actually.
Right, and it's not even about the feet. It's like if the punch puts you down, even if the feet's a tangle, that's a knockdown. But I didn't see it, so.
And Valverde's got a really good chin as well. That's just really good timing that is there from Adeniji.
Yeah.
I was saying, he got the range to cause you plenty of problems.
And that's the thing, because Valverde has perfect timing. He has great timing, but the style could just be tough. Tall, long, and he uses it.
Now, one thing we want to point out when it comes to Valverde, of course, we saw him scoring that majority decision win over Alexander Solomenikov last time out. However, coming into the fight, he weighed in 8 pounds over the weight limit, and that caused a little bit of controversy in some circles online, and I think justifiably so.
I mean, that's a lot of weight for anyone, but at this weight, that's an unfair advantage. You have to be honest about that. I mean, you see, when you see a lot of fighters, when they box taller fighters, they get taller themselves, and it's the reverse. You have to get low as possible. There's an uppercut that's a danger for you. That's a hard shot to throw consistently with accuracy. So you get low, keep your head moving, slide underneath, and come up with the shot you can push through the target then with the punches more effectively.
And I was saying earlier with fighters that are taller that we've seen tonight, their feet didn't match the style of their height. But Adeniji, he makes sure his feet are moving. He makes sure he's turning that hip when he's doing that check hook to get out of the way.
Valverde looking for a quick combination on the inside. About 20 seconds remaining in the round. Claudia, quickly, you were over there talking to the replay officials. What are you seeing right now?
Well, we actually ratified. The punch actually landed on the shoulders, so the referee's decision stands. No knockdown.
Okay.
Since when does a shoulder shot not a knockdown?
It's a target,
It was a combination of being pushed rather than a punch.
Oh, okay, that's different. If it was like he missed the target and the forearm or the wrist pushed him down, I get it. But let's see it.
It was a combination of the footing and tripping and the push. See, that's not the best angle.
No, because that's a knockdown.
Yeah.
That's a knockdown. And that from that angle. Okay, it looked like maybe the punch missed, hit the glove of Valverde. Oh, I'd like to see that again. Yeah, it looked like the shot didn't really land.
We saw it a couple of times and in different angles.
Okay. I'll trust you.
But
There we
we're
go.
going to see it again because I really didn't trust you. I was lying.
Your wish is granted. Let's take a look here.
It's hard to see from that angle.
That looks like a shot. His feet are squared up and he is off
Yeah.
balance, but it looked like the left hand lands, just before he falls.
And that's the most Adeniji-friendly angle. At the other angle, it did look like the punch missed completely.
It did look like it missed, yeah. We'll give him that.
But it was a good round for Adeniji throughout. I think that he closed the gap a little bit there, Valverde, and he's got to keep Adeniji running, not just moving. He's got to keep him moving at a faster pace. So he's got to try and get him unsettled and try and force him to make a mistake. And at the minute, Adeniji's nice and controlled, using that range. Really effective here.
Yes.
Adeniji, the representative of Nigeria, but over the last 2 camps has been training in Accra, Ghana, where, of course, there has historically been more talent per capita, per square inch, however you want to quantify it, than maybe anywhere else in the world.
I think Adeniji needs to throw jabs, too. Don't just look for the check hook. Throw a jab, throw a 1-2 every once in a while, too, to score these points, to win these rounds.
That's good head movement there from Valverde. Just never punched off it.
Because Adeniji cuffed him and brought him in and messed up his footing. Oh,
good right hand. Step-in shot there from Valverde. And Barry, when you're facing someone like Adeniji, who, as Brock pointed out, he's looking for that right hook a lot. He's kind of using it as a wand almost in a circular motion. Is it that straight right hand that you should be looking for?
Well, it is, but you've got to try and draw. You've got to try and punch off his punches, so you've got to follow the jab back in if you can. And also, plenty of feints, because you've got to try and get the draw out. Then you need to get those feet quick. So you've got to be on the balls of your feet. And it might reduce a bit of power, but they get you to the target a little bit quicker. And then that acceleration and pace on the shot should make up for the weight of the shot rather than when you got your feet more planted.
Right, the first shot that he landed in this round, the second round, is because he jabbed, he feinted before he went in, Valverde.
But what you have to, when you get close, you've got to make that moment, however long that is, you've got to make it work for you, you've got to make it pay, you've got to do a lot of work. Either power shots or lots of punching, whatever you're, and Valverde's not the biggest puncher that we've seen in this tournament for sure, so work rate will be his friend here.
3 knockouts on the ledger of Valverde to illustrate that point. Sorry, Brock.
No problem. I was just saying, since you know Adeniji, you know which way he's going, throw that left hand to the body, because sometimes it's going to hit to the back, you know. Not your fault. It's his fault. Sometimes it's going to hit to the back and hurt your fighter, and then send that shock all down your leg and slow him down a little bit.
Nice from Valverde there. Valverde there, just sliding that left foot across to the left-hand side, so just getting that right hand right in the middle of the target there.
Don't get frustrated, Valverde, and throw haymakers like that from long distance just because you're not landing right now. Work your way in there properly. Switch southpaw. I like that. I like southpaw. I like southpaw for him.
But I don't think he's as efficient.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying the angle looked good.
Yeah, it just gives him another position, a different look. But you got to throw punches anyway.
Barry came back to complete the dream team.
Yeah.
And Verde started letting his hands go. I don't know what happened.
I thought Adeniji started the wrong well, I thought, again. But again, Valverde's a little bit earlier in this round than the first. I thought he had a decent little round there, Valverde. He might have just possibly squared it up there for me. But like we were saying, he has to be high energy. You've got to make the guy, he might not be technically better, but he's taller, needs more time to do his punches, force him to rush his work and make the mistake.
And if he was paying, let's listen to the
one judge has it even, a draw, 19-19. The other 2 judges have it the same, 20-18, both for the gold corner, Adeniji.
All right, so Yusuf Adeniji ahead on 2 of the judges' scorecards right now. And, you know, to that point, Barry and Brock, you both kind of made it in a different way, that Valverde probably has a deeper collection of talents and skills than Adeniji does, but Adeniji, with his dimensions and what he does well, is winning this fight right now, because fights are more than just the sum of the combatants' parts.
Yeah, and it's imposing your will, isn't it, quite often? But he's allowing him time to throw those long shots. That's where the feints will make him think. And what are you trying to do? You try and cloud your opponent's brain with too many thoughts.
Yeah. With
that, they tense up, but they tense up, they get tired. And also, they think too much before they throw. And there might be a millisecond, that's your opportunity to go bam, and you're in.
But one thing I will say about Adeniji, and Claudia, you know, as the footwork expert, I'm sure you're seeing it too. The movement of Adeniji seems a lot more fluid here tonight too.
But he just got hurt.
That won't hurt. That will not help it. Good shot there from Valverde. Can Adeniji recover?
We've seen him hurt before. We've seen him recover. We've seen him go on his bike
and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
Oh!
Another right hand sends Adeniji off balance. Big moment here for Valverde Jr. A lot of time to work with here in the third.
Sometimes it's not about how many tools you have. It's about how good you are with what you have.
Yes.
And we know Floyd had a whole lot, but sometimes he'd beat a fighter with the same thing all night, because what he was doing was just that great. He'll hit you with a straight right and duck under. If you're going to let him do it the whole fight, Guerrero, then he's going to do it the whole fight.
Consistency's key, isn't it? You know, you found the formula. You keep with it until it doesn't work.
Absolutely.
And for somebody that's not a big puncher like Valverde, this position is very favorable. Yeah. Now I need him to just close the gap and be able to smother Adeniji.
And look at him, because he switches stances. It's southpaw stance. Went back to orthodox. Good right.
Got hit with a left hand from Adeniji and switched back to the orthodox stance.
But you see how Adeniji has slowed down. The thing I was saying earlier, he's thinking too much. There's too many thoughts in his brain. But he's getting tired. He's panicking a little bit, and you can see it in his eyes. And that's just, he's just clamming up on his work. He's not throwing fluid like he was earlier.
Going to what you were asking, Corey, yes, his footwork is a little clumsy right now. So I'm not sure if it's because his legs are not there anymore, or he's just still trying to figure out what he needs to do, his next move, going back to what you were saying, Barry.
Did that with some good left hands there, though, with energy. Nice straight left hand on the pipe.
Energy is stabilizing a little bit here. He was hurt badly earlier in the round. Has managed to recover, but that's a nice right hand to the body. And about
so
6 short shots on the inside as Energy admonished for holding.
And not only did Valverde throw the right hand, but he was looking straight up when he threw it, but he went to the body. So he's looking at the head, but he went to the body.
Short right hand. Energy throwing that right hook there just a little bit too wide, and Valverde just getting that right hand right down the middle. Good shot.
Did he call that punch before he did it? He hit his right hand and said, okay, this one's coming for there, like you call a shot and pull.
And then the panic setting in there from Energy, and just waiting so long, let his hands go, that allow Valverde to close that gap and work away. And he had another really good round.
Possibly a Valverde round. We'll find out after this.
Yeah.
A big turning point in this fight, potentially. Adeniji, at the end of 2, was ahead on the scorecards, but now Valverde had Adeniji hurt. Nice shot from Adeniji, though, in the opening 10 seconds of the round.
That time he planted his foot to throw that right hook instead of try to do it while moving.
Every time I try to make a statement to establish the momentum has shifted, it has not.
It's the nature of the beast, right?
That's the fun of this tournament. It's the fun of 6-rounders, too.
I tell you, when he throws that left hand at Energy, really turns the body into it, and he really commits to that whipping shot.
Oh, the right hand.
Yes.
And it works really good.
No, the left hand from the southpaw stance with the backhand, but when he throws it, he really commits with it.
Oh, okay. Oh, but I'm saying, I'm looking at that right hook.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a little bit more deadly when Valverde's in the left-hand stance.
People who switch, they switch more fluently now than ever before.
Yeah.
But I always say, when someone switches, defensively they're not as good. And that you should jump on them. Just try it out, see if they're not as adept defensively. That might be your opportunity to score a few points or get a big shot on target.
That's a good point, because it's usually a fighter, when he's switching for offense purposes.
Yeah, always.
So how much is he working on the defense of that, of that stance?
Well, just covering up and sitting down, it just doesn't feel the same way.
That's a fact. That's a fact. In martial arts, you learn how to fight from both stances. And there was a time when I was focusing more on my hands and forgot how to fight from the left-hand stance. Seriously.
Nice right hand there. Just whipped in there by Yanni Valverde. Adeniji, in his 2 wins in the tournament, he's really had to grind them out. That majority decision win over Kovragan, the win over Carlos Artiga that initially went to the enhanced scoring system until it was discovered that there was a miscalculation and it was just determined to be a unanimous decision win. Nonetheless, 2 close wins where Adeniji has been in these spots where the pendulum has been swinging back and forth, and he wrestles control just enough to get the win.
And it's very important because you don't know, you've been there before, you know what it feels like. So again, I talk about it all the time, but that panic might not be there about when you're in that situation. You don't want to rush your work too much. I see, for me, Valverde, it looks like a close round, but Valverde's trying to walk him down, but not actually doing a lot of good work. I don't think the quality of work is not as good as it was in the previous round. So the impression is he's making Adeniji work, but he's not making him pay for that.
It doesn't help that Adeniji decided to just go into track and field right now. So the mobility is making Valverde's job a lot harder.
Final check hook from Adeniji. As he heads back to his stool, I'm sure in much better spirits than he did at the end of round 3.
That's a lovely shot there from Adeniji. That left hand, he really turns his body into it, commits to the shot. Just interesting, I know we're watching the replay here. That's a great shot. And Valverde, I wrote down on my notes what a good chin he had, Valverde, and it proved it there. Me and Claudia had a little laugh because when Adeniji went back to the corner, Valverde stopped, turned, and had a really good look.
Yes.
He thinks he's tired. And I wouldn't be shocked if Valverde now jumps on him.
going back to the footwork into Adeniji, when he throws that right hook that Barack was talking about, it comes all the way from the hip, and it's almost like a nice little spring. Just goes from the foot, the hip, and it comes in full force. Let's see if he can actually pull that off again, because he is a little tired.
The thing about Adeniji is that we've seen him tie it in both of his prior fights. But that style that he has, he's able to utilize it even when he's tired.
Well, listen, I'm just reading body language here, but Adeniji was barely 3 steps out of his corner, and Barry, you're right, he jumped right on him. And the scores right now, 39-37 in favor of Valverde and 38-38 a draw on the other 2 scorecards.
No, that can help Adeniji, because that might give him that little adrenaline boost that he needs. Think I'm losing, it's not, I've got to do something. Sometimes that gives you the endorphins to really push harder than maybe you were. If you were feeling sorry for yourself, if you are tired, that mental stimulation is so important.
He's definitely not trying to trade with Valverde anymore. He's just trying to tap him, touch him, check hook him, and not get caught with anything.
Oh, good shot.
That's a good one, too.
Getting quite fully connected. It was a nice little fast move there from Adeniji. Do that again, though.
And he does have 10 knockouts out of his 16 wins, so it would kind of suggest that if he was to plant his feet and stay there, maybe he can hurt Valverde.
But he needs that distance. He's got to throw long. He has all the powers in the end of the shot. So he's got to get the full extension of the punch.
Got to be the correct distance, yeah.
That's why I was thinking that the minute that Valverde actually smothers him, he'd be a lot more efficient. Because all you need is to just smother that jab.
Yeah.
And that's it. Just keep it in the short distance in the phone booth. And Valverde has shown that his power intimidates Adeniji.
We don't see people parry anymore. I know, especially, they don't parry the punches anymore. You don't see it anymore. Especially with a lot of people now do that one with the lead hand. Just tap it away, And when it comes out soft, that jab, keep just when it's touching they call it. Just parry it away every time.
Paulo Malignaggi style.
Yeah.
Paulie did it.
Yes.
One guy who did do it well was actually in the previous fight at Tetalelo Nikosi, a very kind of old school throwback style, checking a lot of those shots.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that would be very bad news for Adeniji if he were to have a point deduction here. 38-38 on 2 scorecards means he could still win this fight on the card. Either man could.
That was a final warning for holding.
Yeah.
Wow.
But even this round, again, it's Valverde's coming forward, but Adeniji's landed some good shots here, as he's walked onto it.
Yeah, but you can see Valverde is running into a little bit of frustration because he's calling Adeniji to get into the fight because he's really in his bicycle. He's not being as aggressive.
But he's standing too tall. I mean, you get lower, it bends your legs, you can spring off, and also you get a better, I say it all the time, you get a better view of the target. And punching down for a tall fighter is much harder to get the accuracy.
Perhaps that's not in his tool set.
La famille, allez! Allez, mon Yoni! Allez, Yoni! Allez! Allez, encore, gros! Allez, c'est fini!
Might not be 20,000 in attendance, but the ones who are in attendance are very passionate for their fighter.
And loud, yes. And Corey, I don't mean to be like the party pooper, but we can talk about all the knockouts that Adeniji has, but we have not talked about the type of opponents that he actually got those knockouts on.
Yeah, of course. And there's a big difference between the opponents he faced on the Nigerian club circuit and the ones he's encountering now. That's happened to a lot of fighters in this tournament. They're all facing, with very few exceptions, the best opponents that they've ever faced in their career. And Adeniji, I think when you look at who he faced coming into this tournament, has probably outperformed expectations to even be here now, let alone being in a spot where he can win around and head to the semifinals.
But didn't he knocked on Confident in the last stage, didn't he? I'm pretty sure, with a straight left. I remember.
What do you mean, dropped him?
I think he dropped him, yeah. So again, he gets the speed on that shot. You don't see it coming. I think,
because the jab becomes a whip if you allow it to, if you give it the space.
Big left hand there from Adeniji. Well, he has the body structure, Barry, of a puncher. You know, that long, wiry, whippy frame. I mean, that could produce some scary knockouts.
I mean, if you're tall like that, you're watching Tommy Hearns every day of the week, and you're turning that front foot in a little bit, so you can really turn with that right hand. Yeah, I think so. And he also gets that whip of a left hook.
Yeah, which he's trying to do right now.
He's trying to catch him with that straight left.
That's a good shot.
And he's winning this round so far.
Valverde, again, you got to get a low slide in and just throwing falls all the time. Bam, 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 bam.
So now you see Adeniji feigning. Throwing a straight left and also feigning. Trying to take the momentum away from Valverde. Because they both know that they need this last round.
Those passionate Valverde fans chanting Yanni. Trying to fire up Valverde Jr. We close in on the final minute of this contest. Nice right hand to the body there from Valverde Jr. as well.
I think he's taking too many punches to get close to Valverde. And they might not be hurting him because he has a good chin, but they're still scoring punches.
That's because of the adjustment of Adeniji. He's not just trying to move out of the way and check hook.
Clash of heads there, though.
No cut, though.
Good job.
Snappy jab there from Adeniji. Not really a part of his game, despite those dimensions.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. Yeah, he doesn't use it enough. But when you're tall, and there's a vulnerability about throwing it because it's a long jab, you've got a long way to come back.
Final 10 seconds of the contest. Scorecards will be fascinating. Who will advance to the semifinals, Adeniji or Valverde?
I mean, I don't know who won, but like I said earlier, Adeniji has that style that's just under the radar where he can sneak his way to a victory.
Well, I'm sure every participant in this tournament will have their eye on this one. Top featherweight action coming your way on Saturday night, live from the A&B Arena in Riyadh, as Nick Ball puts his WBA title on the line against Sam Goodman. A cracking co-main event you don't want to miss. So head over to DAZN.com/boxing for details on how to watch. Nervous moments for Yusuf Adeniji. We take a look back at some of the best moments of the contest here. And there was that early slip that looked like a knockdown for a brief period of time.
It's mad that he called the shot, didn't he?
Right hand coming, right hand incoming. Pop.
Ugh.
Good chin by Adeniji, I guess.
And Valverde. They can both take a punch.
Yes. I'm just not sure. If Valverde doesn't get it, I think he'll kick himself for that last round, not letting his hands go enough.
Right.
But if he doesn't get it, he will always have that 5-second highlight that I'm sure is going to be pinned to the top of his Instagram page forever.
Very close call. This
All
was
right,
a very close call.
Ready to solve the mystery. Let's send it up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alan Krebs scores it 59-55. And both judges, John Yona and Glenn Dawson, score it the same, 58-56. All for your winner by unanimous decision. Yoni Valverde Jr.
An emotional moment for Yanni Valverde Jr., who grinds one out and will stamp his ticket to the semifinals.
be the featherweights in the spotlight right now, but on Saturday, it's the heavyweights who are taking center stage as Moses Itauma takes on Dillian White. And for the 20-year-old starlet, it's already been quite a journey on this stage.
In the embryonic stages, the early education, but the signs are really good. A sparkling southpaw. He's crushing tough opposition, and he looks the real deal, doesn't he? Oh! Massive shot in the opening minute and a half here, and Dempsey McCain takes a very heavy fall, and Itauma could be on the brink of another emphatic, fast victory. He knocked out Marius Vac in a couple of rounds. And now, for Dempsey McCain, can the Australian recover? He's trying to get his stance back, but Itauma, oh! That's it! Won't recover from that! Fight's done! Corner in! Itauma wins in one! And in devastating fashion, as Dempsey McCain is blown away! Itauma, and he's dealing so well with the immense pressure and expectation on those young shoulders. Oh, that was spectacular! Absolutely devastating! Oh, what another right hand! And there's no way the fight should continue. It is finished.
Can Moses Itauma pass his stiffest test so far? Find out on Saturday night. To be part of it, go to thezone.com/forwardboxing for all the details. And we continue back here in Riyadh for the WBC Grand Prix. And we are still in the quarterfinals featherweight division. For more details, we go to Corey.
It's time for our next contest. It is Iman Lee from Yonkers, New York, taking on Becky Maise, Dr. Sleep from South Africa. Good-looking matchup here in the quarterfinals. We're ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's continue with more featherweight action. And first, welcome to the ring, Becky Zizwe, Dr. Sleep Maise. And now let's welcome to the ring, Iman Lee.
I thought I told you time and time again that we won't stop. Back and show by show, I'm trying to triple and double the pot. Move at least 6 foot or show or more, put him on now. Pooping at 25 rows, all great interior whenever it's cloudy. That bit of my growth, I'm chasing health and wealth, not clout. Baddies under my belt, I cook like a chef, I'm Mr. Child. Hey, ain't going no street, but I spend G's whenever I browse. Mink on all of my carpets, hit the house, I walk on clouds. Soon as I get out this work, I'm out the door, I'm in it out, I'm in it out. Girl slurping and burnt just like a perk, I'm in her mouth. Better them wins my turf, I got out the dirt, without no doubt. Wanna keep coming and coming, we saving the winter, this summer we wildin'. I can't even call it freestyling, I wanna design this style ain't free.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds. In the featherweight division, the judges are Glenn Dawson, Guillermo Moreno, and Marcin Pavlak. Our referee in charge will be Bella Florian. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and red, and weighed in officially at 127.2 pounds. His professional record, 8 wins, just 1 defeat. 3 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing South Africa, here is Becky Zizwe, Dr. Sleep Maitse. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing red, white, and blue, and weighed in officially at 127.7 pounds. Undefeated with 14 wins, 8 of his 14 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Iman Lee.
Oh, I wish you good luck for this fight. Touch your gloves and start the fight. Good luck.
So Iman Lee and Becky Maitse set for action here. Iman Lee coming off a very impressive win, a 6-round unanimous decision over Hector Munguia, a fighter who a lot of people kind of fell in love with after his performance in the opening round. Was totally stifled by Lee in that one. Maitse with an impressive win of his own over Juma Choki in the last round, following up his first round victory over Rodolfo Puentes.
That Munguia win for Lee was just tremendous, because Munguia, he was somebody I was really looking at. Just got caught by a right hand, might say.
You've got 2 guys here who like to control, dictate the pace, and the distance especially, and they do it quite well, both of them.
The long arms.
Lee does it behind the jab. So Maitse's got to use that southpaw stance to just take away that jab, which is easier to do than when you add a southpaw. Got to get that foot on the outside. Every time Lee throws that jab, you've got to make him pay for it.
And look what he did. Switch to orthodox.
But that brings Lee's jab into play then.
Yep.
But what it may take away is that pull counter right hand. You know, guys that fight like Lee in a Philly shell-esque approach, let's just call it, they're looking for those opportunities, and against a southpaw, they're a lot more plentiful.
Oh, that was beautiful. Triple jab to set up the right hand, because Lee might say kept going backwards.
And the jab went up and down as well.
Yes.
That's the impressive part. Just changing the level of the shot. That's the feint. That's going to be the difference here, possibly, with these two. Just that feint, a bit more thought process in these work.
That's the problem with just going straight back. You can get ran down.
Double jab there from Maitse as he switches stances immediately afterwards, giving Lee a different look constantly here.
And that time when he went backwards, he actually went to the right, so that was smart. Instead of going straight back.
Just a little rocking movement there, the shoulders there from Maitse. Just not allowing Lee to commit to that jab. That's why he's darting him with those little punches there. Just don't know. He wants to work behind that left-hand jab, but just Maitse just constantly moving those shoulders. Just maybe just not feeling the rhythm.
Left hand by Maitse. I think Lee a little bit off balance. I don't know that he was buzzed by that one, but it looked nice.
Right. When he was coming in, that right foot was already off the ground, so it was just the pressure, the force of the shot that pushed him back.
Good from Maitse there. Only touch him in the shot with the right idea and the left hook.
Yeah, this is a really good minute-and-a-half stretch or so for Becky Maitse as that right hand comes over the top.
Twice.
Speed chest.
Excellent sequence there for Dr. Sleep.
It's hard to outskill a guy like Iman Lee, but he's doing it.
I thought Lee was controlling it for mainly the first half of the fight. I think Maitse constantly switching all the time. Doesn't do him any favours because he wasn't staying in the one stance long enough to really build off any of the work and set anything up. Just trying to frustrate Lee. But Lee was darting him with the punches. The jab wasn't that great, but he was doing enough. But the second half, and certainly the last minute of that round, was a real good spell there, I might say.
I agree, and now we're going to see how much Lee has in his bag.
It's round 2 underway between Iman Lee and Becky Maitse, a quarterfinal matchup between two men from fighting families. Iman Lee's entire family, fighters, and in his corner, father and grandfather. Becky Maitse's dad, well, he's still an active fighter in his late 40s, so they can still spar together.
He spars Barry every other week.
Too young for me.
46?
He is.
No, his father's 46.
I feel sad because he genuinely is.
Oh, wow.
Maitse's father, Wonderboy Malongo, he actually fought for the domestic title in his weight division last year, so he's still a fixture on the domestic scene back home. And his son continuing to do good work, placing that left hand to the body.
Yeah, because it's hard to hit Lee up top, but then again, it's also hard to hit Maitse up top as well. Smart going to that body.
Maitse is actually looking for that center, like right here in the solar plexus.
That's good for Maitse. He didn't really have loads of success, but throwing with Lee, or certainly if Lee throws straight after, just not give him any rhythm, and he can't set up an attack, or an efficient attack.
I'm surprised Maitse has a loss, but you never know, what's going on in the career of a fighter. He's a pretty good fighter.
So, Barry, I just heard a very interesting and specific instruction in the Maitse corner. They're telling him to feint twice, kind of double pump with the jab and then let the right hand go.
Tyson Fury.
Right, yes, exactly.
It's so difficult to do, though, that is. It's very, very tiring. It sounds silly, but it really is. That double pump with your foot.
Yeah, double pump fake.
Yeah, it's very hard to do. But it's effective.
But he's doing it.
Yeah, it's effective. And if you train for it as well, your body's used to doing that movement.
And he did it with the orthodox stance, and now going back to southpaw.
You just got to be careful. If his feet get too wide, you can't do it. Got to get your feet a little bit closer together.
You can't be that fast when you have that wide stance.
No.
Ooh,
Shot.
nice
Right hand, steps around with a right hand, as might say.
And it's quite often that someone like Lee who likes to dictate the range and the pace. Dictating the pace usually means you slow it down for you. But can you change the pace? And which he needs to up the tempo here now, Lee.
Lee need to be throwing his own feints.
Oh, knee.
What was that?
What? That was a knee.
The referee let that slide. Maybe he's thinking Maitse went down on his own. I don't know.
We'll take a closer look at that.
There wasn't a shot, was there?
No, I
didn't
didn't
think
see
there
a
was
shot, but still.
Are you allowed to do a walking lunge and then throw a punch?
Well, if the action don't stop, the referee will say, don't do that again.
Right.
But if the action don't stop, why should he say anything?
We'll get a closer look at it. It looked like Maitse might have just got very low and got hit with something while he was
going down
in
or
a crouch.
I didn't see a punch, and he was right in front of me.
There was a punch thrown.
I would say quite often when you have a wide stance, sometimes they don't bring the back foot with the front foot. So it's front foot, back foot when you come forward, back foot, front foot when you go back. So if you take a step forward, with a wide stance, sometimes they leave their back foot there, and that can then make you overreach, and the result is very rarely that. Yeah, it's almost never that, but that's what it was.
You're good at knowing the mistakes.
I made loads of them. I made loads. I haven't got this.
I set you up for that one.
I wasn't born with this face. I've acquired this over many mistakes over the years.
Oh, stop.
And a big mouth.
That's why you learned how to fight. That big mouth, huh?
Pretty much.
Keep it up.
Oh, I wanted to see that replay. Maybe we can see it next time.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it 20-18 for the green corner, Maitse.
Okay.
So there you have it. Becky Maitse ahead on all 3 scorecards to this point. A little bit of a different posture here from Iman Lee. That frame defense, looking to make some adjustments, perhaps after hearing those scores. Just to land a left hook there. And this is the question you were posing, Barry. Can Iman Lee, rather than slow the pace down, can you speed it up now? And he's certainly trying to at the moment.
And it's very hard to change the pattern of a fight. Even if you're taking the pace, just to change the pattern of the fight and the tempo of the fight is very difficult. Because you start doing this, throwing your hands, you're making mistakes, because that's wild. He has got to throw more punches, but there's got to be a thought with it, otherwise you're just walking into trouble.
Well, it's what might say his corner is conveying to him right now, which is they feel that Lee's going to start getting desperate and make mistakes.
Well, Lee's already landed 2 straight rights and a left hook in the first minute of this 3rd round.
Short left hand there from Maitse.
Just a quick note, Barry, you were absolutely correct. I just saw the replay. It was, in fact, the stance, and it was the momentum as he's leaning forward that he lost balance and then he went down.
You're telling me something.
You were right.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a rare occasion, so I'll take that. Thank you.
I'm just surprised Barack is not making fun of you.
No, because I wanted to see it, you know, and I just thought what he said made sense.
And Lee looking for that left hook on the inside.
Better round for Lee.
That wide stance, Barry, and combined with the length of Maitse, seems to be a little bit deceiving for Iman Lee. That there are times where he thinks he's closer than maybe he is, and Maitse's catching him with some shots.
Yeah, because even though you're not looking at the feet, you can just see it. You can see that front foot. So you sort of sometimes gauge the distance off that. If it's close to you, you feel that you can land. But if they sit on that back foot a little bit, then yeah, it is sometimes an illusion where you can fall into that trap and get caught throwing shots, or just, and if you miss with the jab, you're wary to throw anything else after that because you've missed.
I just spoke with the corner for Lee, and they agree with Barack what he was saying. He's just waiting too long. They're asking Lee to use a lot more feints and just work a lot more, let the hands go, but not wait. Be the first.
Again, an advantage of open scoring is sometimes if you don't listen to your corner, you hear the scorecards pretty loudly.
And I guess that's how he ended up making those adjustments as he will walk into the 3rd round. He did listen.
That was a good round for Lee there.
But you have to do all these things without rushing your work, without walking onto shots, because coming forward, saying you go forward is right. But you got to say how you go forward. Not just walking forward behind long shots might work, but what if he takes a step back? It's a shot, so you got to start getting your feet close together. You got to start feinting. You got to start feinting. Lee got to, not so much might say, Lee's got to start feinting his way in. Double jab close that distance quicker for you. When you get there, you got to flurry.
But the key element that you just said, the feint is key.
Yeah.
To be able to close the gap and then throw the flurry. There's a level of frustration in that corner, though.
What? Where? Might say?
Lee.
Oh, Lee. Okay.
Round 4 underway. Well, Claudia, that frustration that you're hearing is actually something that Lee's talked about in the past. The fact that the family, at times, the way he describes it, they could butt heads a little bit between the father and the grandfather, who he feels is a little bit more old school. That sometimes that just happens in the Lee corner.
It's a family business. That happens. And especially because when it's family, you already know what you're made of.
And also, you want it more for the kid in the ring, because he's your kid.
Oh, good left hand by Lee. And they were exchanging pretty well in the
He should go back to that jab, sorry, Barack. That jab that you mentioned. When he jabbed up and down when he goes the distance, do that again. Just start changing the different levels, different height of the shot.
Somehow the first round was exactly the type of fight that behooves the style of fighting on Lee. And then he just kind of walked away from that.
Yeah, but also Maitse is not just backing straight up. He's turning him. So he's jabbing, missing with the jab, but he's turning him so he's out of range of the right hand.
Maitse got caught with a lovely uppercut there, right uppercut, and he hurt him, but he fired, and Lee didn't work off it, didn't see it. That was really good for Maitse there, that braveness to throw, just to stop any more punches coming back.
Yeah, it had Maitse kind of rocked and dipping off to the right credit to Maitse for maintaining his balance and getting back with some shots of his own.
So be careful there, Maitse. It's a good movement. He got one foot on the outside, little pivot, but left the chin in the air. Doing it again there now. Starting to throw from the chest and the waist a little bit more than he was
Both his hands down.
He's starting to build a little bit of momentum. Maitse corner reminding him, hey, get your head off to the side as well.
Oof. Nice little left right there.
Inside the final minute of round 4. Mon Lee up to the task of picking up the tempo a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Maitse's landing some really good shots, but he's been outworked here again, I think, for me, from Lee.
And we can hear the corner from Maitse telling him to keep turning.
Good shot.
That circular motion throws Lee off.
He's got some nice moves, hasn't he, Maitse, to be fair. Nice and smooth with some of the work he does.
These are two guys that have beat a whole lot of other people. But they got to really work to beat each other.
Oh, good work.
Right hand up top, caught by Lee, but Maitse again just finishes the combination with a sweeping left hand to the body.
Yeah, they call that the booty shake.
That is,
South
yes,
Africa.
yeah, all right. I was searching for the words there. I'm glad you had them.
It's called like the twerk shot.
No, you. Okay.
It's not effective.
Depending.
It only hurts your pride.
Boxing, all 3 judges have it the same. 38-38, a unanimous draw.
So Mon Lee has indeed evened things up. Becky Maitse was looking quite confident at the end of round 4 with the stupid, sexy Flanders dance, but instead, this thing is all tied up, and we've got 2 rounds to go.
And open scoring just told them both that it's tied. They got to turn it up. Lee just had a nice right hand landed.
That's a good jab there. Just got a nice rhythm to it. He jabs, leans the body and leans back with it then. Gets that momentum just to lean back and make you miss there. Maitse.
Good left hand there from Maitse.
Maitse's corner, they're very surprised with the scores being even. And they expect Maitse to throw more hands, be more active, and just be able to beat Lee in just production.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to do that, but I'm not surprised with the scorecards. I mean, Lee has picked it up and landed some good shots.
But there we seen, again, he was outworked in that last round, might say, but he landed some really good shots, and they'll just see that, won't they, and go, that was good work. And
so
maybe enough to sway it. I didn't see it, like, I'm the same as you, but...
So far, this is a better round for Maitse.
Yeah. Oh, lovely left hand there from Maitse.
Maitse looking a little bit more fluid this round. He seems a little bit more creative, throwing you know, some kind of up jabs, some hybrid uppercuts a little bit here. There's a nice check left hook.
He went in his bag. Same thing Lee did last couple of rounds.
Lee's trying to walk too close. He's just a little bit tempted to let his hands go from the right distance. He's trying to get that foot a little bit too close. And that just allows Maitse to let his hands go, which he's doing. Doing well.
To your point, Barack, you know, he's going into his bag. He's found something different this round. And in a fight like this with two skilled fighters, sometimes you got to pack a lot of luggage.
Yeah,
you got to open up another suitcase, maybe in the sixth.
And they're both athletic. They're both fast. They both have long arms. You got to have a big bag.
Sharp left hand there from Maitse a moment ago.
And we can hear Lee's corner saying, why are you waiting? Why are you waiting? And that's going back to your point. He's got to be first.
Yeah, but again, it's that confidence. He's thrown the jab, but he's been countered a few times. That you just lose all confidence in throwing the shot. Then that's what happens. It's a good round here, if I might say.
Well, and this could be trouble for Lee, because even if he wins round 6 and we take it to the enhanced scoring system, a lot of those early rounds from Might say that he won seem pretty clear.
Yeah.
So if we're we're getting into the granular
nuances,
nuances of scoring here, it might favor Becky Might say based on that early work.
That's another word I have to look up in the dictionary now. Nuance. Thanks.
Hey, it takes a lot of courage for me to do this in my second language.
Oh, God. And my second language. Mumble's my first language. He does some really good work in this round, might say. Yes. Busier, more effective. Again, just a different flow and rhythm to his work. And again, we're changing the tempo. We mentioned that earlier on. Being able to change the tempo of a fight, it's a very, very difficult thing to do.
That round kind of looked like the first round.
Yeah. Now the problem Lee has here, he has to be busy. He knows he has to win the round. Will he make mistakes coming forward though? Doing something he's not...
Expose himself.
Yeah.
He's got to risk a lot.
Well, he's a guy who's used to controlling the pace with that good jab he has, you know, like the uppercut, the distance that he maintains with it.
The first couple moves we saw in the first round, that's what he needs to keep doing.
Yeah.
Just being aggressive and just walk your opponent down. Even if he takes lateral moves, you should be able to make that pivot.
Okay, he's starting the round double jabbing to the body, Lee.
Nice reply immediately there from Might say, and a second one. Beautiful check left hook.
Coming in, Lee coming in. Nice.
If you're getting countered off your jab, it's easy to say this, harder to do it. You got to think, I'm going to throw my right hand. I know a punch is coming, so you almost got to take that risk, that leap of faith.
I think that's what Might say is doing. Like he's trying to be first sometimes, but he's also, even when Lee punching, he's punching with you no matter what. He's going to let that left hand go from the left hand stance.
Following a punch back in sometimes is so effective.
Mm-hmm. It could win you the round back.
Oh, good shot.
That was good. I don't know if that landed from this angle, but that was good.
The movement, wasn't it? A little step back. He sort of sat down on the shot, didn't he, and everything.
Yes.
I think he's been a revelation in this tournament, I might say, because the way he set up at the beginning of the tournament, for me, I think a guy who looks good, but might just fall apart at the seams. But he's been really good, really structured, and athletic, and everything to go with it. And if he gets to win over Lee, which it looks like he is right now, that's a really good win.
He's fighting nothing but undefeated fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this entering the tournament, this is a 6-1 fighter coming fresh out of the South African club circuit against a more established fighter in Iman Lee here in the third round of this tournament. And he might have buzzed Lee with something there. At least his corner reacted as such, but Lee swimming with those shots doesn't seem affected.
He was off balance, but what he did there, might say, he off balance, seen he was not in distress, 1 mil to defend himself and let his hands go. He had a clean target to hit.
Final 45 seconds of the contest. Lee needed a big round here. He's got about 30 seconds to make up.
But it's actually Maisa who's showing up, closing the round strong.
The thing is, you're watching Might say as a future opponent, you're going, his chin's in the air, especially when he throws. He's a real, if I can dip and throw that right under the top. He's a guy who looks easier to beat than he actually is. He's a real hard man to fight.
But it just goes to show his distance is just perfect.
Yeah.
You know, like his perception of the punch coming is really, really good. To be able to do that in spots against a fast fighter like Lee.
That may have been a round that sealed it for Becky Might say.
It's not like we've been wrong before, is it?
No.
Oh, no. Either that or sometimes the judges are wrong.
Yeah, they're wrong. We're never wrong. They're always wrong.
Well, Esports World Cup Fight Week comes to a crescendo on Saturday night. There's a stacked undercard featuring Hayato Satsumi versus Kaiish Ashbach in a super featherweight showdown. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for details on how to purchase this must-see event.
Beautiful uppercut.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, that was the round that Lee needed to really come out and then make a statement or try and certainly win it and make this a hard fight to score. But he did all the work for me, might say. He did all the quality. He was the busier fighter throughout, and for me, and I think for all of us, he's done enough to get the win.
Looks like the scores are in the hands of Thomas Triber as we wait for him to get in the ring. Nervous moments here for Lee and Maitse. Who will advance to the semifinals? Thomas Triber knows. Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Glenn Dawson scores it 58-56 for Maitse. And both judges, Guillermo Moreno and Marcin Pavlak, score it the same, 57-57, a majority draw. Therefore, we go to the enhanced scoring system. Guillermo Moreno has it 3-3. Judge Glenn Dawson scores it 4-2. And Judge Marcin Pavlak scores it 4-3. Both for your winner by majority decision. Becky Zizwe, Maitse.
So Dr. Sleep, Becky Zizwe Maitse is prescribed a trip to the semifinals later on this year.
I guess the good thing you could say, Barry, is that in reality on your record, it's just a draw. It's not a loss, even though you don't advance.
There's a good fighter there in Lee. It's early in his career. It's a good fight. He's a good fighter. He just needs to be able to just up the tempo a little bit more. That's all. He just takes the pace, but, you know, as he's shown now tonight, and you only find this as you go on. You can't always do that, so you have to find another way. That's all. It was a close fight.
Pot shotting doesn't beat a guy like Maitse.
And the featherweights are putting on a show right here in Riyadh, but on Saturday night, it's the turn of the heavyweights as Moses Itama faces Dillian White in the main event of Esports World Cup Fight Week. In the build-up, DAZN has been in camp with the Body Snatcher.
Camp's been good, man. You know, obviously, I had a couple of fights that fell through the injury, so I just carried on training. It's been frustrating at times because I was in great shape, then I got injured. Stuff that obviously my body been working on the previous camp seems to be coming together better this camp and making more sense.
Basically trying, working on sharpening up the defense more, not getting crazy. Because when he gets hit right away, he wants to go to war. It's not always about that now. You got to be smart now. You're older. Build each round. Not go, if you get hit, not try to get it back right away. You got to be smart and figure out, okay, I can't get hit with that no more.
My days are hard. Now we're in the sparring stage, just avoid getting punched up by these big guys in camp, Mike is with me, Junior's with me every day. We train it every day together. Obviously, I got Victor Folsen, who's a big, strong, hungry guy, southpaw. for sparring. I got Ty Mitchell in, fast, quick, awkward guy with good power. My players just arrived for the last few weeks to finish up sparring, sharpen me up. But Buddy McGirt, the man's a living legend, you know. Obviously I got Rodriguez as well, and that's it. I keep a very small team. I don't have too much people around me, you know.
Moses Itama against Dillian White is the headline attraction on Saturday night and a part of a great card at the ANB Arena. To watch it all live, head to thezone.com/boxing for all the info and how to buy it. And we're back here in Riyadh, and we're coming up for one more fight right here in the super featherweights. Corey?
Well, up next, we've got Muhammad Shamili taking on Troy the Bank Nash, a man who has put together two of the most complete performances of the tournament thus far. Muhammad Shamili will have his hands full in this one. Good-looking matchup between Italy and the United States as we send it back up to Thomas Freiberg.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Troy the Bank Nash.
All facts, yeah. 500K, fly K, yeah. This all facts, this ain't no fairy tale. Pressed on Zay in the pit, we scared of jail. Was getting inside the car, I was yanking still. They ain't had $1,000 bond and couldn't pay the bill. Exposing on these pro tools. This was in the pen with boy, that was off the spice and they murder and smoking. I used to be close to. Hey, I'm in the hidden blocks and do that one dance, you ain't got no moves. Bounced out on Lil Boog and chased him up the street. Got nothing against him, just was trying to get him gone cause he from 3. Punched on no face, I had him in the county cupping please. I had him like I'm from the north, I ain't from flies, that's they be. Yeah, no white flags were built at.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Muhammad Shamili Machine. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Guillermo Moreno, Marlene Pavlak, and John Yona. Our referee in charge will be Nobuto Ikahara. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing red, white, and blue, and weighed in officially at 127.9 pounds. Undefeated with 5 wins, 1 win comes by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, here is Troy the Bank Nash. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and white, and weighed in officially at 127.8 pounds. Undefeated with 16 wins, 7 of his 16 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Italy, here is Muhammad Shamili Machine.
Hold him, no pussy, no allowable. You have a clear fight with no foul. Okay, please go.
So our next quarterfinal matchup here between Muhammad Shamili from Roma, Italy, by way of Albania, taking on this man, Troy the Bank Nash, coming off an extremely impressive win over Zolda Zhengisov, one that produced, guys, I think some tangible excitement here at the desk about Troy Nash and his future.
I think that just, I said it to Claudia at the beginning of the show, but little adjustments of the feet that he makes just to get the distance right is just the subtle fantasticness of a real quality fighter.
Yeah, he was actually making it entertaining without getting a knockdown, without getting a knockout. He throws with bad intentions.
And his shot selection is really good as well. For such a young man, you know, just to pick his shots well and have the confidence to wait and not rush your work, it's just a real gift.
If he could beat Shamili, he'd really show me something.
Well, Shamili's going to pose at least different problems, or he's going to attempt to here tonight.
Good left hand by Shamili.
Like that, he's going to produce pressure and proximity, maybe in a way that Troy Nash hasn't felt in the pros. But he said earlier this week, in speaking with Boxing Scene, listen, all the greats have to go to a dark place to win. I want to be able to go to that place to show people what I'm made of.
I like that, but it's going to be tough. Shamili, you know, he's a switch hitter. He's tough. He's relentless. He's going to come in there with a couple of head movements. He's going to get low on you. It'll be a good win if he gets it.
He's a bit of a paradox, I think, Shamili, because he's a nightmare for Nash, but also the perfect style for him, because he comes in straight lines. You know, he's not hard to find with the target, but he's non-stop, non-stop, non-stop. So if you've got a good engine, you don't panic, then you should be okay. But if he can get you and make you and just unsettle you a little bit, you start to fall apart. His relentlessness will cause you problems.
That 1-2 is deadly with Nash.
The right shot pops the head back of Shamili, and then he rips a left hook to the body. Does Troy Nash. And Claudia, you and I have talked about this before too. I mean, not only would this be an impressive win for Nash, we'll put it in broader perspective. He's facing a 16-0 fighter. Troy Nash is 5-0. Outside of the confines of this tournament, this fight never happens.
No,
they would never
not.
schedule this fight.
No, because it would be such a huge mismatch. But let's not forget the kind of experience that somebody like Nash has had just fighting with, or just sparring, or moving around, like he says, like the likes of Bud Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis. I mean, like it or not, that boxing IQ does trickle down.
I think you're right, it does. But until you've been there and done it in a ring and for a real fight, and of course you know this, but it's different. It really is. To know how to cope with situations in real time is sometimes what can set fighters apart.
And here they're playing for all the marbles. I agree.
About 20 seconds ago, there's some really clever inside work from Troy Nash, and a short right hand there is the last word at the end of round one.
I would say something about Nash. Shamili, when he throws that right hand, he tips the head to the left. Nash has figured it out straight away. I mean, it took him less than a round to see it, and that's why in a minute now you see Shamili throw that right hand over the top. If you could see that replay, and he cracks him right down the middle.
And how old is he again? He's only 19 years old.
Just turned 20. Yeah. So
Listen a bit. No, look.
There it is.
See, when he dips his head, he knows where he is. So he doesn't have to where he was going. He doesn't have to line him up. He's waiting for you to lean onto the shot. You're not lining him up. You're lining yourself up. He's putting himself in a position for you to do that. I mean, that's clever. Or it's just luck, and I'm making all this up.
No.
But I think you know, fighters who got, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, fighters who got that vision, you can't teach that. You can teach all the other stuff, but if they can't do it, they haven't got that vision, that timing, that natural vision, that natural timing. You teach them, they can't do it. All you can do is put it in their hands. If they can't do it, they can do it, and you have to adapt to that. That's what makes a good trainer, by the way.
Right.
You give them all the tools. Sometimes they can't use them. You have to take them away and give them something else. A blunter tool that works for them.
Well,
but this kid might have all the sharp tools.
Well, let's continue that tools analogy, because Nash's father was talking about that earlier this week. And he said, listen, we've only ever had to use pliers, a screwdriver, and a flashlight.
Oh my God.
Wait till you see what else we have in the toolbox.
Wow.
Like that.
That was a
right
wrench.
hand. That's
was a right wrench.
hammer of a right hand that knocked Shamili back.
See, I don't see the punch. He took a punch before it and fired back.
Yep.
I mean, we're all in Nash's corner here, and that's what it sounds like. But he took a good shot of Shamili. There was a lovely right hand, and then fired back automatically.
You know, I'm going to revert to one of your favorites, Bam Rodriguez. You and I have talking about
love
him
of my life.
ad nauseum. But that's the kind of fighter. It's in their DNA.
Yeah, oh yeah. You can replicate it, but it won't unless you know what you're doing and you see what you're doing. You know, it's just not effective.
Like right there, that nice hook right into the rib cage, and there is no impatience. There's no I'm rushing through this. No,
Yeah.
he takes his time. He looks at what he's going to do, creates the space, and then executes.
But like I said in the first round, it is also a style that could be and should be suited for him.
That's why I had to put you against the ropes and ask you.
Yeah. Well, I cover myself with that paradox thing, another word I learned the other day, and I cover myself with that.
Nice little body shot there from Shamili. Still trying to bully his way to the inside. The problem is, can you get past a laser straight right hand from Troy Nash and all the other tools that we referenced.
And they might not be hurting you. I mean, you might be able to, but good shot there from Shamili. But are you taking too many punches to get the result that you want? It's not enough, is it, right now? A good body shot.
Well, Shamili's not looking discouraged, and he's still going to the body, trying to slow the young man down. Very experienced he is.
But this is what he does, though, isn't he? He walks you down, he wears you down. But he hasn't got 10 rounds, he got 6 rounds here. You know, it's a difference. That's a good shot.
He turned that shot over, too, that right hand.
And that one as well.
And turned the hands, so he hit with those front 2 knuckles as well, that correct punch.
Yep.
Oh, good shot again.
That's what Barack and I were talking about, that art of being able to just turn it in, turn the punch. It's lost.
But it's that torque of the shot, and it gives you a different angle. And also, the front 2 knuckles is what you always should hit.
You don't have to punch hard to hurt somebody when you punch correctly.
Yeah. Exactly.
I wish I knew. I know. I wish I knew that. Then, not now. I mean, you gotta love Shamili's effort, and work rate. You know, his work ethic's fantastic, but he's walking on too many shots to get little reward here. And Nash very comfortable off the ropes. Took a good right hand there, but look when he fired back straight away. Quality work. He took a good shot. His first thought was to land with a better shot. Showing his class here, Nash. Having the box with his back on the rope, but doing it so effectively, like all the good fighters can.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have it the same. Unanimous, 20-18 for the green corner, Troy Nash.
20-18 across the board for Troy Nash. It's the 16-0 Muhammad Shamili. As bizarre as it may sound, is trying to upset the 5-0 Troy Nash here tonight. And again, Shamili, a guy who has been recruited by fighters of repute to be in their camps. He's been working with Alan Picasso in Mexico. He's always alongside Sandor Martin. But we talked about the pedigree that Nash has, the types of fighters that he's around.
Yeah.
And they all seem to have that cerebral quality about them. You think about the fighters who have been around Nash at various points, the Crawfords, the Keyshawn Davises, Shakur, Andre Ward. They all have that similar type of mindset.
Except Adrian Broner, which was his inspiration when he was 6.
I mean, Adrian Broner was really cool for a long time.
Yes,
you
until
know?
Chino Maidana did his number.
Right, but that's at 147. Broner's such a short guy, small
Yes.
guy. He was dominating 130.
Yeah. But being around great fighters helps you understand how you use your tools at the right time. How you engage your brain. And sometimes when you don't engage your brain, when you don't know when to switch it off, to go for that dynamic moment.
To just allow it to be instinctive.
Yeah.
Nash said he wants to hold himself and perhaps be held to a different standard than his peers, than other fighters of his graduating class, let's say. And if he keeps winning fights like this, people have no choice but to treat him differently. Nice right hand again there from Nash.
Again, we have to say, Shamili's not a hard target to hit. but you still got to throw the shots because he does fire back.
Whoa.
Big right hand again. Shamili now taking his opportunity on the inside.
Didn't have a decent left hook there, though, Shamili. Didn't have an effect on Nash, but still a scoring shot.
Shamili, I think, doing what he can in these moments, Barry. Just hit anything.
Yeah.
Hit Nash anywhere you have the opportunity to do it.
And the funny thing is, you're the one going close and getting up front, and you want to get, but he's getting too close. You got to get close, and then you got to use your gloves to push just a little bit, so you can let those punches go.
That's what I'm saying in my head. What is it? He's getting inside. He's getting a little bit too excited, and he's not doing the right punch selection. And then Nash is taking even those moments away from him sometimes.
Because he's mothering himself. So there's nothing really that lands effectively.
Yes. I'd say, well, he makes you work for every bit of success, though, doesn't he?
Yep.
I'm going to go back to what Barack said. Shamili has a tendency of bullying his way through his boxing skills.
Did I say that? That sounded smart. Dag.
I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, okay. You said it better.
Again, another round there where Shamili just forever coming forward. Always a presence right in front of you, but the variety, the shot selection there of Nash, and not panicking under pressure, just seeing plenty of time that the hands go, comfortable against the ropes.
Young, pretty fighters usually fold against pressure like Shamili's. I'm very impressed. I'm not counting Shamili out.
We can't.
No, you can't, right?
Can't. There's always a Brady's press cut for an Amir Khan.
Ooh. First round, I remember that.
Yeah.
So the first time you bring on British fighters, and it's when he got knocked out. That'll be it now.
Round 4 underway. Troy Nash with the biggest test of his young professional career thus far against the hard-charging Muhammad Shamili.
But we're halfway there, and so, you know, as that pressure starting to tell, it doesn't look like so far here for Nash, but if he does slow down, Shamili will know it, certainly, and make use of that.
Shamili's not winning rounds, I don't think.
No.
But I would tell him, go to that body on the inside. It won't look as pretty, but maybe it'll stop this kid. Maybe it'll slow this kid down a little bit.
I think you're right, but I would say go low, punch high. So you even if you don't jab low, dip low, rip that right hand over the top. Just bowl it over, because you're sliding close. Even if he blocks it, he'll feel something.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Left hook there from Shamili.
A lot of times that works, but if you're going to only headhunt, then even when you're going low, I'm expecting you to go, you know.
And you know, guys, even stalwart future stars, like many people feel Troy Nash is, almost all of them have that one scary moment.
Yes.
Where someone like a Shamili buzzes them. Even Andre Ward had that moment.
I mean,
he got knocked down early in his career, too. Yeah, it was Boone who was knocking everybody out. Daniel Boone.
Was it Darnell Boone? Is that what it was?
Darnell Boone.
Yeah.
I said Danielle. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know what I said, but it's Darnell Boone.
Good luck when you meet him next. But you need those moments. Are not bad. They're not bad things. People see them as negatives. It's how you react to those moments that turn them into a positive. Good left hook there from Shamili.
That right hand got through.
And he got there before Nash could. Nash thinking about a left hook to the body. And this one getting pretty messy on the inside. Right hand right to the belt line there from Nash.
See, this is not bad. I think Nash is getting tired. But again, I still think he's starting to push forward because he's getting tired. And that's just trying to smother the work of Shamili a little bit more.
Good two-punch combination from Shamili before that sequence of holding.
Oh, the shot.
We'll see if that right hand from Nash is the final shot of the round. It will be a messy but better round for Shamili as he heads back to his corner.
But is it enough?
No, but it's definitely better than the other 2 rounds, but it's only better because Nash is giving that to him, you know? But so what? Take it.
But Nash is tiring. I mean, but that's Shamili doing his job, isn't it? Getting tired.
That's right. So let me rephrase that. Shamili might have caused that. He might have caused that.
But I thought Nash was smart by trying to push forward. It seems like, why would you do that when you're tired? Get on your bike. But Shamili wants to chase you down. You show a little bit of force, smother his rope. You get like you did there. Hold on, push him to the rope. Gives you the referee got to break you. That's 3 seconds rest straight away.
There you go. You got it down to the science.
He timed it. He timed all the rest.
I mean, no one wasted time like I did.
Even a draw, 38-38.
Wow.
One judge has it 39-37. And the other has it 40-36. Vote for the green corner, Troy Nash.
That tires. Nah.
I don't see that.
All right, so 3 different scores are waiting for them to be brought over just to make sure that we get them accurate here. So 40-36 and 39-37 for Nash. The third judge has this fight dead even.
Yes, 36-36. I mean, 38-38.
Body shot there from Shamili. Barry, your thoughts on the even scorecard?
Yeah, well, that's madness. You're giving him points for coming forward. You're giving him rounds just coming forward alone. I mean, that's not enough. He's landed with some shots, but not. I mean, I think they've been superseded by the quality of work and the heavier punches, I would say, from Nash.
Well, because of that scorecard and because Shamili, we will assume, won that last round on that Judge B scorecard that you see on your screen.
Yes.
Shamili could theoretically win this fight on the scorecards if he just continues doing what he's doing.
Yes. He needs to win these 2 rounds.
Right now, he's the one letting his hands go.
I mean, he's doing good so far. Angling, turning him, punching and turning.
Now you find out how what Nash is made of, because like you want to know what he was made of. Well, here it is, mate. I mean,
here's the dark place you requested.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a 12-round fight in the dark place. It can be a 3 or 4 round, 6 rounds, don't matter where it is.
Well, there's a surprise in the corner for Troy Nash. They don't understand who saw a draw, but they're asking him to go underneath, to use the uppercuts, go underneath the guard.
But I'm wondering why they're asking him that. Maybe they know that he's tired and he can't move?
No, because they see he's
see
actually
a little kink in the armor of...
Yes, and he's actually just bullying his way in, so that's gonna like dissuade him from just bringing his whole body. So Shamili is he's not really punching, he's not really throwing punches.
He is in this round, though. Yeah, I think you're right there, but he is in this round.
There's some blood coming from Nash's nose.
Don't kill the messenger.
No, up until this round, I would totally agree with that.
Oof.
Blood coming from the nose of Troy Nash. And it's this sequence, this series of events that we're seeing time and time again. Nash kind of hunched over on the inside. Shamili's hitting him with something, even if it's on the inside. And the visuals look like he's the one who's doing the work.
The visuals are great work, but the visuals when he's walking around here, he looks exhausted and panicky. I'm not saying he is, but he looks it.
Oh, he's definitely tired. Mouth wide open, definitely tired.
It's a big round out for Shamili. And at the right time of the fight as well. See, if we didn't have open scoring, which is good for us as well, by the way, we would be saying now, but he's not going to be enough to win the fight because he's already lost 4 rounds.
Right. He just caught up the last 2 rounds, we would be saying.
But now?
Well, I mean, if he caught up the last 2 rounds, then he could get a draw at least.
Well, he's won that round, so he's definitely winning the fight in one card, and the other card he's going to be...
He would be tied.
Yeah, it's going to be level on the other card. if that's right.
Yeah, but the 36-40,
No,
there's
he'll
no
still
way.
be down.
Mathematically
He'll still be
speaking.
down 1
Oh, still
point.
be down,
in the
still
other
be down,
part.
Yeah.
So he would need this round to get.
Needs this round and some help from enhanced scoring.
Yeah, to get a split decision draw, split draw.
Right. But it could happen.
That's a very fancy math.
And also, this is his time of the fight anyway, you feel.
Oh. And Shamili halfway out of the ring as Nash is pushed down to the canvas as well. Tries to come back with a left hook to the body immediately.
Good body shot there from Shamili. And a right hand again to the chin. Nash got a clock him with a shot. Just, you're not going to stop him coming forward, just to slow him down a little bit.
Lift his head up with an uppercut.
You know, if nothing else, guys, this is a man in Shamili, you know, whether you agree with the scores or not, over the last 3 rounds, asserting both experience and man strength a little bit. Just pushing Nash around by any means necessary.
I think because of the way he fights, you know, just literally coming forward and a bit too easy to hit, like he has been in the tournament throughout anyway, that he knows those early rounds, he's going to be either he's going to be close or losing to make the heads win in the second half of the fight.
Well, I just spoke to Jacob Najjar, who has worked in the training camp for Shamili, and he says it was strategic to lose the first round. They just wanted to make sure that Troy Nash would come in and that we're going to work the body, because in their minds, Troy Nash doesn't have the stamina to handle the punishment to the body and be able to finish the fight with the same power.
And maybe that's what we're seeing.
Well, in Jacob Najjar's head, he's won every single round after the first one.
Oh, but that's not true.
Again.
And what language was that?
Spanish.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll give you that then.
Final minute of the contest.
But what they wanted to do is allow Shamili to put in the pressure to the body.
Oh, come on. Behind the head shots.
I'll tell you what, though. This is his fight, though, right now. His sort of fight, isn't it? Oh, lovely uppercut.
There you go. Punch him and spin.
A lovely uppercut from Shamili.
Shamili's
he is the fresher fighter, and he is relentless right now.
Absolutely.
If this were an 8-round fight, it becomes even more interesting, but the scorecards, we're going to have to count them up because Muhammad Shamili has a shot. And after 2 rounds of this fight, you would have never thought that would have been a possibility.
No, and they thought probably we was favoring Nash just because he was just looking spectacular. Now you see what's going on. That Shamili's looking a whole lot better and taking control of the fight. We might have a draw here.
A fascinating fight here. And these scorecards will be even more fascinating in just a few moments. Ring for the Night of Champions comes to DAZN on November 22nd. A stacked card features a host of unmissable fights like David Benavidez versus Anthony Yard, Devin Haney against Brian Norman Jr., and Bam Rodriguez taking on Fernando Martinez. That's Saturday, November 22nd, right here on DAZN.
That's 3 main events on 1 card.
It's mad.
3 real main events.
That's a brilliant card.
Yeah.
Absolutely is. And it's nice to see Bam as top of the bill as well, a little fella.
Yeah.
In my mind.
One of the best in the world.
See the optics of that now, because the way he was flaying a little bit in the last round there, Nash. All that praise we gave him, and I still think he is a star in the making. But you got people will go, he was all over the place in that last round. But that's the test you need.
Right.
Also, 2 things could be true. You could look brilliant in 2 rounds and be all over the place in the last 2 rounds.
Because on my card, he was still well enough ahead to still lose the last 2 rounds theoretically. But on some of the other judges' cards, it wasn't the case. So
right, and it really just depends on what happened. Is it that you gassed out, or is it that the pressure was too much for you? Which one?
I mean,
and you got to give credit to the pressure. Though. You have to give some credit to the pressure.
it's a little bit of both. It's everything that Jamili did, and you're not used to coping with that. So until you do it, all the sparring is great, but the intensity in a fight is a little bit different. So now he's been there now. If he comes through successfully to today, which I think he will,
he'll
then
get better.
He knows what it's like now, and that's very important, that is.
Well, and again, earlier in the fight, what did we say? If this were outside the confines of this tournament, you would not make this fight.
No.
Right? And that's what makes this tournament compelling. It's also, that's why you wouldn't make this fight, because something like this can happen.
Right.
Where a budding prospect runs into a roughhouse like a Shamili and things get a little bit scary.
And complicated. But if anything, these two fighters are going to be much better equipped, and not necessarily in X's and O's, but in terms of experience, because they both had to face very complicated fighters.
100%. And a fight like this, what it does is it makes you train for stuff like this. You know, where you have 4 different training partners coming in and just constant pressure, constant pressure.
All right, it appears the scores are in the hand of Thomas Schreiber, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Guillermo Moreno scores it 58-56 in favor of Troy Nash. Judge John Yona scores it 58-56 in favor of Muhammad Shamili. And Judge Marcin Pavlak scores it 57-57. This bout is a split draw. Therefore, we go to the enhanced scoring system. Guillermo Moreno scores it 5-4 in favor of Shamili. Judge Marlene Pavlak scores it 4-3 in favor of Troy Nash. And Judge John Yona scores it 4-2 for your winner by split decision. Muhammad Shamili Machine!
A shocker in the quarterfinals as Muhammad Shamili takes out Troy Nash. One of the most hyped prospects in the sport today just fell here at the WBC Grand Prix, and you can see what it means to the machine, Muhammad Shamili.
And once again, overall, he just got a draw. He didn't get a loss, he got a draw. I know sometimes a draw feels like a loss to a fighter, but he got a draw.
Yeah, I thought Nash won the fight. I thought he won the first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
But Shamili made his own look there.
Yeah.
I mean, the work he put in there. So you can't be nothing but happy for him. The work he put in there, the commit to walk through the shots of Nash, to make all that pay in the later rounds.
Yeah.
It worked out for him. I didn't agree with some of the scorecards, but I tell you what, though, he's a hard man to stop.
I mean, in the rounds that he lost, or we think he lost, which was the first few, he was getting outclassed. But when blood gets involved in the last few rounds and you look fatigue, I guess the judges give that round a bigger win for Shamili.
But he won that last round massive.
Is that fair?
I think he won the last round big enough.
Okay.
Well, now what a day we've had right here in Riyadh. Just one quarterfinal remains, but ahead of that, a reminder of what's coming your way on Saturday.
Live only on the Zone, Atauma versus White, August 16th. Moses Atauma, the heavyweight division's next global superstar, feared, fearless, and just 20 years old, faces his greatest challenge, Dillian White, the body snatcher. Back to remind the world he's not done yet. The fate of the heavyweight division hangs in the balance. Who will rise? Plus, a stacked undercard. Atauma versus White, August 16th. Watch only on the Zone.
And the epic conclusion to Esports World Cup Fight Week is live this Saturday. And don't forget to check out the rest of our stacked schedule. Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, MVP, and BKFC. All the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on The Zone, the global home of boxing. And obviously that includes these 3 great cards on September 13th, and its eagerly anticipated rematch between Lewis Crocker and Paddy Donovan. Dave Allen goes in against Arslanbek Makhdoumov on October 11th. Then on November 22nd, we're back in Riyadh for Ring 4, Night of Champions, a star-studded bill featuring David Benavides versus Anthony Yarde, Devin Haney against Brian Norman Jr., and Jesse Bam Rodriguez takes on Fernando Martinez. But now we come back to Riyadh. The final fight of the WBC Grand Prix quarterfinals is about to walk, so we go to Corey.
That's right. The final quarterfinal matchup is between Brandon Mosqueda and Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov. 2 impressive fighters thus far. Mosqueda coming off that win over Guli Power. Bakhtiyorov with a 6th-round decision win over John Bolaño. Which of these 2 will join the new quarterfinalist, Mohamed Shamili, in the next round? We're ready to find out as we hand it back to Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov.
Seni qoningda jadidlar qoni. O'zing ham ishonmasang orzularing ushalmaydi. O'zingga o'zing ishonmasang hech kim ishonmaydi. Xohlasang ucha olasan, seni hech kim ushalmaydi. O'zing ko'taril yulduzlar oldingga tusholmaydi. Bilaman ahvol og'ir, men ham o'tganman ko'changdan. Men ham jonimga tekkan dimi qilib yutganman ko'changdan. Nima ham o'zgaradi, lekin qamalib o'tirsang uchangdan. Men kurashaman oxirigacha borim tikkanman bu jangda. Kimsan, qaysi makon, tomon, o'zing qayerdasan, qayta xonadon. Agar hammasi bo'lsa yomon, dunyoni o'zgartirib boshlab shu xonadan. Gapni cheki yo'q, xohlasang shu yerda qol.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Brandon Mejia Mosqueda.
Decían que cargaba el diablo, mentiras no traía nada. Lo que traía en su cintura era una pistola escuadra. Robaba y mataba gente porque así se divertía. Su cabeza tenía precio, 15,000 pesos valía.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Glenn Dawson, Alan Krebs, and John Yona. A referee in charge will be Lawrence Cole. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, green, and white, and weighed in officially at 127.3 pounds. Undefeated, he has 8 wins. 5 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Uzbekistan, here is Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing green, white, and red, and weighed in officially at 127.2 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, 9 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Brandon Mejia Mosqueda.
Good, clean fight. Touch him up. Good luck. Suerte. Ludatsky.
Our final quarterfinal contest of the day. Brandon Mosqueda of Mexico taking on Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov of Uzbekistan. And what a story it would be if Bakhtiyorov were to advance. He was actually a late replacement for this tournament. He stepped in to replace the Olympic champion, Abdulmalik Kalikov. And for a late replacement to find himself in the semis is an unlikely scenario, to say the least.
And he might be the favorite.
to win it,
right.
I think.
I mean, as we've talked about ad nauseum throughout the tournament, the depth of the Uzbek system.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I mean, you could pick anyone off the conveyor belt, and they're probably going to be a contender in this tournament.
I like that, the conveyor belt. It's like rinse and repeat.
I mean, it's a factory that has been churning out excellent fighters for years now.
Fight factory.
Just left hook to the body there from Bakhtiora, partially blocked there by Mosqueda.
Real sharp left hook there from Mosqueda. Packs of punches we've seen.
I was going to say, he knows how to block a left hook. He's seen a few of those in the gyms in Mexico, but he also knows how to throw one.
Just got to get his head off the line. He's getting hit by these straight shots. Mosqueda. Good uppercut by Mosqueda there. Nice angling, but make your opponent pay.
That was
Just move
Uzbek
out the way.
footwork. That was Uzbek footwork. That was.
Oh, got you.
From Mosqueda, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen a couple of these matchups throughout the tournament. Maybe a budding little rivalry between Mexico and Uzbekistan. You know, you know, the approach is, at least ideologically, wanting to bang it out on the inside, and we're generalizing very broadly here, but we've seen it a couple times, and they have been fun fights.
Good shot. I think he's having a good round here, Mosqueda.
This uppercut landing a moment ago.
Yeah, nice and sharp as well with the shots.
Yeah, whenever Bakhtiora lands something, Mosqueda gets it right back.
And I think Mosqueda hits hard enough that Bakhtiora, he covers up, he's not willing to fire back straight away.
Right, not willing to punch in between the shots.
Bakhtiorov is placed as high as second in the Uzbek National Championships. Mosqueda, a three-time national amateur champion in Mexico. In and around the same juncture of their career, both 20 years of age. This is a fantastic matchup. And what a way to wrap up the day here in Riyadh.
I love the way he sells that right uppercut. He doesn't really, he sort of half throws it, but doesn't really, to whip that left hook into the body. Not whip that left hook. He drives that left hook into the body.
Yes.
Good hook there from Mosqueda, and boy, did he miss with a rocket of a right hand there.
I tell you what, he's sharp as attacked in that first round there, Mosqueda. That's a brilliant first round for him.
As round two begins, terrific opening round there for Brandon Mosqueda, who maybe, Barry, coming into this fight, is a little bit slept on. You know, after that first round win over Bashar Sabar, where he scored 4 knockdowns, people were very high on him. But because he wasn't quite as dominant against Guli Power, maybe you forgot about what that fight looked like. But Mosqueda is looking fantastic so far.
But I think that a lot of that was to do with Power's toughness as well.
Yeah.
And also keeping his shape.
Yes.
You know, and I think that, that's all that was. I think if he was a little bit more fragile, I think Mosqueda would have went right through him, but he couldn't. But tonight, he's been fantastic. Against a guy I thought he was going to be up against it. I think Bakhtiorov is a real good fighter. Not as slick as some other Uzbek fighters, but pressure, blocks the shots, and he throws his punches fluently, fast, accurate with the shots.
As you said that, he just did that.
With great
As you were saying that about...
Yeah, we have a connection.
I see. Bakhtiorov just looking for those short flurries.
think the weight of the shots from Mosqueda noticeably heavier already here. But look at the hand speed of Bakhtiarov as he gets ripped with a left hook.
And he landed one of his own as well. And I think that's the only way you're going to really hurt Mosqueda, if you punch with him. You know,
I think Mosqueda's shot was better.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
think that was illustrating what I was talking about. Yeah.
And going back to what Corey was saying, I don't think Mosqueda was fighting with full cylinders. Like he was not firing all of them in that fight against Power. And he decided that he was going to make necessary changes to come in full throttle for this fight.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Barry. You pointed out the footwork. I think we've seen kind of fancier footwork from Mosqueda in this fight.
Yeah,
and a moment ago, we saw another one of those things that we attribute to Uzbek fighters, Kazakh fighters. We saw Mosqueda kind of stripping the guard a little bit, too.
Yeah, he's a really good fighter. He's boxing well here against a guy I thought was a favourite for the tournament. And I really fancied him in this fight as well, but he's up against it so far. Mosqueda's having to put a lot into all these shots, so every movement is sharp, and that does take a lot of energy. So if he can maintain this for another 3 rounds, the fight is, if he can't, we know Bakhtiarov is going to be relentlessly coming forward at this pace.
Clash of heads there. You see Mosqueda pleading to Lawrence Cole about that as he
beautiful
rips another left hook. That shot has landed a number of times in this round alone. And another one there from Mosqueda.
Yes, and you can already see the damage on that cheekbone on Bakhtiarov. You can see there's already swelling. Oof.
And like we seen earlier, you might have a fighter like Bakhtiarov who's taking these shots very, very well. But 4th or 5th round, they might start impacting him and hurting him.
See, Bakhtiarov's movements are smoother, and he's strong, and he's on you all the time. But Mosqueda's movements are sharper and quicker. So right now, when he has the energy, the way he's every mistake on every movement, he's working off it. He's willing to throw. Oh, look, that's a lovely word. Again, because he's committing to every shot. There's a sharpness and a speed to his work that's just outlanding and getting to the target quicker than Bakhtiarov. I think he's boxing out of his skin here.
All 3 judges have it the same. 20-18, unanimous for the gold corner. Brandon Mejia, Mosqueda.
20-18 across the board for Brendan Mosqueda. See if he can put at least 2 more rounds in the bank. Starting off well here with the body work in the opening 20 seconds or so of the round.
Head clash.
And both men thinking about the same thing there, and the heads came together as they both bent down for left hooks.
But if this stays in the same vein, and he wins this fight, Mosqueda, that's 2 of probably the number 1 and 2 favorites of the competition, this weight class out.
Yeah, in back-to-back fights.
Yeah.
Or Nash and Mosqueda, yes, as we were referring to. I assume.
Nash and Bakhtiarov.
Right hand to the body there from Mosqueda.
I think he was trying to throw that up top as a uppercut. Got caught in the body.
Mosqueda is just consistent with that 1-2, basic 1-2, keeping Bakhtiarov at a distance.
Oh, that was nice.
Lovely.
Beautiful.
Nice footwork. Into that with a jab.
One thing that could be benefiting Mosqueda, that coming into the tournament, he wasn't matched softly. He was matched very intentionally. 6 of the 8 fighters he faced coming into the tournament had winning records.
It's just the way they're throwing the punches at the minute. Look how sharp he is with his movements and the way he throws the shots. He accelerates into his work, Mosqueda.
Right hand there from Bakhtiarov. Big shot there for Bakhtiarov again. We're inside the final minute of round 3.
Body shot there from Mosqueda again. Batiorov, sure, he's busier, but again, I just think the quality in the work when he lets his hands go on Mosqueda is setting them apart here. Not by much, but enough.
Right, the flush shots are coming from Mosqueda.
You can hear it. You can hear the difference.
They both shared good body shots there, though. Even Mosqueda acknowledged that one.
Yeah, you can hear the difference. You can also kind of see the difference in their body structure. Mosqueda so much thicker and more muscular. With that left hook over the top.
Yeah, he leaned back too much before he even threw it.
Quick little combination in reply from Bakhtiorov, and that'll do it for the round. Another high-tempo round between Mosqueda and Bakhtiorov. See Brandon's uncle, Jorge Mosqueda, his trainer, miming some of the combinations that we've seen his nephew landing through the first 3 rounds of this fight. As we're back to action here in round 4.
Doubling up on that jab. Mosqueda is dominating this round in the first few seconds.
But when he starts to tire, though, every movement he has to really put a lot of energy into the movements here, Mosqueda. That's good work, though, again.
A good left hook downstairs from Mosqueda.
Oh, lovely. The footwork there is, again, just spinning around the target.
Put him with an overhand right, too, Mosqueda. So it looks like Mosqueda kind of slowed down the work rate of Bakhtiorov.
I was thinking the same thing.
And he's pushing him back, too. Now, that's different.
Again, I think could that first round, could he carries a bit of a power, doesn't he, Mosqueda? Just making Bakhtiorov not just let the punches go quick enough.
That's a hard right hand to the body and a left hook. Claudia, El Perro just keeps on digging.
Yes, the dog is really showing his way.
Oh, good shot there from Bakhtiorov. Lovely shot, and again. No effect though, is it? On Mosqueda.
Well, at least he didn't show any pain, any discomfort whatsoever.
Takes a good shot. And I think he saw it as well.
Right. They both got good poker faces, though. Because Bakhtiorov is taking these shots, and those are some hard shots. Either Mosqueda can't punch at all, which we know he can. Yeah. Or he's just a good poker. He got a good poker face, Bakhtiorov.
And Barry, I think you were kind of alluding to this earlier. Bakhtiorov, his style, he can replicate this round after round. I think the question was, can Mosqueda keep up what he was doing? If he can't, that straight ahead style of Bakhtiorov, eventually it'll start rolling over. He'll roll you over. Well, instead, that hasn't happened.
And I think with Bakhtiorov, the more momentum he gets, the more work he'll do. I think he feeds off it.
Right.
Well, it would have needed to happen this round, and it's not happening. Well, Mosqueda's actually, well, in our eyes, winning this round too.
We've said that with Nash.
Just out of curiosity, how many times do we see Uzbeks fighting in their heels? And this is exactly what's going on with Bakhtiorov. And this is Mosqueda creating that, pushing the Uzbek to just fight in his heels.
Closing moments of the round. Another big one for Mosqueda. Left hook, a right hand. And we will head back to the corners. And Bakhtiorov, poker face during the fight, but looks a little dejected right now.
Tell you what, and what he did there was great. To fire back when he got caught with a good shot. You can't teach that instinct to what I just did. I'm not having that. not to give any ground up. Take a shot, you got to give it back.
Well, there's a level of urgency in Bakhtiarov's corner. His coach has slapped him, like to wake him up. I mean, I don't understand much of the instructions.
Body language is saying everything.
One judge has it 40-36. The other two judges have it 39-37. All unanimous for the gold corner, Brandon Mejia Mosquera.
What round was that those two judges saw?
I think the third round he had a better round, Bakhtiarov I thought, but not enough to win it for me.
Yeah.
So 39-37 twice and 40-36 all in favor of Mosquera. Which again, listen, we saw it in the last fight. Can mean that Bakhtiarov can go on a run here for 2 rounds and through the enhanced scoring system wind up winning this fight on the cards.
Get a majority draw, but he has to win these rounds big.
Yeah, and I just think with the way Mosquera's landed, the quality of the shots he's landed with and the weight of the shots are going to give him a big advantage, I think, on the score back.
Enhanced scoring?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Barack, you know, these are two 20-year-olds going at it. They're similar junctures of their careers like we talked about. Doesn't Mosquera just look more physically mature at this stage? And not all 20-year-olds are going to be made the same. He just looks different than Bakhtiarov.
He definitely looks physically more mature, but he also looks like he has a bigger IQ.
And a better engine from the last round, by the way.
That was Lomachenko right there. And he's keeping up this work rate flawlessly. One thing you say, Barry, all the time, you say there's 2 things you got to do. I don't remember one of them, but I know one of them is come in shape.
Yeah. Make weight, be fit. That's all you have to do. I mean, it's very hard to do that, and there's loads of other complex things around it, but they're the 2 main ingredients.
Yes.
Well, the last thing you want to do is lose a fight thinking I didn't do enough because I didn't have it in me to do enough.
And sometimes you lose before the fight thinking that I didn't do enough already.
Yes.
Preparation really boosts confidence.
He's not 20 years of age. I'm not having that. The way, not the way he looks, the way he fights, it's just his body, his physicality of him as well.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Just they dip the legs there, stay nice and low, come up with the left hook.
You talk about that a lot. You like that.
Yeah, I love it. I think you just dip. You had the hit, smaller target, had the hit, better view of the target, everything. Shot.
Good right hand. Barry, also, you were right. He's 21. We missed a birthday.
I knew
I'm sorry.
it. I knew it. No, he's trying to see that. I mean, I don't believe he's 21. Just the physicality of him is fantastic.
But he's still just 21.
Yeah.
And going back to the corner, they just said they don't want Mosquera to lay off. They want him to keep putting the pressure just because they didn't like the 39-37. So other than that, just keep the pressure, keep just having him fight on the heels.
Open scoring. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm convinced.
Well, there must have been something in the birthday cake for Brendan Mosquera over the last couple of months because he is looking fantastic here tonight.
From head to toe, this is a completely different fighter that we saw fighting Power. Remember, Power was one of those guys that I was very high on, and he did not look well when he was fighting Power.
Yep, let me make a note to that. Digging out another British fighter, thank you. Yeah, got that. There you go. Obviously some sort of bias. Something going on.
More to come.
Something going on.
More to come.
Don't worry. We have the. Oh, actually, are you guys in the semi? Oh no, I'm sorry.
No Brits in the semifinals.
No.
Oh man. Wow.
So sorry.
I mean, we knew that coming in. No, we didn't because Guli Power was one of those guys.
Yes, and I was really high on Guli.
Yeah.
So 6th and final round here. And again, theoretically possible that if Bakhtiarov won that last round and wins this round, that we could get some intrigue on the scorecards. To our eyes, I think collectively, I can confidently speak for the whole desk here in saying I do not believe that was the case in round 5.
No, I think it's a clean sweep. I do.
Yeah, but there's a couple of judges that didn't see it like that. And that's why they want to make sure that Bakhtiarov keeps fighting in his heels, make sure that obviously Mosqueda puts the pressure, because that's going to close not only the round, but the fight.
Yeah. Claudia, is there any USA people in the Americans in the semifinals since you got the list?
Not that I know.
I don't think so, yeah.
No.
Devin Young got eliminated. Troy Nash got eliminated, yep.
Oh, never mind.
But we do have 2 Colombians.
Oh, and they're bad. They are awesome.
I'm on play-by-play. I'm remaining neutral, so I will not bring up
fact that we're
my
Canadian.
nationality and who might be there in the middleweight division.
I'm only saying that to make Barry feel better, you know, because I'm not rooting for my country. I like the fighters. I like fighters no matter where they're from.
And I think it's fantastic that we get the opportunity to, bring up over 40 different countries.
Oh, that's amazing.
Brought it down to 19, and obviously we have great talent.
Yes.
I have a new phrase now, and I say to the boxers, I'm not a boxers fan. I'm a boxing fan.
Exactly.
I like that.
I think most people watching here tonight have become a Brandon Mosqueda fan if they weren't already.
Oh, I definitely was already.
It's the best I've seen. This is the best fight he's produced. I didn't think he was this good. I thought he was going to lose this fight. I really did.
I just insist he was not firing with all the cylinders in the last fight. He wasn't. He wasn't himself.
Yeah, and let's say he just made drastic improvements. This also shows, you think, because we're in a tournament, that fighters are just going to be one version of themselves, fight after fight. There can be significant improvements that are made in the course of 3-4 months.
For the young, evolving fighters, aren't they? Yeah, of course. And they're learning from these experiences as well against other quality fighters. Oh, what a shot.
Bakhtiarov is also dishing out some punches, but they're not being as effective.
And all it takes sometimes is a good performance to get you sparring from the right guys that can actually help you to get much better.
Yes, very much. I tell you what, Mosqueda does have as well, a good chin, and that gives him the confidence to come forward. I don't think I think he's been comfortable all night. I go as far to say that. There's been some moments now and again, but throughout the majority of the fight, he's been comfortable.
Yeah. Mosqueda kind of reminds me of a Marco Antonio Barrero a little bit.
An absolutely stellar performance from Brandon Mosqueda. As the bell sounds. And forget sparring, I think people are going to be lining up to train at the Box Mosqueda gym that he owns with his family.
Wow.
Well, the potential future of the heavyweight division, Moses Itauma challenges fellow Brit Dillian White. The headline act of Esports World Cup Fight Week, live on DAZN this Saturday. You can buy it now at DAZN.com/boxing.
As I know the corner was saying, we didn't want you to lay off the gas because those 2 scorecards, but I just think he didn't need to because he's comfortable. I don't think he's having to really put his foot on the gas too much. He looks like he's got loads of energy, and he's a better fighter coming forward. The rhythm he has with his work, the skate is fantastic. I think Bakhtiarov has tried to put himself forward onto the fight, tried to implement his presence, hasn't been able to at all.
No, and I think Bakhtiarov is just, he's just used to being the guy that throws the last punch, being the pressure fighter. Mosqueda don't let nothing slide. He's always making sure he finishes last, or if you got something off, he gets it back.
Listen, both fighters didn't want to lay off the gas, so much so that they both sat on their stools and thought the fight was continuing.
And I said to myself, I said, dang, I'm messing up because I thought that was the last round. But they sat down like it was the 5th round.
The referee thought it was another round.
I know,
Oh, I thought it was me. I was like, oh,
you know what,
another round?
We've been awake a very long time. Maybe
That's what I thought.
But everyone's used to somebody walking around with a number.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody naked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
We're in Saudi Arabia.
Do you know what? my first professional fight, it was a male. I'm not old, yes. It was a male with a scorecard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hired him?
I never hired him. I just,
Okay, I was just wondering.
maybe I did, but seriously, it was. Yeah.
He said maybe I did.
You knew what round it was.
That's for sure.
Well, with me, that was another round, didn't it? With me.
All right, it looks like we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up one final time to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alan Krebs scores it 60-54, and both judges, Glenn Dawson and John Yona, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Brandon Mejia Mosqueda. And his award is presented by our featherweight alternate from Kazakhstan, Zholdas Jengasov.
Semifinals, and we may have a new favorite at featherweight right now in Mosqueda after a performance like that, Barry.
I think so. I mean, he beat a guy there. I didn't think he had the ability to beat, and he didn't just beat him. He beat him easy. I think it was easy for him. I don't think he struggled at all. I think the engine's fantastic. Everything worked for him. He took a few shots, but he wasn't worried about nothing. I mean, he looked a different fighter to me, and I think that makes him the favourite. And unfortunately, every time I say that, they get beat.
It reminded me of Carlos Ultria earlier. Like, you won convincingly almost every single round, but it was high level. You had to really step it up in order to make a really good fighter look bad.
Well, big thanks to Barry and Barack for joining me here today in Riyadh as we take one last look at the featherweight bracket. And we see, of course, Mosqueda advancing. Yanni Valverde stepping into the semifinal as well. Muhammad Shamili, a bit of a shocker, taking out Troy Nash. A blue chip prospect falls here in the tournament. Mosqueda over Bakhtiyorov, and Becky Maise taking out Iman Lee to punch his ticket into the semifinals. All right, we're gonna send it back up to Claudia to wrap things up, but a reminder that we're also in Esports World Cup Fight Week, and DAZN is the place to be.
Hello people, me again. Fight Week on DAZN is non-stop action. Access all areas of the biggest fights.
That's fantastic.
From grand arrivals and weigh-ins.
I'm not here around, I'm here for war.
To open workouts and pandemonium at the presses.
You're gonna be so much pain.
All analysed by the biggest names in boxing.
I'll end this. Get him out of boxing, it's over.
That and so much more, even before the bell rings.
And DAZN has all the angles covered on Fight Week, and straight after we're done, here it's time for the media workouts. On Thursday, the press conference takes place. Then on Friday, the fighters hit the scales as Esports World Cup Fight Night is made official. But before that, a bonus show as the next round of Box Raw Sparring Club takes place right here in the Kingdom Arena. And as we call it a night, what an evening we've had right here in the WBC Grand Prix semifinals. We're ready for those. But your impressions, Mauricio, because as always, we had a great night of talent and boxing.
Great night, and it keeps getting more emotional. As you get to know the fighters, when they lose, they need to go home, and it's very sad. Those who win, their emotions are flowing, and I was just so impressed by the quality of the fights, the quality of the officiating, the new concepts, the new rules are working very well. And of course, what DAZN has done, the production, the commentators, the way it flows. I'm so thankful for everyone who has been involved in the Grand Prix, and it's my father smiling from up there because without His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, it would not be possible to make this dream come true.
Well, we're very grateful to be here. And first and foremost, we're so excited because the enhanced scoring did tell us a complete story of certain fights that could have gone either way, but that actually just put a statement and gave us a very clear idea of what happened in the ring. So I'm very happy and grateful to experience that. But with that being said, any fights that called your attention, anybody in particular that you said, I wasn't expecting that?
Well, Troy Nash is a future superstar, but he showed he's young. It was his 5th fight, and the Italian was very rough. He went in and made the professional fight, and it was a very close fight, but he's going to be a superstar if he learns from this night. I was very impressed by the South African heavyweight. The first fight of the night, it was a first-round knockout. But overall, just very impressed with the quality and the bravery of everyone. And this is something that just keeps getting better. I cannot wait for the semifinals in October and then the grand finale in December.
Well, the one thing that we mentioned throughout the broadcast, even when Troy Nash just showed just a little bit green behind the ears, but any fighter that actually came with a loss can be a star anywhere else. This is just a very good reflection of the type of talent that we have here.
Yes, it is undoubtedly all over the world, Africa, Italy, France, United States, Mexico, Argentina. Ramirez's story is unbelievable. He's a natural cruiserweight fighting against heavyweights and keeps beating them, and now he's into the semifinals. This kid from Colombia, when he goes home, they go home and they are local heroes.
Yes.
They do parades for them.
In Nutria, yes.
I mean, it's just what we had expected. It's completely much less of what the reality.
And with that being said, Derek Pomerleau, another one of the huge phenoms that we've seen here, took the moment of the night. What are your thoughts on this great fighter?
Well, he's a tremendous prospect. He's already, he had a tough first round. He lost the first round and came back and just knocked out the Ukrainian with a brutal attack. Also, the Colombian, who was losing the first 2 rounds, came out, knocked out the Frenchman. I mean, we had everything this night, and I'm just very happy, satisfied. We've been in Saudi 5 times already, and 2 more to come.
And with that being said, that's in case of Pomerleau. Those second chances have opened the door and the exposure to all these young fighters that might be the next face of boxing.
Without a doubt, every fighter, even those who have lost, have a bright future. They have been seen. This is like a scouting for managers and promoters. And I am certain that the experience of being here in the Grand Prix, just by itself, gives them an edge. When they go home, they're in a different level now.
I'm sure you've gotten phone calls, and we'll talk about that later. But we want to invite you all because we have the bonus show. We have the Box Raw Sparring Club that's happening tomorrow. Nobody wants to miss that. So even though we're calling it a night for today at the WBC, there's a lot more boxing right here on the Zone, the House of Boxing.
The House of Boxing and the champions of boxing, the Zone. It's another dream of my father. He wanted to see boxing all over the world, with giving the opportunities to every promoter, and that is what the Zone is accomplishing. So very grateful and very happy, and so much boxing to come.
Yes, and we're so happy that we're here. And next up, we have open public workouts, so don't miss. That's coming up next.